Live from the ESL studios in Burbank, California. Welcome to day 19 of the ESL Pro League. I am Ryu, your host, and joining me to start the day at the Xfinity desk is Moses. How you feeling, Moses?
I'm feeling wonderful. This is gonna be a sick start to the night today. This is unreal. Sick matchup.
Immortals, SK, little domestic rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus returns, former coach of SK. They're brothers in arms, the Brazilians of Immortals as well. I mean, it's going to be just a ridiculous match. I can't even properly describe how excited I am for it.
I feel like you drank 14 cans of Mountain Dew before this segment. You were just hyped. I'm loving it. We're not the only ones here that are hyped. We've got Blue and Dazed over at the caster's desk. How are you guys feeling about today's matches?
Pretty good, obviously. We've got the Brazilian El Clasico going to be happening here. It is the Immortals versus SK. Your thoughts on that match,
El
of course?
Clasico.
Yeah.
I liked what Ryu said. He called it the Civil War.
That's a good one.
I like that one.
There you go.
Yeah, so really good to see this match because I want to see if SK plays like a very standard setup like they normally would, or if they're going to go a lot off, you know, how they know certain players play and things like that. And same with Immortals. You know, Zeus obviously was coach of SK. He should know them better than anybody. So really curious to see how they play this.
And then the next match coming up a little bit later on in the day, of course, Optic is going to be taking on Selfless. Your thoughts on that match, of course?
Well, I think Optic is looking really strong. Hoping Ryu doesn't cry himself to sleep tonight if they keep it up, because they definitely have the advantage over Selfless. But having said that, Selfless can get off to a good start, and we'll see what happens, right? Anything goes, and anything can happen in CSGO or whatever.
You never know in CSGO, I
Yeah,
believe.
there you go.
As Eric DeVere Strongberg likes to say. But we have a lot to talk about within today's matches, of course, and Ryu to talk about his own team in that second match. We're going to take things back down over towards him and Moses.
I think we should slowly start transitioning Eric DeBear Stromberg into just Stromboli, just because of the excitement you guys are going to see a little bit later on tonight. What are your thoughts?
Excitement, yeah, sure. I thought Dazed was unreasonably kind to you and Selfless.
I think that was reasonably kind. I think you're generally
he's
unreasonably
new to
kind.
the camera. He hasn't quite learned that he can still be just as harsh.
Let's take a look at the standings today. We've got we kind of know who we think is going to finish first this season. 17-1, Cloud9 way above everybody else.
Is that 9 that I see? Is that next to Selfless? They're pretty low down. They're pretty far down from the top.
Good.
It took you a little bit to
I was like, wow, this guy can read numbers. It's impressive. So Immortals in second place. We will see them in the first set of matches tonight. Energy, Renegades, SK, and Optic are rounding out the top 6. Again, if you aren't familiar, the offline final is going to be 6 teams from each region, not 4 as it was previously. Liquid and Echo Fox are kind of looking up for a potential opportunity to get into the top 6. Selfless, which we will see tonight, 6 and 10 is the 9th spot, and then rounding out the bottom, Winter Fox, Complexity, CLG, United, and Splice. We'll take a look at today's matches. We will see SK and Immortals in the Battle of Brazil. First on Overpass, then on Mirage. These are great maps to see this type of rivalry on. And then later in the night, Cash and Mirage between Selfless and Optic. So first, let's talk SK and Immortals. You mentioned Zeus coming back, former coach, first time playing them now as a player. I think it's maybe the first time.
Yeah.
Haven't seen Immortals beat SK at any point in the past. Do you think tonight can be the night?
Certainly can be. Yeah, we mentioned last night when we spoke with Fallen after the evening, after they went 2-0 against Echo Fox. You know, they did look a little bit shaky, and he admitted that there's still some things they're working out. Maybe this extended a little bit of a break they've had, especially with Fur just coming back. They have looked a little bit uncharacteristically sloppy in terms of, you know, this is always a very good fundamental team, and they're missing some of those fundamentals right now. They're not on point. So there is a window of opportunity here for Immortals to be able to take this one, and especially with how strong they've been playing lately. Zeus has them at a good position. They have Phelps, who's been very, very strong. Henny's been on a great run lately. He's had a great sequence, you know, fantastic event individually at Northern Arena, and just online, he's keeping it up. So, I mean, those two guys are massive tools that Zeus can use to defeat his old team.
And so, Days mentioned that Zeus is going to know. They're obviously very familiar in general.
Yes.
When Zeus, former coach, won a couple majors with the gents from SK. So, we know Fallen, tactical genius, very, very good in-game leader. Zeus formerly coached that team. Both teams kind of know what to expect. If you're either one of these teams, do you change things up? Do you change your play style or do something completely off the rails tonight just because both teams are going to know what to expect from each other?
I think we might see, maybe Immortals might do something a little bit crazy. I don't think we'll see it out of SK just because of the way that when Zeus was a coach that he developed this team was to be a little bit not random, but you never know what's coming. The way they developed as a team was they have these certain openings to rounds, they have these certain tactics they want to run in the middle round, and they have certain late round situations and how they play them, and they can kind of interchangeably change those like round to round. They can be a little bit freewheeling with it. So it's just already hard to kind of understand what's going to come from SK. But I think both teams have this understanding, especially SK. They're not playing for this online league. They're playing and practicing for the events coming up, for ESL 1 New York, for ECS Finals, for E-League, for IM Oakland. They're practicing for all these different events. So you don't want to change too much specifically. You want to make sure you're getting, especially for SK, return to these fundamentals, just get the baseline strong, and you can go from there.
Yeah, it should be exciting. Those are great maps to see, the Battle of Brazil on Mirage and Overpass. Tactical maps, Mirage was kind of the first Brazilian map. It should be
going to be epic stuff.
Should be some good stuff for that first one. Moving on to the second match, Selfless against Optic. Selfless, obviously, Optic has a very good chance to be in the top 6 at the end of the season. I think we were talking yesterday. You felt like they were one of the 8 teams that are kind of fighting that out that'll probably find their way in. Selfless, probably not so much, but has an opportunity to play maybe spoilers. We see there 6-10 and 10-6, the records for each team.
Yeah, I mean, Selfless has a couple. I mean, as far as down they are in the standings, they have some good matches under their belt. This roster, in terms, I know you guys played Heroic very close at Northern Arena. You guys dropped Winter Fox pretty handily. Also, I know you guys a while back. Selfless was one of those teams one of the few teams to be able to beat Selfless, or I mean, SK, excuse me.
We do sometimes beat ourselves. That's
yeah, you often beat yourselves, but that's okay. But one of the teams online who's been able to take a BO3 off of SK in this region. So, I mean, there is some promising things. It's just the whole package isn't quite there yet. The issue is it's not so much Selfless, it's the fact that Optic, maybe if this match was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago when Tarek was a little bit newer to the team, you could see a little bit more light, a little bit more opportunity, but Optic is just playing so strong right now. They're in a really, really good place.
So they made the decision that they were going to replace Stan. They kept Daps, added Tarek. Then they changed their mind, said we're going to drop Daps, pick back up Stan, and keep Tarek. What do you think? What do you think's changed that we've seen them kind of take that next step? Do you think it's just chemistry that comes with time, or do you think there was something that happened where, because we saw them struggle, now they're playing very, very well?
Yeah, well, I mean, they have Mixwell. They have that kind of centerpiece. Obviously, when he came in, we saw immediately the level he brought him to. With Tarek playing so strong recently with this team, that's going to help out a lot, and it's also giving Rush, who I think is kind of this X factor. I know. There are those players, it's such a luxury to have as maybe what you'd consider to be your third best player, be someone who can just blow up and win you games, and Rush is that kind of player. He can have fantastic impact in games. He can also put up massive amounts of numbers in terms of frags. To have him as being kind of that third option for your team is huge. And then you have guys like Naf who can also do the same thing, and Stan, who's just a really strong, I think he's a very strong player. He's not going to do all those flashy plays at all times, but he's just very, very good in any situation that he's in. So there's a lot of very good tools, and the dynamic of all these different roles and play styles is working out really well.
Yeah, and I know Rush is one that we've talked about.
I'm a big fan of Rush, actually.
One of the more underrated players still in North America. We want to know what you think, and if you haven't already, be sure to follow ESLCS on Facebook and Twitter, and tweet us today using the hashtag ESL Pro League. Let us know who you think is going to win the Battle of Brazil. And don't go anywhere, because when we get back, we get to watch the Battle of Brazil starting out on Overpass.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
There is surely no way out as they toil at it. Nitro will get the finishing kill.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to day 19 of the ESL Pro League. I am your host, Ryu, and joined here at the Xfinity desk by Moses. And before we preview today's matches, I wanted to take a moment to thank one of the sponsors that helps to make this season possible and quench the thirst and energize the Bears. You guys are going to appreciate that a little bit later on in the show. That is Mountain Dew. Thank you, Mountain Dew, for your continued support of the ESL Pro League.
And also next week is ESL 1 New York. Some of the best teams in the world are going to be there. We're going to have Liquid. We're going to have Navi. We're going to have, I believe SK is going to be there as well. We have a bunch of teams. Also, the qualifiers aren't even over yet. I know Cloud9 has to play CLG, and they will face off against Optic to see the last North American team that'll be there. Make sure you get your tickets for that at ESL-1.com.
You're going to be there. People can see you.
I am going to be there.
They can get your autograph, get pictures of
the
you.
The real attraction of the show.
Yeah, that's true. You love that spotlight, but you look good in it. I think you look really good in it. So we're gonna preview the first match. We got SK, we've got Immortals. A lot of talent in the server. Some good tactical Counter-Strike, good fundamentally correct Counter-Strike. SK, maybe a little bit of holes in the game right now, starting to get back to form as we take a look at their roster. We did have an interview with Fallen yesterday, and he said, like, yeah, we're still making some mistakes. He referenced this really silly 1v2 pistol round where he ended up getting knifed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he even mentions that it's just something that, those are those kind of mistakes that you make, and that's a situation where Fer doesn't even need to peek that. And he even said, it was just like an information gathering, but when you make that kind of a gamble in that situation, it's not even worth it, because if he goes long, it's just a guaranteed win. So those are the kind of mistakes that we saw them making. We had a discussion, myself and Days, we're talking about some of the strengths of SK Gaming, and I mean, this is still a team that's one of the best in the world at playing with the man advantage. So they're extremely dangerous when they get that first pick. They don't give a whole lot of way, but again, that's also where we see them faltering a little bit now, is those things that they've been so good at for the majority of the year. They are a little bit weaker at the moment, but they still have this deep team, this extremely talented team, so still a very intimidating lineup to go against.
And then a lot of talent on the other side as well as we take a look at the roster for Immortals. You mentioned Henny's been playing very, very well. Lucas has actually had a couple of breakout games, which is not super common to see him with 30-plus frags and kind of topping the scoreboard. Phelps, we know what to expect from him. He has those maps where maybe he's quiet, and then he has those maps where he will carry them to a win. Bolts tends to be the rock for this team. He's almost always going to get 2 kills, extremely difficult to trade, very solid player. And Zeus, the former coach of SK, not as much firepower, but he definitely knows what to expect from SK tonight.
Yeah, he's brought a little bit more structure to this team and a little bit more, it seems like, confidence when they're getting into those late game situations. They seem to acquit themselves much, much better with him in that leadership role. I mean, it's cool, though. It's seeing Zeus come back and face off against him. Bolts as well, a former teammate of these guys when they were Luminosity. So, I mean, there's a lot of return of the former teammates, former people that they've battled with that are going to be going up against them. So you see that like on the Immortal side of things, when you're teammates with those kind of guys who return to face off in this kind of a grudge match, this like not necessarily revenge, but just this kind of a emotional battle. As teammates, you also want to perform just equally as high for them.
When you were a player, did you have a rival team where like winning it was great because of the win, but there was like an element of pride that you took in taking that kind of win?
Yeah, 3D. Hated those guys, all of them. Eric was on that. DeBears was the original founding member of Team 3D. But I mean, even that team, just in North America in general, they were like the. I guess you'd almost put them in CS:GO for the new viewers who haven't followed Counter-Strike for this long. They would have been like the Abba Power of the Cloud9, who was dominant in the region for just so long. That finally, when you became that team who was like the first team in the region to really be able to overcome that hurdle, it just felt so good. And we just thought they were kind of jerks.
Yeah, they were mean.
Yeah.
Were they mean to the Bears? Because I could see someone being a little mean to you, but being mean to the Bears, someone so cheerful and optimistic.
They gave Bears the boot after the first tournament. They scapegoated him a little bit in that first game when 3D was formed. They went to, it was like the super team of all the best players in North America, and actually they went to an event, and I think they got one of the CPLs. They got knocked out in 17th to 24th place, which was like a massive underachievement for that roster and all the hype around it and everything. And after that, they made some changes, and the Bears was unfortunately one of those. But yeah,
is that before or after the hand licking incident?
That was before the hand licking incident.
Okay.
That was far before the Bears turned into the monstrosity that he later on became.
Those mind games from the Bears. So obviously, A lot of pride on the line. There's
Yeah.
also implications for the playoffs. I think SK was like 4th or 5th. We're expecting they're going to make a run. Who do you think finishes higher in the standings at the end of the season, knowing Immortals right now at number 2 spot?
I think Immortals will, just because I think they're in better shape right now. I think they're looking better, and also, I mean, they have obviously their record is much better than SK. SK is actually surprisingly farther down in the standings and still battling to even be in the playoffs. They have less games, I think, than most teams that have played, but still, I just think Immortals is so far ahead. And when you look at some of the games that SK has coming up, even outside of this Immortals matchup, they're going to face up against Optic and they're going to face up against Cloud9. So you got to imagine there's a couple losses in there. So I just feel a little bit more confident that Immortals will end up with a higher seed.
And then I was just informed, coldzera had to restart his PC, so we'll stay here and pontificate for a few
Mother
more
of God.
moments. Do you know his Twitter handle, people, to tweet at coldzera?
I don't. Has he reactivated it? Didn't he deactivate his Twitter?
He did, yeah.
I don't know if
I
it's
believe
reactivated
DeBears had some strong words for him that may have caused him to deactivate his Twitter.
Bears, man, that's unreal.
Those mind games.
Yeah, right. There it is. Always playing the mind games, even when he's not a player.
Somebody else that actually did that one, Sponge. Sponge deactivated his Twitter.
Listen, it's a rough life out there for these players with the social media the way it is. Especially, well, we're past like the gambling era, but during that era, you know, that was
the worst.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a nightmare to have to deal with. I've seen some of those tweets, and that's no fun.
But so you didn't receive those tweets though. Like, because you were casting the
Yeah,
games, but you weren't like
yeah.
influencing the outcome of the game as a player or a coach or somebody that was like, "Hey, we beat a team and now you lost your skins and you have mean things."
Still
to
got
say.
some mean tweets, but not quite to the level of the players. I mean, and that's the thing. It's just it is hard. I mean, it's as a player, as like a public figure, it's easy to like kind of get past the first tweets, but when it starts dragging on and you're getting them daily for months on end, Reddit comments as well, HLT, when you realize you can't even go to the websites that you love to go to because this is like Counter-Strike's the thing we all love to do. When you start being unable to go there, that's when it gets tough. So a lot of sympathy for the players in that respect.
Yeah, it can be a rough life out there. I think the players are ready. coldzera's PC has been rebooted, so we're gonna throw this one over to the new casting duo on the block. That is Blaze. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. We are getting ready to jump into this first match, as it looks like coldzera has rejoined the server and should be ready to go in just a few moments. Daze, what are your initial thoughts on this match, though, before we get into it?
I think we're going to be in for a nail biter, man. I think it's going to be really close. Both teams are looking really strong. I have no idea who's going to win. If I did Predge right now, I really have no idea. Zeus is going to know a lot of what SK does. SK, still really strong, even if you know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be a really close game. I did notice Phelps' name over there. How would you pronounce that, Blue? I think it was J-A-O-A.
Oh, it's like, I think it's like Yao or something like that. I don't actually know. That's actually,
I need you to be stepping this up.
I think it's...
This is your realm.
Yoao? I actually have no clue, to be honest with you. Joao? It is like kind of far out there. I think it's like Yao, though. Like Yao Ming, but...
Oh, okay. Like Yao Ming. You know who Yao Ming is now.
Yeah.
Because I mentioned it yesterday.
Yeah, I know who Yao Ming is. That's like...
Before that, you knew it?
Yeah, dude, Yao Ming is like a super popular name. Everybody knows who Yao Ming is.
Yeah, I also want to say to Moses, all those unfriendly tweets and stuff he was getting, a lot of those were just you on different Twitter accounts. You were just making... right?
Feeling angry.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a dark life once I get on the computer back at home.
Yeah, those wild nights, those wild blue nights.
That's where I have my fun.
Getting live there.
But anyway, guys, let's get into the map. It's going to be on Overpass first, which is also a map that the Brazilians tend to excel quite a bit on. The Immortals will be starting off on the T side. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the Score Esports hot match of the week. And indeed, it will be quite an interesting one as we get directly into it. The Immortals are going to push actually 4 of their players, wasting no time at all over here towards the bomb site. They try to go in. Taco holds off 2 before Bolts catches a trade. Now, reinforcements working their way in from the connector, but we also have to deal with SK's flank. That's on the way. FNX and Fur on their way around the bend. Smoke goes up onto the site, which will allow them to get the plant, but now they're stuck here too, and they've been completely surrounded. This flank hasn't even exploded out just yet, but there you go. FNX grabbing Zeus, looking for the second pickup. Fallen's going to be able to assist with that one. It's all in Phelps' hands now. He's been pushed out of the site already here. An impossible task in front of him, and it is looking like SK are going to be taking control of the pistol.
Yeah, impossible for Phelps to win that there. 2 big entries by Taco, getting the flank, pinching him onto the site. And the main thing I just learned from that is, dude, I got to spray my USP more. I'm like a tapper. I just watched FNX just shoot his USP as fast as he could, work to perfection. So that's the thing I took from that round right there.
You're learners.
Yeah, we learners. We learners.
So the guys from SK do go ahead here in the first map, and obviously with the Immortals finding the plant there in that second round, they're going to go for the usual second round save, not picking up anything besides P250s and whatnot. Some early aggression here too from SK just to investigate close up towards bathrooms and connector. Nothing else beyond that. It's actually fairly well preserved from the Immortals at this point. As beyond what we can see now on Phelps pushing out towards long, these guys are pretty much hanging out and waiting for that aggression to work its way over here. Fallen though has spotted the first target. It's Phelps. Well, Fallen a little bit of trouble taking him down. He'll allow Phelps for the time being to escape into the bathroom connector.
Yeah, and SK should know that. You know, actually Fur, generally speaking, on all of these rounds, goes so aggressive, right? But this time he prodded a little bit in that connector and fell back. I'm wondering if he did that because he's like, dude, Immortals knows what I do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would kind of surprise me a little bit if he did think like that. I think Fur is kind of the guy who's just like, I'm just going to do whatever I want at all times and just dominate the game with, you know, how incredibly crisp my aim is and whatnot. But yeah, so I was just a little surprised by that.
And we can see SK cleaning up the rest of them now. Down to just 2 left alive for the T side. One of them has already been found out here towards long. The interesting note on this match, actually, unless they managed to play another point in some online league, I think the last time these guys actually played was in the grand final of DreamHack Austin back in April.
Oh, well, so that's a long time ago.
They
That's
may
almost,
have,
what, like 6 months or something?
Yeah, they may have gone up against each other like once or twice in another online match that I'm just not remembering right now, but at least as far as this big of a matchup here in one of these big leagues, I don't think they've played each other in quite some time. And I think actually at that event too, there was an interview either with Fallen or the coach at the time of Immortals, which was Zach back then, that I think they were talking, and actually the interesting thing is that they don't necessarily scrim together a whole lot, even though you would expect them to. They do kind of share, like they talk with each other for strats and stuff, but they don't necessarily scrim together as much as you might think there. They said that back at Austin. But into the gun round we go, and Immortals are wasting no time, actually, just waltzing right up onto the B-bomb site, fighting quite a few of their entries. In fact, this is pretty much already over for SK. Coldzera sneaks in from the pit there. Them not clearing that out, he finds one pickup, but now Fallen.
He has a chance, but this flashbang, if they throw a good one, they don't. They opt to flash into the graffiti instead of giving Fallen that free kill. And Fallen expected his op to probably be a little bit more effective this round, but they just, you know, went for that quick B play.
Fallen is going to try to catch the cross shot here, but the flash allows both of the remaining Immortals members to get up onto the bomb site. He's going to try to push forward here, slowly clearing it out without making a sound here. He spotted that peek from the left side, and Phelps stays out in the open. Actually, he survives for another jump peek there. Down to a 1v1 we go, and it's against Henny, but Henny finds the final shot with the AK and picks up the first round on the board for the Immortals.
Yeah, huge round by Henny there. Puts SK's money, you know, they'll probably buy here, I would assume, because Immortals did have 4 that died. So I'd be surprised if they don't buy here. They actually opt to save. So I do really like what Fallen did though. Whenever you get an op on that 3rd round, it's very unexpected to go against when you're the T's. And a lot of times you catch people off guard. Henny now has his own op, picked it up from Fallen, and SK in a eco. So we'll see how Immortals takes this. They're still like, they want to go a little bit slower here because they're not sure if it's a buy or a save. It could have gone both ways, as you might. Never mind. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there.
Excuse me?
That's too much. That's too much. But yeah, so it is a save. They'll probably prod with Zeus and Lucas. Zeus is usually the guy for Immortals who, you know, we see it somewhere with like God B. Just gets like a MP7 or something and just runs around and scouts it out. See Zeus has an up here.
Now again to SK, decided to play up a little bit more aggressively in terms of their long positioning. Fallen and Fur grouped up over here now, and Phelps is slowly wrapping up to investigate. Whether he's going to push towards it or now fall back to regroup is yet to be seen. But Lucas has been an all-around there as he tries to hunt down the target. They actually do get taken down, Phelps specifically, by the push from long there. And this is also going to enable a push in through, light up a bit of a flank here too on the E-bombs. The problem is, of course, is that the real defense on the sites haven't really done so well. Both Taco and Cole are going to get knocked out, so all they really have is this flank. And, well, Henny already denying one of them there. Fallen jumps right into his death. And for Fur, since he's picked up an AK here, he is going to more than likely look to save.
Yeah, so pretty simple round there. I've actually been impressed with Lucas lately. We always talk about Phelps and Bolts, and to, you know, a lesser extent probably Henny, about being their best players. Obviously, Zeus plays a role that he's not going to put up the best stats. Like, he's always dropping guns and mag 70 and whatnot. He's always, you know, ready to sacrifice his life if somebody else get a trade kill. But Lucas lately has actually been impressing me a lot. He's been playing really, really well. Crazy deagle on him. So, you know, him and his twin. That's awesome to see, right? just twins being on the same team and playing together. Like, that's really cool.
Syncing together.
Yeah, yeah.
So
they always know what each other's doing. And, like,
yeah, the telepathy when they're in close range. I have the team house now, so it works to even larger effectiveness. There's a bit of a range on it once they get too far away. It just stops working.
No, but I just think that's really cool, man. I wish my brothers would have played Counter-Strike.
I didn't have any brothers.
No.
Just sisters.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. No. Okay, I see where you're going. Hold up. One of them actually just got engaged like 2 days ago. So.
Congratulations to her.
Yeah. We will see the Immortals pushing up over here towards construction early on in the round. Lucas trying to play through the spray spot there to see if he can find anything. But for the most part, SK holding with 3 down on this site. And Coldzera, although he gets some good damage on the bolts initially, he has to cross back out, and he was brought to 12 HP on the first volley from bolts. So Lucas is going to end up finishing him off. It takes him down. All of a sudden, they're a man down on this site, and also the bomb is shifting back upstairs, too. They're going to try to take them for a bit of a ride here.
Yeah, and Immortals is just taking very, very fast control over towards B, both rounds in a row, right? First round, they went towards the site. This round, they just took the sewers control, and then they're working off of that. Get a nice 4v5, and we'll see how much they've learned from SK, right? Like Moses was talking about on Analyst, that's probably the best team in the world at playing with a man up. And now, generally, what we see from SK is they, you know, when they go down a man, we often see Taco re-aggress towards like the sewer area, try to get info, but right now none of them are really doing any of that. Fallen's towards the site, FNX playing towards the bathroom, so they don't have much info right now. But as we do see First slowly working up to the sewers area, peeks, doesn't see anything, but then dies to bolts, and Immortals punishes that. Unlike Echo Fox, who couldn't do that yesterday.
And now we see them pushing into the site too. We've even got the fake moving in over there, over towards the A site from Lucas. So Taco really left alone to hold this. He manages to grab 2 before getting knocked out by Zeus, but the damage already being done. Fallen along with FNX are both trapped up here on the A site too, due to the flank from Lucas there. So they've already managed to not only get this bomb down, but hold it securely. There still is going to be a retake attempt. It's an even 2v2. Not a lot of utility for it though. And Fallen, he looks away, and he knows there's at least one push working its way out from CT main over there. One will be pushing into the pit area there. We see the jump up, but actually that's going to push Zeus back. He didn't feel confident in the duel. Now all of a sudden, they've got good control. They move up. There's the first kill. Henny falling back to 1 pickup for him, and the second follow-up. And that is going to allow the Immortals to close things down. And not only that, too, but they'll take the lead 3-2.
Yeah, and Henny there had a free shot on Fallen a little bit earlier in the round while he was coming from, you know, the CT towards Graffiti, missed it, but then makes up for it on those really nice crisp shots to hold the plant in that 2v1. But as we saw, you know, yesterday, constantly Taco would push up those sewers. This time it was FNX that did it. But as soon as they went a man down, that's what they would do. That's where they want to get the information. And Immortals, you know, they punished it. So now we'll see what SK does if they, you know, get in a 4v5 situation again. As I just take a quick long here. Very common anti-eco on overpass. Such long range here. You know, especially because you can molly behind that tree there. Get good flash bang. And just take control that way. So they push up pretty quickly towards the site, and it looks like they're probably just going to use their nades, prod in, and just try to take these long-range battles here.
Taco trying to peek back out there too, along with Fur to hold control. Fur actually swipes one away from these guys, but after that, things are managed nice and easily. Even Bolt sticks behind a bit here in Party to pick up 1 kill. FNX maybe the only one that can throw things in the other direction. There you go, 1 pickup for him, so doing some damage to the T side, but ultimately now that he should have found an AK for himself, although it actually looks like he missed it, and it's a bit unfortunate as now Phelps will be standing in the way. They know he's reloaded, and immediately Phelps is going to move right in and swipe him down.
Yeah, just really fast strats so far by Immortals. We saw that earlier when they played CLG. They were going really, really quickly. And I'll see if they keep it up or when they're going to slow it down. But it's good, you know, when you could establish a play style like that. The CTs all of a sudden, you know, you could probably use not that much utility as Ts and make the CTs use a bunch of stuff because they have to respect it so much, right? Make them use their utility early because they have to respect that. Then all of a sudden when you go slower, you know, it opens up things more for you.
See Henny here too, already investigating his teammate here, the push over towards Monster there. They won't move in just yet, but they are ready to move into this B-bomb site pretty quickly. And Lucas, nicely done from him, although his teammate actually gets in the way there. So we see Coldzera being able to not only take down Lucas, but follows it up with another kill as well. All of a sudden, though, Zeus moves in, catches the trade, but we do have that pushback coming in from the connector very, very quickly. They were already positioned just outside of it, so they're right on the edge of the site already, but they're going to take a little bit more time with it to send Fur around the back to also hold a position towards Monster. It's even, but obviously, again, they want to make sure that they have the best chance of this one. Still plenty of time. 2 kits. One either FNX or Fur. Fur has opened up his possibilities here, but there's an op standing in his way, and he doesn't want to use any of his utility to work in just yet, hoping that from this distraction it would have baited out some of these players, and thankfully it has now as Henny moves back over towards the pole. Fallen's going to execute onto that kill. FNX is trying to look for a way, and he checks into the pit. Phelps not even looking for it there, so FNX takes him down. All of a sudden, it falls to Zeus's hands. They're going to jump right onto the bomb. He's got to duel out here. The first kill for him, trying to find the second one, but he cannot catch him through the smoke. And with that, we are going to see the defuse go in. Hunts the knife kill. Just trying to find some supplemental income, but it's not going to happen. The guys from SK do manage to pull off the retake and once again bring this round within just 1 round of tying it up.
Yeah, another great retake by SK there. We saw similar retake on the pistol, right? They usually wait for their players to flank towards long, or maybe even the sewers, before they really, try to pinch on the site whenever that site is taken. Now we get into a very important gun round here. Either team, the team that loses this round probably going to put towards the saves. So very important round right now.
So now we can see from the Immortals here again the opening split. Like what we've seen in previous rounds, but a little bit more investigation going on the connector here, specifically from Lucas. As he looks inside initially, but hasn't decided to move in for it just yet. Also, a lot of smokes on top of the CTs and whatnot to hold back monster pressure. Pretty typical opener, but again, you've got that really aggressive hold from SK still here in the bottom of connector and on the top side too, which is being watched by Fallen. He's also picked up the first kill of the round there against Phelps. So at the moment, the Immortals are kind of trapped. They have no option really but to force their way in towards B, where they still have plenty of CTs waiting for them here too.
Yeah, and so far it's been a steady stream of B hits, right? I don't think they've hit A on 1 gun round yet. Cold holding the sandbags, and Fallen talks about this setup actually in a YouTube video, I think. So, for Gamers Academy, something he talks about a lot, and they have a very strong setup here. And Immortals knows, like they know they're in this setup. You could tell that they know what is happening right now, and they're going to try to look towards Cold. Hopefully he can get a kill here for SK. Lucas, look at him. And now 3v5, and SK with their, generally speaking, amazing retakes are probably going to be able to win this round.
Coldzera, he's going to move in there and tries to hunt down the bomb planter. Zeus, though, will be able to grab Zeus outside of the smoke, or apologies, Fallen grabs Zeus just outside of the smoke. Now it's left to Henny and Bolts. They've gotten this bomb on the floor, but it's going to be hard to hold it, although just as I say that, Bolts and Henny find 2 kills on the fringe here, but Taco moves in towards Monster. They weren't expecting that, and that will allow them to pull off the remainder of this retake here, and again, tie up the match.
Yeah, Fallen making it 4v5. They play a great job over at a Sword and Sewers. Cold able to get that kill on the back, stay alive, and then just take the site together. It's really good job by them. The other thing I wanted to talk about, actually, they are able to afford another buy, Immortals is, because they did get that plant. That round with Fur, if you remember when he was getting pinned by that hopper, one of the things that SK is so good at, and teams like Fnatic, is that he knew it wasn't his turn to try to take that battle. So he waits, he distracts them, and waits until his team makes that turn. Fallen ended up getting that kill, and then they go. And again, Immortals looks like they're going to go towards B. Just constant B hits here.
Seems to be working out quite well for them, although they have started to have some troubles with this time, though. They kick up the heat. They're going to move in on a much faster pace, but again, also not really working out so well. Taco and Fur pick up the first 2 kills. Fur, unfortunately, finds himself in the middle of an inferno, so Henny is going to be able to take him down with his Molotov. As they move back in, though, Taco finding a first pickup. Also moves in to find a second one. They're playing it very close to the site, but the bomb does go down. However, it's all left to Bolts now, and although he grabs 1 more against FNX, a swift shutdown will roll in, and SK now take the lead.
Yeah, and Immortals is able to get the bomb down again. I don't think they'll be able to buy here. We'll see. They might, because they have like 3-8, but they're not going to have much utility, and it looks like SK is starting to get the ball rolling and really be on the roll here. One thing that I do want to say is that Immortals is a team that is really not afraid to hit a site 10 times in a row. We've seen it on Cobble and things like that. But now the problem is if they don't want to go B here, and a lot of the time SK, we saw yesterday, do a setup where Fallen and FNX are both just spotting, as they just tech 9 here, opt to save and try to get full utility. If they're doing that setup, they're always going to have to do towards B. So it could definitely be punished by them, because SK, they've had a correct setup almost this whole time and just been having so many towards B.
And Zeus, as he moves in here too, is going to look for the opening kill. It's actually really, oh, I correct myself there. Coldzera actually does decide to peek out, but for a moment it appeared as though he wasn't going to check it, and that would have led to quite the easy kill on a player like Taco, who was trying to lurk around to a better position. Beyond that, though, the Immortals now, with just pistols in hand, are trying to slowly push up towards A. Phelps finds a first kill there against FNX, finds him hugging that left side on the approach to the stairs, but Fallen with a nice shot there. Brings one of these guys down to 7 HP. The nade bounce, not so nice. Hopes to find him a little bit closer to the wall, but won't be the case here. And the rest are, well, just holding up here, trying to regroup. Fallen is holding this very nicely, and obviously has bought plenty of time for his teammates to rotate in. There's coldzera with one of the pickups. They spotted the player pushing center.
Now Immortals are going to be able to get a really good buy right now, have everything they need. But like I said, so far pretty much only B hits, so if they go back to A here, they really have no idea what to expect, right? They have no idea how Fallen and FNX are playing it. They're going to be playing aggressive, you know, and that's the problem sometimes when you are hitting the site constantly, is that if you start getting shut down, you're like, you know what, we need to switch it up. First off, sometimes it's obvious, right? Like I wouldn't be surprised if SK, like we're seeing now, puts a lot more A presence, which they are. And second off, not only is it sometimes very obvious, you know, like I said, you just don't know what you're going to see.
You can see Zeus actually looking for Fallen just around the corner. Flashbang that he's about to toss out here, looking to deny onto them, but Henny finding that first kill. Phelps going to lurk out the corner here too. The flashbang did hit for a little bit, but he's had plenty of time to recover from that, so he picks up the frag. Not expecting the second player to peek, but he gets behind the rock. Oh, we're way too low on HP there. Zeus is going to find him. We saw one more frag gained by FNX, a little bit closer to the party push area there, but ultimately it's still even, still in a 3-on-3, and this is going to drive a huge wedge between the remaining CTs. They're all spread out across the map in different positions. This kind of the same story for the Immortals at this point, but their options are obviously a lot more open with still a minute being on the clock at this point.
Yeah, and FNX has a lot of information right now, but he does go and find Zeus at that long A, dinks him, and wants to take this battle, has a nade, and Zeus is probably going to die right now. Yep.
He goes right on top of his head to knock him out of the picture here, and the final two are going to try to execute in, but Taco here's that coming from a mile away. Just pre-fires it, taking down bolts, and that's going to left Lucas out to dry now in a 1v3. Thankfully, as far as the B side is concerned, he's only got to worry about Taco, but still Taco, we've seen him before, even on the T side, has been a master of the B bomb site. Fortunately, won't be the case this time around. He will get knocked out. This will enable, at the very least, the plant. Still plenty more effort to go to pull off this 1v2, and he's already going to deal with Cold up towards Heaven. Actually does manage to lurk around him a bit and can take up a position just at CT main. But he's got to move quickly here as FNX is slowly lurking his way back in through construction. He's managed to get into this spot, though, and now going to try to hold from here. Also being very cautious, too, not to allow FNX to get onto the bomb, but the CTs.
But he has a Molotov. That's the key thing to note right now.
Wasting a lot of time as they move in. He takes that first kill. Now he's got to watch out for coldzera. If he doesn't check to his left, he's not going to find him. The op shot goes in. It doesn't get the full kill, but he does finish things off with the pistol. The Molotov did go onto the ground. It's going to waste actually a lot of time. He's got to leap into it here, trying to see if he can survive. He just barely does, and now this is all going to come down to the timer, which coldzera is just going to be able to grab. And SK will pull things off again, finding their 7th round.
Yeah, perfect timing by Cold, right? He jumped in the molly. He still had 13 health left. If it would have been one more tick, I think he would have died there. And, you know, bomb was going to explode, and maybe he had half a second, not even probably, so perfect timing by Cold. And Lucas was really sneaky there, man. That was pretty nice. Like, you crawled under B right there to kill Taco. Taco wasn't expecting that. Pushed towards CT. That was really well played by Lucas.
So, the Immortals now, unfortunately, being so close to picking up so many rounds in a row, but just not being able to close out when it comes time to trying to brute force their way for any bit of control, both on B and A. And while both haven't started off that well, the Molotov and Monster doing some good early damage to Bolts and Lucas. Thankfully, it's a fairly passive hold from SK, so they have ceded control and have allowed the bomb to go onto the ground. A nade toss set against coldzera has also brought him to 11 HP, along with the damage that was put onto him as he was trying to fall back from before, but Taco still has the pit position. And a great spot to watch out for anybody peeking through towards CT main over there to watch out for players pushing out. They've got that covered. T's know that they can't play this. Lucas actually taking a risk and hiding in that position, waiting for the smoke to fade, but there's flashbangs being traded all across the bomb site right now. However, SK still haven't been able to find anything. There they go, though. FNX and Fur move in. We still had that position from Bolts, but he gets knocked out of the picture, and now it's just Zeus trying to lurk up there. Doesn't even get a single kill. Knocked out by Taco, and an 8th goes up onto the board for SK.
Yeah, and I think that's been the story of the half so far, is just SK having perfect retakes and not being afraid to take risks on other sides of the map and give up B, you know, and then just being able to retake and pinch on the site either by flanking or like right there they didn't have to flank because Taco maintained control of the pit area, and so you don't even need to flank in that case. And SK just really strong retakes. Very impressive.
So the Immortals are going to proceed upwards once again, this time focusing a little bit more towards long. They've got to be careful of the push and connector, though, as SK have gone back to stacking 2 players in this direction. Correcting myself, they actually don't go directly towards long, just checking it initially and then falling back here, too, to get ready for the push towards party. Holding back here still. We've got 3 players actually from SK in the area. Still Fur down the steps a little bit, so he's a bit desync from the action, but both FNX here and Fallen can work up those steps pretty quickly, are already outside and are ready to assist in the event the push rolls in, which we have started to see. Fallen didn't exactly catch the push towards Party from what we could tell, and Phelps too is going to try to get himself up on top. Trying to spot over there towards Long. They won't be finding anything anytime soon here. It's all open, and the initial push from Lucas, he will get knocked out by Fur.
Yeah, whenever they do this setup, there's so much trust in Fallen right now. He really has to play this well. He just can't just die. He needs to get the information, tell his team, and then try to stay alive as long as possible. So a lot of pressure on him. Immortals runs down through connector right now. They're trying to take sewers. Fur's there, whips a lot of bullets on Phelps. Phelps is able to take control of that. But, you know, Overpass is one of those maps where I actually don't think, as Bolts gets another kill onto Taco, so 4v3 for Immortals, I actually don't think it's one of those maps that's, you know, super T-sided if you have like a 4v4 or a 3v3. I actually think there's so many things that you could do on CT that makes it not as, you know, T-sided in those scenarios. But yeah, SKF and X just jumping up there and dying.
A nice fast boost up and a good reaction to it as well, as Immortals do grab that pretty quick kill onto FNX, who was, well, looking for the opposite of that. Now, all of a sudden, the Immortals get really great control of things, bringing this down to a 4 versus 2. Fallen really just trying to work his way up there as quickly as he can, and he's going to be shut out pretty fast by Henny. Cold responding with at least 1 pickup. He spotted Henny to the left there, trying to retreat further back to the corner of tracks, but won't find anything else, as they're going to have no reason to directly peek him anytime soon. They can let him get away with the op. The Immortals really got to focus on saving their own guns here. Their economy never really being given a chance to build up itself, so he's just going to tuck away here. Maybe he got to get in a moment when they're exiting site, but after that, it's time to save.
Yeah, pretty hectic round there, right? Was one of those rounds that broke down and was very, very hectic. Probably not like crazy strategy or anything involved, and Immortals comes out with that one. So 8-5. SK probably going to be able to buy these next 2 rounds, I would think. And Immortals winning that round pretty cleanly there. Snaps a, what is that, 6 round in a row loss streak. And in that 6 round in a row loss streak, you know how many defuses SK got?
I would say like 4 or 5 without even looking at it.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
5 defuses out of those 6 rounds. So Immortals has been able to consistently buy here because they're always getting the bomb down. But SK's retakes have just been so strong.
Now they're going to move up to Fallen. Actually got a nice close-up shot within the smoke. Cold grabbing a second one here. An incredible cross-brace set up here. And unfortunately, the T's are just stuck for it. There's another one from Fallen. He does try to hide in the smoke after that, but finally he goes down. And actually, a nice reaction shot from Lucas, too. He saves the day. Problem is, he hasn't saved anyone else but himself. So now he's stuck in a 1v3. 2 players slowly encroaching on him from the connector. And FNX is just going to get that final kill to claim it. Nicely played by the guys on SK. Back over there, just outside construction. Those 2 ops completely decimate the entire push from the Immortals.
Yeah, and how do you play against that, right? Like, there's 2 ops at short. You're running out and flashing, and like you think you're gonna have the advantage, but Fallen is great at up close offing. And as soon as they think, oh, I can get this trade, Cold's there to back him up, gets that kill, and you know, a double op push towards the sewers just controls the round completely.
So the Immortals, again, waste no time in trying to push on this round. In fact, FNX has to hightail it the hell out of here. Doesn't even get all the way back to the site. Ends up blinding himself here, and Zeus is much less blind as he's also hit by 1. He's able to recover faster, takes down FNX. They claim the first kill of the round, but a lot more effort to go, as that's going to cause a very quick rotate from the SK side up closer to this bomb site. They still have kept Taco a little bit further down below, and for a moment, the Immortals were posturing up to push down themselves, but SK are trying to figure out if they've done this or if they decided to do what they actually have done, which is sticking around closer towards A and just delaying for a few extra moments here. Fur being allowed a lot of room to sneak up, and they think the teammate has control of that one. So on the opening volley, however, he won't find anything, and Lucas pushing out. Well, unfortunately for Fur, he wasn't expecting that, so Lucas rolls right out and catches another kill against SK.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of teams being able to do that, well, mainly just the Brazilians, when they get that man advantage on T side, really slowing it down and waiting for that counter aggression, and being able to punish that as Fallen just goes super aggro, gets an awesome op kill right there.
Knocking them down, of course, this will lead into the rest of the Immortals for the most part, going for the execute towards long. The one exception will be Bolts, still slowly pushing through the bathrooms, but now it is time to take control of the site. Fallen hasn't seen any of this at all. Coldzera's going to get knocked out. Fallen, a good reaction from him. Tries to chain into Chusach, but now things are getting a little bit too close up for him. He'll get knocked out of this one. Taco rolling in the flank. It's dinked down to 11 HP right before he grabs his first kill against Bolts. Still 2 more to go, and the second he's out in the open, he is going to get knocked down, and with that, we'll see the Immortals picking up one more round before the close of the half. It'll be 9-6 at halftime here, of course, and there is a lot more action, guys, to come up in just a few moments. Be sure to stick around for more right here at the ESL Pro League. We'll be back with the second half in just a little bit.
He's gonna get the one kill in that bomb incoming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. No! He gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the ESL Pro League. It's a domestic matchup, but not a North American one. It's a Brazilian domestic matchup we have going at the moment between SK and the Immortals. Currently, we see SK holding the lead on our first map here, 9-6 against the Immortals. And of course, Dazed, thoughts on the first half there and thoughts going into the second half on this match?
Well, Immortals is probably so used to being able to just go so quick-paced and just demolish most of these teams in the North American region. But SK is just a different beast. We saw Fallen consistently get op picks while they were trying to do that over towards A, also going into that sewer area. And Immortals, you know, I don't think they had so much trouble identifying SK setup so much, but I think they had trouble post-identification. Like, they had a good idea of what SK was doing, and they counter it pretty well, as we saw with all those plants. But after that, they just didn't really have a post-plant scenario where they could, you know, either have an individual make a big play or, you know, have a good flank or something like that.
All right, guys, well, we will be getting back into the match now. The second half pistol is getting started now with the Immortals jumping onto the CT side and SK moving over to the T side. They actually have gone for the raid boss buy too, as a bit of a note too, handing it over to Taco, giving him the Tech 9 and armor. We'll see what he's able to perform with that. He leads the charge over towards B, which of course is the position that we're used to seeing him play. If we just go back to their matches from yesterday, and even in many big lanes in the past too, he's definitely been the dominator when it comes to pushing that angle. Won't be seeing him move in just as of yet. And the CTs have spread out pretty nicely. They are, however, sending Zeus pretty far forward into the connector tunnels. He does a hold back after a few seconds of waiting out there in the open, but he's still there to watch for the initial push, of which there may be quite a bit of it from SK. As 3 of them actually jump down into these tunnels too. Zeus is going to find himself completely overwhelmed. FNX grabs the quick kill, but unfortunately for them, they have been spotted. I'm expecting really to run into any resistance there, so they give up the pursuit in this area for now, roll it back, and we do see 2 of them at least returning to the monster area to possibly resume this push at a moment later as they wrap back around to make sure that nobody had taken position outside, which they haven't. Both of the CTs on the B bomb site are actually sticking around in the CT main zone, whereas the other 2 CTs are still just outside of the A bomb site, with Henny watching for long control and Phelps sitting on the other edge or 2. SK, of course, definitely no strangers to slow play, are definitely taking it very cautiously.
This has just been systematic so far by SK, and I think they're going to throw a fake, send Taco in there to do whatever he can, and then bring the bomb towards A.
This is exactly what's going to happen. Smoke gives Taka the perfect coverage to ensure in uncertainty on the Immortals end. Bolts will grab that kill, but they don't know if they pushed in the process. The good news is that Henny is still able to frag out a little bit here on the bomb site, but now he's alone. He's lost his teammate here. He's got to try to hold it for a little bit longer. Down goes the bomb, looking for one more kill. He actually does get a little bit of damage, which Bolts is going to be able to finish falling off on, and now it falls to Fur, but he's only got 8 seconds, and Bolts actually just crabs the shot from nowhere, shuts down Fur, and the Immortals pick up the pistol and are on the path to immediately round this comeback.
Yeah, it was not a good, you know, 5v4 situation by SK there. I'm a bit surprised by that. They sent Taco in to be that entry death right there. He couldn't do much. Both players playing towards Graffiti, so it wasn't that great of a fake since they were basically, planning on taking a retake B anyway. So whenever you see like a retake B setup, you don't just over-rotate as soon as you see anything at A. Since you're playing a retake anyways, you wait and you wait until you actually finally need to rotate, and then you go. So Immortals played that really well.
Henny trying to hold back here too. He did spot the push out from long, but definitely won't want to take any direct hits there at range, especially with a lot of these Deagles being in play, and the Tech 9s too. So the group up from SK, and they're now going to try to proceed directly over to the bomb site too. And as they move up towards it, Phelps is going to be the early warning, gets the Molotov onto the ground, but leaves himself in the open where we will see the Deagle come out from FNX, taking down Phelps, opening up a little bit more room, and once again giving them the man advantage here. Also, the MP9 goes into the hands of Taco, but no reason to follow up on this just as of yet. Can still slow play it. They'll boost up Lucas here to try and jump spot over top, but without that third player, it's going to be a bit difficult to have any impact, especially if they do decide to rush out from that angle.
Yeah, but SK again just taking it very slow after that 4v5. They group up in that long smoke. I'm probably just going to execute towards A right now with like one pop flash. Here it comes.
Looking for more as well as he tries to jump scout a bit there. Grabs the first pickup, but at the moment, it's mainly just Zeus behind Semi, cleaning things up. He gets 3 kills before getting knocked out by coldzera, and he manages to finish off the job on a cold, and Bolts just rolls right in for the last kill.
Yeah, great hold by Zeus. Those 50 bullets really helped a lot, right, with that P90. So now just complete save by SK. I think they're just going to all have Glocks except for one P250. Should be an easy round for Immortals here. You ever play with any other casters, Blue? Caster Chicken?
What?
Caster Chicken.
No.
It would just be which whoever talks first loses.
What?
So like you're completely silent, right? And
Yeah.
whoever speaks first loses. Like Caster Chicken.
Okay.
You get it?
Yes.
Who do you think would win?
Between us, or?
Yeah.
Well, we have to cast, so like...
I know we have to. That's why it's Caster Chicken, Blue.
Oh, okay.
You don't get it? It's like a game?
Yeah, you'd probably win then.
Probably.
This is a really... It sounds like not a very fun game to play on cast, to be honest.
Oh, man.
I mean, if someone wants to call it for us, then we could just start playing it, but... Okay, so...
Blue's a bit afraid.
Sorry. A loud voice told me to go back to casting. So we'll get back into the gun round now. The Immortals are still working with some scrap guns, however, from their anti-eco. Lucas, Bolt's still working with SMGs.
They got the triple boost going, though.
They're looking for it. It is going to be a bit of a risk established since it's not going to put them in the best positions, but they will spot a sudden repositioning of these guys from SK if they decide to move down the steps. Still no on SK's own end. They're just going to be pushing up towards long. And in a moment here, looking like they're just going to push into the site, which doesn't leave a really great setup here for the Immortals since both Phelps and Henny are pushed out towards long.
Yeah, SK just throwing that smoke. You see the smoke constantly on overpass, just blocking any view possible you have of long A. Similar to Ivy, right? When we watched Echo Fox play at Ivy on train, where you just smoke the end of it and then you execute through it like they just did. Site's completely open, and it looks like they're probably going to push towards CT spawn and take control as Fallen's planting right out in the open for Bank and CT.
And we can see Bolts picking up that first kill onto Taco now. Phelps is trying to wrap his way back around to find coldzera. Bit of a slower play, but he does manage to run right into them there to knock him out of the picture. The line held here from Fallen and Fur, though, as the rest of the CTs try to work their way back in to get back control of the rest of this site. And this is do or die time. The leap out there. Fallen and FNX grab 2 kills, but it's evenly traded by Lucas as he picks up 2 of his own. And now just FNX alone and he will get knocked out by Phelps. So the Immortals pull off the retake on their CT side, and now they're going to take the lead.
Yeah, not much of a chance for FNX to do anything there because the bomb wasn't even planted for him. Fallen would have needed to come up huge, not only killing multiple people, but also staying alive in order for them to win that round. And pretty crazy round there, right? They went all the way into the A site, didn't see anything, were able to get the bomb down, but then couldn't push CT. And then Immortal just had a great retake, right?
So SK are now going to proceed over here. Just again, switching up the gameplay a little bit here, moving over towards B this time. Fairly direct takes up to this point, or at least the initial setups are pretty straightforward here. But from the Immortals' own end, 3 of them on B, and what? Bolts just walks right up and destroys FNX through the smoke. Repairs the spot, and then he gets a second one as well against Fur. Bolts getting 2 crucial kills right at the beginning of this round, and SK don't even know what to do with themselves.
Yeah, they were trying to set up some type of an exec, and Bolts just rails him through the smoke, right? I don't even think he missed any bullets there.
Bolts with the perfect accuracy. It's almost like the smoke isn't even there. Nicely played by him. And all of a sudden, this take is a mess from SK. They've even sent coldzera back a little bit to offer some flanks and open up a new position, but there he is with another one. You cannot get past Monster when Bolts is watching it. All that's left alive now is Fallen and Cold to try and pull off some sort of a miracle here, but then Phelps, who's in from Connector, takes down Fallen and kind of makes this flank from coldzera a bit of a moot point as he's going to try to push down, and well, look who's waiting for him. It's Phelps again. There you have it. The Immortals pick up another round, and they go ahead 11-9.
That was an awesome angle by Phelps, though, right there in the connector. But story of that round was Bolts just annihilating them. Look at that.
He almost had a second player lined up on that second spray, too. Absolutely incredible stuff from him, and that is going to secure the lead for the Immortals here as SK all of a sudden aren't looking so great on this T side. Again, reset, just have to do a mid-buy here with upgraded pistols, and it looks like this time too they are going to try to, at the very least with the opener here, try to get into positions a little bit quicker, a little bit less straightforward with the way they're attempting it, but still, it's going to be a direct B take from these players in just a few moments when they are ready for it.
Yeah, and you know, as Phelps dies there to FNX and Fur both pinching on him, we just give it to SK that we think they're going to make playoffs, but they actually have a really, really difficult schedule. I think they play Cloud9, Immortals, obviously right now, Optic, I think, as well. So, you know, they're not guaranteed playoffs. We all kind of just gave it to them like they would be in, but their schedule is tough coming up, so they need these wins.
And SK are going to be moving over here towards top mid. Henny waiting for it. He spots the peak, but all of a sudden, Fur is dead on the ground there. Fur definitely not expecting one of the offers to be that close up there, so he's knocked out pretty quickly. And now Henny trying to peek back downstairs there, drops the bomb on the ground, but the push from long, he's not very well covered for it. And coldzera and Fallen grab 2 quick kills. This is right back into the control of SK all of a sudden. And unfortunately, it's going to take them a moment to rotate back up. They can't really stop this defuse from happening. Lucas trying to bait out a shot from the offer here. He's waiting for the shot to roll in, and it works actually. They take, Zeus is going to be able to take Fallen out of the picture here, but it is that perfect plant spot. But at the same time, most of these guys not really held over here towards the bathrooms. They're focused on long, where this plant doesn't become as perfect any longer, especially with 2 still sitting up and pretty here for the Immortals side. They move in. Lucas grabs that kill against FNX. It's going to fall to coldzera to clutch this one out. Nobody's checking towards long, though he's going to walk right up. There's the first player going down. And the second one, however, Zeus will catch the trade, and that is going to allow him to defuse this bomb and keep the lead going for the Immortals.
Yeah, great retake by them. I think Cold actually misplayed that. A rare misplay by Cold, right? He almost never misplays. But overpeaked a little bit too much towards Zeus. Had he probably hit there and made Zeus chase him, I think he would have had that round for sure.
But that will again send SK back down into another gun round here. Thankfully, that happens on what was a pretty light buy for those guys, so getting into another gun round is certainly going to help their case since they keep bringing the Immortals down to just a few players here, although it has been a lot stronger from the past couple of rounds for the Immortals side, so been able to build it up a bit better. But ultimately, again, they need to try and round the comeback here. This is getting a bit out of their control. If they don't chain together a few rounds here pretty quickly, we need more than 1 or 2 randomly just picked up as well. We need a big string of them to break the CT side and really just get back control of the match.
Yeah, very close rounds though. A lot of this half. If you look at the kills, even though Immortals is up 3 rounds, they're so tightly contested. A lot of close rounds on the first half as well. But Immortals is in a really good position right now, winning 6 rounds in a row. They look super comfortable on their overpass right now on CT side, and SK is in a very bad spot.
But now for SK, still trying to move up to get control of Short A, pushing over towards the site. We're actually going to see Phelps move up a little bit closer now. The smoke is covering off the main entryway, and there's Henny peeking from the backside of it too. Just as it wraps to go over to the site, he's going to be able to grab Fallen out from under him there. Phelps is even going to try to sneak back into this smoke. Still waiting for the hit to come from inside of the bathroom itself. But again,
just a millisecond of off timing there. Cold was flashing for Fallen, and Fallen just went out just a millisecond too early. So Henny wasn't blinded. Actually blinded Fallen at the same time as it blinded Henny, because Fallen came out just a little bit too early. As Taco evens it up though, makes it a 4v4. Always doing work over there in 4v5 scenarios.
Phelps is going to push back through the smoke over on Short A though, and he picks up the kill against FNX. Now though, the long hit's coming, but they're ready for this too. And the flashbang that they've initially tossed in hasn't really done that much. The peek, however, Henny goes back against the fence too quickly. It goes through it, 8 seconds on the clock, and Henny knows they need to try and find a plant here, but Cold has it in his own hands, down to 4 seconds. I'm not even sure if he realizes it there, as he just gets knocked out. Wasn't even looking to find the plant. The timer's going to run out, and obviously Taco is going to tuck away and hide.
Yeah, not much of an opportunity for Taco there to do anything. SK gonna have another buy round here, as they are in the money bonus, so they're probably just gonna be constantly buying up, but you know, not much utility out of them. Not the greatest buy, and Immortals just playing some really good CS right now.
So SK falling farther and farther behind in this matchup. They will decide to kind of abandon the slower push with Taco leading it over towards the B-bomb site. They're now just going to focus on still getting that connector pressure. A few more players working their way out towards Short A. It's been their focal point. Again, though, much like pretty much everything else they've tried to go for so far in this half, it hasn't really played out too well for them. While they will get this initial control, obviously Immortals are expecting it to come down this route. Phelps is going to hold his position in the bathroom. Nobody's pushed it yet, but he will be challenged here by a leaping Cold Zera. He grabs that first kill, but he got a lot of intel from seeing that. So Henny peeks back out. He's going to grab the trade, but he also peeks out a little bit too far there, where Fallen's going to be able to grab him. FNX pushing up against the Molotov, grabs Zeus. Things are looking a little bit better all of a sudden. There's another grind from FNX. He shuts down Lucas, trying to push back in from Dumpster. It's a 4-on-1, and more than likely Bolt is already going to try to call for a save here. If he can get 1 or 2 kills, he might be happy. There's the first one, but he's kind of stuck in the site. There's not even an option for retreat. FNX just trades him out, and SK finally pick up another round to get them into 13-10.
Yeah, and I don't think Bolts thought he was going to win that round, but he knew they have a lot of money right now, and any kills that he gets are, you know, really important. Actually, the money isn't that great. If they lose this round, they could be on a save. So that's very rare, right? They've won 7 rounds in a row, but if they lose 2 rounds in a row now, they're probably going to have to be on a save if you're Immortals. So SK is definitely still in this, but this round probably going to be the most critical round of the match right now.
Unfortunately, they're dropping these players and playing a much more aggressive strategy to your CT side here as the Immortals bring it down much closer. And you see with that, they've never really been able to build up a satisfying economy now. For the SK side, though, they are going to try to push out long initially, but Henny has been waiting here for a long time for someone to do that. Flashbang's thrown out, but not affect him at all. And Fallen will lose his teammate pushing with him here. Fur goes down. Thankfully, the bomb has not been spotted just yet. We've also got the Immortals starting to shift away from this a little bit to try to go for that possible triple stack in a moment. FNX is hiding in the corner, and they've also got one more player further out. If they boost this properly, then they'll be able to find it, but Taco, he's ready for it. He counters it out, he finds Bolts, and now all of a sudden they found the trade. This goes into a 4-on-4, and Taco's going to waste no time trying to take advantage. He knows they're out of position right now and looking to get back to their usual spot, so he's going to lurk right in through Monster. First pickup for him, and the second one against Lucas. SK are in full control of the situation now.
Yeah, twice now that SK has been down a man. Taco's evened it up, and this round he basically just won it by himself. Most important, critical round probably of the entire map. He goes out, he wins it by himself. But Henny has been a real thorn in SK's side, because every single time so far that they've been going slow, they've had a lot of trouble pushing him back. He's, you know, I think it's 2 or 3 rounds in a row now. He's made it 4v5 on their CT side, and also just gotten a ton of information at all times.
So SK are going to move in, get the bomb onto the ground. Then obviously the Immortals won't be doing too much to try and stop this. Already shifting over here closer to the playground area to save their big guns. As mentioned previously, the money is really not that great at this point for the Immortals. Just look at it. Even with the second round losing bonus, most of these guys are not really going to have enough to be able to fully rebuy. So if they force, probably going to look at most of them, thankfully, being able to get up at least some bit of a rifle buy. But players like Lucas, who are down at 550, all they're going to be able to scrap together is an upgraded pistol.
Yeah, very important that they save their guns here. I don't really think Overpass is the best map either to chase on. If you want to save your gun on Overpass, especially over towards Playground, Balloons, Along, and you have an Op, it's actually pretty easy to do. Even in that bathrooms area, not only is there a lot of ground to cover, but it's all angles that are going to be very positionally sided to the person who's stationary.
Again, the Immortals making that choice now as to whether they want to go for this or not. They do decide to risk it with the buy, and thankfully I believe everybody actually is going to get a rifle with pretty much full utility, so it's not the worst buy in the world at all here.
No, saving those 2 guns was very, very crucial. If they wouldn't have been able to save those, it probably would have been a save. But being able to save them, now they get fully bought up, and Henny's going to look to make a play. So most good offers, you know, goes down to 15 health right away as I say that. But we talked about it before, right? I think Launders was in an interview with Guardian, and he talked about passive and aggressive offers. And Guardian said, there's not passive and aggressive offers, there's just good offers and bad offers, right? And Henny now, he knows like he needs to make a play for his team because they're not in a good position, although Phelps does make it 4v5. It's a nice kill on FNX, although he is trapped in the bathrooms here. So SK has to worry about this, and they have to push him back here if they want a chance of winning this round. That's Henny. Nice kill on Cold.
Waits for it. Perfectly timed as soon as the door opens. He's ready for the shot there. So not too trouble somehow over Phelps there too. Grabs a nice quick kill. But Fallen waiting also just beyond the smoke. He is able to respond to that. He takes down Phelps. Hunting for a little bit more. Looking for a player jumping up. He actually spots one there. So really well read from him. Just a bit unfortunate that he doesn't actually connect the shot onto the player jumping for intel there over top of the box. Down.
Yeah, and they should be ready for this because Taco's always over at B, and he's the one that's alive right now looking to make a play. So they should be ready.
They are slowly going to creep up towards it here now, getting ready for the execute to move inside. Fallen going to lead the charge for them. Trying to check on that right side now where Lucas is actually waiting out, but players around the corner. There's Henny with the first shot though, despite the fact that he's down very low. Lucas is going to be on tracks, and that is where the trade rolls in. The Immortals close out the round with minimal casualties. That saves their own economy, and now just puts them 2 rounds away from closing out this map.
Oh, and Henny is playing fantastic Counter-Strike right now, 23 and 13. And I don't know if the GoTV was on him actually, but when Fallen was peeking out there, this is probably the easiest shot of Henny's life. It was just Fallen's off, you saw his barrel for like 2 seconds, and then he finally peeked. So really well played by Henny and Lucas there, having just a great setup.
So let's take a look now at SK. As they do get ready to go for what could be actually one of their last real gun rounds here. They're buying out completely, and even with that buyout, we still have 1 player downgraded to a Galil, and Fur picking up a Tech 9 for himself, along with quite a few utility issues across the board for those that have gone for the full rebuy. So spreading out now, trying to see if they can catch any mistakes from the Immortals early on, but for the most part, they're holding back. A couple jump ups here and there from beyond the site, and obviously the usual push from Phelps, but beyond that, they're very preserved at the moment.
Yeah, and Fallen's probably going to try to do something where he entries with an up or takes it upon himself to try and win this round. Whether he's able to do that, we'll have no idea, but generally in situations like this, they rely on him a lot. He's probably the most aggressive T-side opper when it comes to just getting like an entry or something like that.
So he'll start it off too with the peek over here towards long. Again, we won't really see any action in this area until they get closer to the bomb site, as they're all being held back here. They're still going to keep Taco to that lurk closer towards B, but however, he may have teammates joining him here in a moment, as it looks like there is some hesitance to push up that route. Everybody's shifting back down through T-spawn right now, and out over to join Taco just towards Monster here. So a lot of that pressure going to be just rolling into the bomb site, but Immortals haven't shifted anyone off of this. They still have their solid 2 within the site. That's Bolts along with Lucas.
And Zeus is coming for backup right now, so they're going into 3 guys towards B right now.
Not to mention too that Phelps is still pretty close to the connector and can line up an early flank even if they do get the control. But moving in, Bolts catches the first one. It's pretty quickly behind the pole. He'll actually get traded out by Fallen, and Lucas misses his opening volley of shots there too. Moves up, catches the bomb in itself, and Fur gets pit control. That's crucial. It takes down Zeus. And moving back in, there's Lucas getting knocked out as he tries to retreat through construction. Phelps already lined up on the flank, and we can see the op shots going in, but there's the flank from Phelps. Moves up, shuts down Fallen, and with that, the timer's going to run out, and a dirty shot from Henny as well to end the round.
Blue, you are just Nostradamus right there, man. Just knowing that Phelps flank was so crucial, and the perfect timing on it, man. That was a good call on that. I wasn't really paying that much attention to that, but you know, he gets the bomb down. SK was playing with fire with that round timer, and he's able to kill Fallen planting the bomb there. Even in a situation where if he got that bomb plan, they were probably going to win that round. Cold had an amazing flank lined up, and was probably going to be able to kill him unless they tried to defuse.
So back down onto another force for SK, as obviously we just get into the 15th round for the Immortals here. Tech 9s for most of them, a singular AK sitting on Fur, but that is it. And they are once again trying to go for the slow, but still pretty direct take over here towards short A, and Phelps is actually playing with a bit of fire himself as he moves into the bathrooms there. The timing on that one could have gone one way or the other, and thankfully for now it's played into his favor, but he's got to be careful of that peek from the connector itself. He waits for coldzera to push back downstairs, and it actually works. Grabs that kill. No one else on the T side is going to follow him quickly enough to be able to bait into that, and actually two of the T's line up outside for Phelps, but doesn't really get that great amount of damage there. It's him that's dropped down to 10 HP, and now he's got to play it back a little bit or just line up in a position where his teammate can trade out for him now, as he does actually decide to move up close to the smoke, but really just playing for intel at this point. A deep nade from Zeus takes down Taco, 3 left alive, and I mean, they're just stuck at this point too, hoping for this aggression to move in. Fur denies Phelps at least, but he was more than likely gonna go down anyways, so that's not the biggest loss in the world. Now the T's starting to fall back a bit. There's actually still more aggression moving in from the Immortals at this point, but another smoke is going to let Zeus push up to a dangerous position. He grabs one. Fast on the trade still is going to be fallen, but it's into a 3v2, and they know with almost absolute certainty that this is going to be an A hit, so the other two have rotated down from B. They're ready for this hit. This would be a miracle if SK can pull it off, but keep in mind they also both have rifles to work with here now too. They're moving in. Lucas grabs one back from the dumpster. It all goes into Fallen's hands, and the push is going to come out. Lucas just shuts it down, and the Immortals are going to take the first map here versus SK on Overpass.
Convincing fashion, too.
A 16 to, I think it was 11 scoreline towards the end of it there. Very, very close indeed, but as we got towards the last few rounds of this half, they close it out entirely, deny SK of anything, and obviously show at the moment here that they definitely showed a bit of superior team play.
Oh yeah, they made incredible CT side reads, right? Phelps being aggro in those bathrooms, they always had 3B at like the correct times. Henny just being a complete thorn in their side. The one bright spot for SK was Taco, I think. You know, evening it up and winning that one round by himself, basically. But besides that, Immortals was vastly superior.
All right, guys. Well, we have the analysts waiting for us to talk a little bit more about this match. So let's send it down over to them to discuss what happened.
Thanks, Blue. So it's a 1-0 lead in the Battle of Brazil for the Immortals. I don't know that we thought maybe they would win a map. I don't know if we were expecting it to be a shutdown defense like that on a map like Overpass.
Yeah, that was some big boy defense out of Immortals. I mean, Phelps was an absolute monster. That was the big thing. SK just could never really contain him to really limit the damage he was doing to their team. And actually, I mean, if you could see SK, they were trying to do these more slow, like methodical rounds to be able to prevent that kind of a damage early on, and it wasn't really working. It was actually the more aggressive rounds they had success on. Or, I mean, even so, I think they only got 2 rounds in that second half. But I mean, I agree with Daze entirely. It just seemed like once SK like lost a player to Phelps, their only real option to get bailed out of that situation was Taco, who did his job fine, but there's no success. There was no production coming very many other places on SK.
Yeah, we talked yesterday. We know what Taco's going to do every round basically,
Yep.
and it seemed pretty obvious. Immortals knew too. They kept the pressure over at A. You generally are going to know that Taco's going to be over at B. Sometimes he was like lone man on an island out there. It was just not enough. You're right.
Yeah, my chair's spinning all on its own over
yeah,
here.
sometimes that happens. But SK looked good early. They had a couple of rounds in a row of retakes on this B bomb site. It seemed like Immortals was targeting B, and this was such a well-timed defuse from coldzera. This round was really big to keep them in the game, and it looked like, okay, maybe SK's gonna pull away. They might just blow the doors off this.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing for this first half, to me, I didn't notice what it ended up being at the end. It had to have been very close. But when SK had 8 rounds, 6 of them were actually defuses. There were just so much success out of Immortals getting into the bomb site. This could have been a disaster of a game if 1 or 2 of these late round plants go the way of Immortals. I mean, that economy for SK had to have just been so tenuous throughout the majority of their 5-round win streak because there were so many defuses. I think 4 out of the 5 during that streak were defuses. So their economy had to have been a little bit low, and on top of that, Immortals just keep continuously being able to buy because of the extra bonus money from the plants. It was just a really dangerous situation for SK, and they're very fortunate to get out of that first half with 9 rounds, I thought.
Yeah, and it was interesting because I think it was like 14 rounds that Immortals went B. If you're a team watching that, do you say, hey, if we play SK on this map, Immortals seems to know something we don't, just being super familiar with them. Maybe B is the right bomb site to hit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you look at those tendencies since Zeus knows him so well also, and you say that might be a good idea for success. But also, I mean, you have to kind of you also have to be able to have success by yourself. I mean, you can't just take whatever Immortals is doing and just imitate it. You can head towards the B bomb site. You have to tailor that hit specifically onto the site to your players, to your team and their skill sets. So it can't just be the same exact carbon copy of what Immortals was doing. And even so, I mean, even if that was the game plan, even if Immortals noticed something, you can see how difficult it was for them to actually win those rounds. Because, I mean, obviously, if they come in and they say our game plan is just to barrage this B bomb site for the entire half, they still only get 6 rounds out of it, which is a good half. But a lot of those are still won out by SK.
Yeah, they were able to get the site, get the bomb down, weren't able to win the rounds with 6 defuses in a row. And then later in the games, 13-11, there's one of those situations where it's like if you buy and lose, it would be really bad. But Immortals decides to force up. Huge round here, and this is where it seemed like, okay, now they got this round, they can probably coast their way into map 1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a solid round for them. And look at all the damage that's been done early. Phelps had 2 kills, and a lot of this was done by him being aggressive in the bathrooms, basically all by himself, frequently. And that's why it was so surprising to see SK not being able to punish that, because they usually are very good at trades. They do excel in the early stages of rounds, finding that opening pick. So the fact they're not able to trade these kills, just such a massive round for Immortals, and then just wisely just playing it passively, just waiting for SK. At this point, when SK hits this site and crosses over, they're committed to this site, even when they try to. So not overextending at any portion of the map, not allowing SK to even things up in a situation where Immortals isn't able to capitalize on some kind of a trade.
It's interesting because usually it's Henny. I think historically, at least having seen Selfless play against them pretty regularly on Overpass, that he's the guy we see 24 kills, had a good performance overall. But he's usually what Phelps is doing. He's like lurking around bathrooms. He just catches a little bit glimpse of your arm. You're dead. He falls back. He's got a flashbang from a teammate. He repositions, kind of starts to push up again. Do you think that maybe they said, hey, they know we do that, maybe we put Phelps here and just let him kind of free him and just let him go do his thing?
Yeah, that could have been, that very well could be a small change as well, because that experience of them playing those different positions, in the future, if they ever need to switch something up, they can fall back on that, because those players have had success in that kind of a situation as well. But yeah, it definitely is a benefit that M4 in bathrooms instead of the AWP is a lot more versatile, especially when all the smokes start dropping. He's a little bit more mobile, can be a little bit more aggressive than the op can in certain situations. So maybe that is kind of the idea, that maybe Henny just didn't feel comfortable going up against SK doing that. Maybe he's been abused to think that he can't win those fights, but because it normally is a very, very good position for an opera to be in.
Yeah, and he does typically wreak havoc, but it was Phelps doing it in that one. Do you know who the last team in the region to beat them on overpasses? Don't answer that. What I want you to do at home, if you're watching, is to take out your phone.
I do.
We'll know.
Okay, go on. Yeah,
take out your phone, whether it's an Apple phone or Google phone, and go to the appropriate application store. Type in The Score Esports in the search bar and download it to your phone. And use that application. You can find who the last team in the North American region to beat SK on Overpass is, because it's the best place for esports news and stats. And don't go anywhere. When we get back, we're going to see if SK can tie it up in the Battle of Brazil.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the ESL Pro League. It's myself and Daze that'll be bringing you the action here on map number 2 between SK and the Immortals. But before we get to that, we've had a new face come to the ESL Pro League so far this season. You probably know him by this point. His name is Eric DeBears Strongberg. You love him, you may hate him as well. And well, we figured it would be a fun idea to just kind of give him a microphone and let him talk about whatever the heck he wanted to talk about. So we've got a new segment. It's a working title. We're calling it, I believe, Stromboli at the moment. So Eric, why don't you take us away and tell us what you have to talk about today.
Stromboli! Welcome to Stromboli Says. I'm here to vent, to release energy from my body so you guys can hear what I have to say, what's on my mind. Because without you, the community, there is no esports. There is no ESL. So I thank you again for listening and tuning in and just being yourselves. Well, maybe not quite yourselves, because lately I've been having a problem. I've been having a problem with guys and girl gamers, okay? You guys should be happy that women even like to play video games with you guys, because what I've seen, you guys are trolls, all right? Majority of you people are trolls. And, you know, I accepted that. We've accepted that it's okay. I love you guys for who you are, but really, just, if a girl's in a game, be nice to them. Don't scare them off. You should be happy that they're even talking to you, even communicating with the likes of you guys. Now, okay, that's a little harsh. I'm sorry. That's a little harsh. But you still have to try your best, okay? These people are here to play. They're here to have fun, and you're there ruining their day. You're just saying, oh, hey, look at me. I'm so cool. I'm a guy. You know, that's nothing special. That's nothing special at all, okay? So stop being a bag of dicks and be a nice human being for once. Please, can you just... At least when there's a female in the server. As a coach of a female team, it's not as common as that high level, but I know how it goes in the pubs. I know how you guys are sitting in your underwear, eating Cheetos, and they're talking smack about everybody. Let's just stop that, please. Let's just be good people and enjoy yourselves. Please, enjoy. Enjoy this. Enjoy esports, because we're in a crazy time. Thank you for not being an idiot.
Thank
High
you
fives for everybody.
very much to Bears for that wonderful talk about guys and girl gamers. Dazed, what are your thoughts on the subject?
I'm just inspired right now by DeBears. I think the Bears should do everything on here. The more DeBears, the better. So, like, we have these commercials, right? Like the Soylent commercial. It should just be DeBears being like, you know what? You want to put energy in your body. You want to have positive things going inside there. So why don't you grab yourself some Soylent? You know, like, I mean, it would be great.
Want an easy meal? Just drink it.
Yeah. It should definitely be a spokesperson for everything.
We'll just get him to advertise all of our commercial segments.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway, that is going to take us, however, guys, into the match now, as it does look like the teams have readied up and are getting ready to go. So let's jump right into this now and take a look at how the Immortals and SK are going to go up against each other. Once again, this is the Score Esports hot match of the week, by the way, guys. SK, this time, however, going to be starting off on the T side. And for the Immortals, they're going to jump onto the CT side. Let's see how well they go, as they're actually moving pretty quickly over here, at least over towards the entry point over here by the T-Apps, waiting to move in. Phelps has spotted some of this here now. They're going to be trying to move back in, but they do give it up after they meet a little bit of resistance there. And Henny, it's just with the swipe away kill on Taco as he tries to push underpass.
Great shot by Henny, man. He is not afraid. He's getting aggro. He's getting in their face. He's taking battles that you normally don't see people try to take against SK, and he's getting away with it and getting the better of it every single time.
Bolts as well, spotting the push through is there. SK, or FNX from SK tries to work his way through the smoke. He's found out early by Bolts. He lines up the shot, and now all of a sudden it's just down to 3 for the SK roster trying to work their way in towards B. Zeus, along with Phelps here. Zeus keeping himself quiet as Phelps gets into a little bit of a battle. He knows they're on the way, and Zeus with one pickup We are going to see the trade moving out from Fallen. Zeus really just acting as more of a distraction for Phelps in that first kill. But regardless, it's brought it down to really just Fallen here. We are seeing Cole try to push in towards Arches, and that actually buys the time for Fallen to be able to peek out again through the window. It takes him down. All of a sudden, we're into a 2 versus 3, and Lucas down very low as well at 6 HP. Here comes the counter flank, though. Henny rolls up, shuts down Fallen. A little bit too slow in actually getting Fallen outside of these apartments, and Cold obviously stuck at the Arches, but will get knocked out, giving the Immortals the pistol round.
Yeah, great pistol round work by Henny there, getting that entry. Bolts getting the easy frag on, I believe it was FNX, getting boosted in the window. And then from there, Henny flanking. So good pistol round work by Henny. And now SK back onto a pistol armor. And Immortals gets another pistol round, man.
So again, continuing to push forward here and looking great to hold the initial lead over here on Mirage. Both of these maps, we should note too, are maps where both of these teams have shown proficiency in the past. Is like the two.
Both teams are very good.
Yeah, these are like the two big like Brazilian maps that we've seen before as well. So it's actually really awesome that we see it. We get to see both of these
right there
being thrown out.
Into underpass. Another one. Cold gets down to 12 health just from a nade alone. Taco down to 60.
Taco as well moving up there. Fur's even taking a lot of damage from a Molotov elsewhere on the map too. As he tries to get a little bit closer up there in the palace, he's going to get burnt down. Flashbang, a little bit of a tap from it. Bolt is going to try to lurk around the corner here. First pick up for him. There's no repeat from Taco. He's going to try to jump in, but they're going to see that coming very easily. Bolts takes him out of the picture. Down to just 3 now for SK. They'll try to make a push into the A-bomb site, but ultimately, Cold is kind of stuck in a corner with 12 HP. Eventually, he'll be found. A bit of hide and seek in mid, but they'll knock him out of the picture. And now Lucas just creeping up there. He spotted Fallen. Nice control to take him down. And for Fur, not a whole lot left to do, which is 2 HP.
Yeah, just really well played by Immortals. That flashbang actually by Bolts gave him the sound cue. He knew exactly where they were. He knew 2 boosted up, and actually helped him a lot that round. Might not have really blinded anybody, but it just he knew exactly where they were. Now SK again down towards Glocks. Similar thing towards that T side on overpass that we saw where Immortals just shut them down, and now Immortals get off to a great start of Mirage. I'm kind of worried for SK. We saw that amazing CT half on Mirage there. I mean, we could see more of the same on Overpass. We could see more of the same on Mirage.
Obviously with them getting the start here too, it could just break SK from the beginning of it, and when we switch sides, there may not even be an opportunity for them to really bounce back here. Regardless though, SK, just on their trash round now, they're going to try to go for pretty much the same push they went for in the pistol round, lining up in the apartments, but the Immortals already getting some damage onto these guys. Psyching him out a little bit. There's actually a great flashbang, and Zeus kind of loses himself when he gets flashed by it. So, unfortunately, he's going to get knocked down early. Phelps trying to hold himself here, but he's down to the pistol. But 2 quick kills for him after he grabs him with his rifle. Bolts, this buys the time for him to move right in there. Fallen trades out 1, but that's it. They've all been knocked out, and Immortals do find their 3rd round.
Yeah, really shaky round, though, there by Immortals. Zeus gets caught by that flashbang. You never really want to be on that van if you could help it when they could actually flash and be that close, if they can get in the smoke and do it. Had he been on the platform, he honestly probably would have 5K'd or gotten 4 kills, because they would have ran through the smoke and he wouldn't have been blind. But instead, he's towards the van, and that's exactly what that flash punishes, right? So Phelps right here, though, very scary round. Had he died with only maybe getting 1 and they were able to get his gun, that could have definitely gone a different way. But Phelps pulls out his pistol, does work, and now we see the hop on Henny. He misses the cat jump, so he goes straight to underpass with his op. Still going to make it work anyways, it looks like.
Nice. And he just spotting further through the panel as he works his way in basically for free. There's no punishment from Taco or Fallen here too, but he does peek his leg out once again. That's going to allow him to be spotted, and when he tries to run away, the Molotov is going to catch him. So early frag goes the way of SK, but it's not without its trade of damage, as we saw before, onto Fur there. Also, though, to note, the Immortals have lost the opt-out. It's sitting back downstairs, and it's going to be very hard for them to retrieve that. Out of the mix, and definitely something that T's could pick up if they want to try and use it here as well. But for now, still looking to take that control and focusing primarily on the site. Zeus walks up there. Him and Phelps are going to grab some kills. Zeus just swiping away at another one there too. Actually missed the push out on the platform from Taco, so he will get up to this site. But Taco, also not checking the back there, allows for Bolts to walk right in, shuts down the bomb carrier, and FNX is a little bit behind the action at this point, so he's going to move in. The good news for him, though, is that Lucas is still stuck in mid right now, so he's basically got himself an isolated 1v1. He may not know this as of yet, though, and as he takes his time, it allows for Lucas to move into a position to cut off, or at the very least find the trade should Bolts go down. So FNX is going to sneak right up here, and in a moment, one of 2 of these guys is going to be able to spot him where his luck's going to run out, and they're both just going to cross-ram. They take him out, and the Immortals find their 4th, the first gun round as well, going in their direction.
Yeah, and even though it was 4v5 there, Henny getting picked off early, Immortals ability to recognize what the T's are doing and make the proper rotations, and a lot of the time over-rotate very quickly in order to save rounds is so key for their CT side. We've seen it on so many maps now where they just can recognize what you're doing, put the people in the right positions. Even there, you know, it ended up in like a 2v2, but since Bolts rotated so quickly, it ended up being actually a pretty easy round. He just gets a kill in the back on the planter, gets in a great position towards, you know, the balcony post plant area, and just great rotations on that part.
Zeus, in the meantime, having himself a shooting gallery here inside of the apps. SK keep trying to push outside of it, but it's never really working out so well on these eco rounds here. They found a couple good trades due to poor positioning and poor timing from Immortals, but here, and they're now at full power. They just dominate it. Closest they get to a kill is bringing Zeus down to 40 HP.
Yeah, another steady stream of B hits, right? We've seen it, you know, both times now on the saves and even the pistol round as well. They went towards B a lot. They tried throwing that B smoke towards the window and going underpass, but it was eventually going to be a B split. So steady stream of B hits so far. Looks like they're getting into more of a default here.
So now Henny as well, watching out, being very careful of the lurk out from the left side there due to the positioning of that smoke, and it can often be misleading as it appears to be the full block off, but as you saw there from Phelps, it certainly is not. Got plenty of position to push through, but as the smoke is tossed out, Phelps, perfect read on the situation, knows Fur's on his way from the underpass situation there, shuts him down. FNX will fall back after the loss of his teammate. He is able to grab Zeus as he actually got a little bit aggressive there, finally decided to stop playing with the platform and push in.
Yeah, and probably the reason he went aggressive there is because generally on a default on Mirage, you have a B and a B guy who's also your underpass player. So as soon as that underpass player died, Zeus was thinking, oh, that's probably the only B guy. I could basically win the round by myself if I push and get really good control here, because we could just play 4 towards A. Instead, he's there, but you know what? They had a good backup plan, because Henny was right there with Zeus. Now he gets the trade, and again, they have great control.
Thankfully here now too, as we see another trade coming out from Henny as they push back in. However, at the same time, all of a sudden, Taco and Coldzera, they dominate the A-bomb site, bringing this from a 4-on-3 into a 2-on-4 against the favor of the Immortals, who just had it a moment ago. Thankfully, obviously, we'll see plenty of time for them to shift back over. SK are still being very, very careful with their approach up to the site. And
yeah,
Lucas
it's still a dangerous round here. Lucas does not hit the proper spam spot. But when you only have one flash there, it's actually a really dangerous round to plant there. Henny could have easily been a cat. You know, if he was at B, he could have killed the planter there. Say he's coming up jungle, gets a really nice shot on Fallen. He knows Cold's in connector. We'll see how he plays this. But the bomb's planted out in the open, and both T's have great post-plant positions.
Cold is going to get the easy kill onto Henny. Now Lucas trying to make up for it here. He actually does grab that shot, but now he's running out of time here. He's got a kit in hand, so he's got a bit of time to waste, but he hasn't spotted this other T playing from within side of the ramp. So with that said, Taco's going to have an easy walkout, and finally, we'll see the SK roster get onto the board here.
But if you lose a round, that's how you want to lose it. One player alive from SK, which makes this upcoming round so critical, right? Just one player alive. If they lose this round, they're going to be so economically damaged, and sometimes this is how you end up losing halves, like just 11 to 4, 12 to 3.
And you can see that in the amount of money they're working with right now too. The largest amount still left over is $19.50 on. For everybody else is less than 1K, and for 3 out of 5 of them, they've got pretty much $100 or less to work with.
Yeah, not any off as well on T, as Fur just runs out there, tries to take that battle with Bolts, loses it on the top connector.
Basically has it too, brings it in to 13 HP before a reaction even rolls out, but it's that final bullet that he can't find. So Bolt ends up winning the initial 1v1, giving the Immortals a slight advantage here, and obviously slowing the roll of SK to a large degree. Probably still going to end up being an A hit, with the ramp pressure working its way out from Taco and the other 3 pushing in through connector. Someone's still got to run back and grab the bomb, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue. This definitely seems to be their go-to strat in the these mid rounds here, since the B hits weren't working out so well. But even on this round, things aren't going too shinily at this point. Lucas has found the second kill towards mid there, punishing these players, and that is actually going to send Taco back a little bit to try and reposition. But again, every attempt that SK is moving in to find intel is just getting destroyed. Phelps takes out Coldzera that round. They tried to do it earlier on with the push into connector. That obviously at the very least got some damage on the bullets, but beyond this, they haven't really met anything. And again, the peek out over there towards the palace area, Henny just denies Taco. It's all left to FNX. He's at the very least going to find Lucas here. A much bigger task. He's still got 2 players on this site, and the pop flash over top from Sandwich just destroys FNX, and it's going to make the last kill from Bolts very easy to grab.
Yeah, and SK just seems just a little bit off, man. Just a little bit off. You know, like those kills they could usually count on, they're just not getting, like that one, for instance. You know, even when Phelps got that kill at Underpass, I believe it was FNX going on Underpass, their Molotov was just a tiny bit late. They threw a Molotov there so he couldn't kill them from above him, but it was just half a second late. The timing was off by half a second. And then even with their flashbangs on Overpass, we saw it a couple times, their timing was just a little bit off. And Immortals is making them pay every single time they mess up like that.
Fur is going to move his way very early on here into the apartments. Again, we've got them going back to, at least to a certain degree, that setup here, trying to throw some knowledge into the fact that they may be working with it, although Lucas elsewhere has taken down Fall when he tries to push his way up T-ramp. They're trying to push top mid here too with the Deagle. Coldzera doing a little bit of damage to these guys, but that's going to open suspicion to the push from the other direction here. Now he's actually going to completely whiff that shot though, so he's going to give up control of the connector. Smoke follows it up top there, but Fur, along with his teammate down below here, they're actually going to grab Bolt. He overstays. And with that, they're going to be able to punish. They've catch the trade. They bring this into a 4-on-4. It doesn't look like they've retrieved the gun just yet. Henny's actually watching out for it right now, but definitely doesn't want to stick around. He's going to rotate back over here towards Ticket and wait to see if SK will eventually execute here and do another mid to A hit. Lucas, though, catching the push up from jungle. Nothing follows it. The actual hit is going to be exploding here into the B-bomb site in just a few seconds as Taco lines up for it. But again, no peeks, no utility for these Ts to work with. Phelps gets an easy kill on a Taco, and I think he might have spotted the jump up there from Cold a moment ago too. He's leaped inside, and he's even pushing aggressively here too to try and catch that player pushing from the underpass. He actually misses that one, but now he definitely knows for sure they're both here. He misses another up-close shot. The flashbang saves him though, allows him to still take down Coldzera, and obviously Fur in a 1v4. This is going to be nigh impossible.
Great shots by Phelps. That flashbang was perfectly timed by that player at Catwalk. I think it was Zeus helping his teammate out there. And dude, Phelps and Henny have been incredible so far in these two maps. Incredible. Like, they look a step above SK players who are, you know, the #1 team in the world. So I'm extremely impressed by them.
The off-positioning specifically has been something to behold with their timing, not even with these two as well, but the rest of the team, in the way that the timing of their peaks, their more aggressive peaks on the CT side, has been almost impeccable. So they've been catching them at almost every single opportunity, and even when it comes to more straight-up 1 versus 1s, 90% of the time they've been winning it. And we see a good example there, again, of the Molotov usage. Even though FNX and Fur do trade out there, they did good damage to Taco, and they knew when he was going to push, and the Molotov was perfectly timed to punish him. When he moved out, a great flick from Henny, though.
Amazing shot right there. That shot is extremely difficult to make.
And now, all of a sudden, it's just left FNX, and as he tries to fall back to Firebox, Zeus is going to punish, knocks him out. And the Immortals, though it's a bit closer this time, they do shut it down.
Yeah, just a really good start by SK there, but as we see, by the time they get into their next gun round, it's already 8-1, Blue. 8-1.
And just AK buy-ups here, too. We're not going to see any op going onto the SK roster. Not really going to be able to justify it at this point in time, although full AKs with full utility. Now, though, maybe needing to take things a little bit slower here. Faster execute on their eco there did tend to work out a little bit, just their pure chaos factor of it, but Henny actually drops down underneath here. And he can spot that shadow of the player moving up, so he gets the first one, but he does peek out a little bit too wide. So they catch the trade, and oh my god, Phelps! A little dime there is peeking up from the ledge, but he finds the headshot anyway. FNX and Taco do trade out 2 more kills as they work their way into the site, and this will go into a 2-on-3, but they've lost the bomb. It's still stuck out here in the open, and Phelps is full control over it, but they're not watching below at the moment. First sneaking up, he's gonna have no clue. He moves right in, he grabs that kill, everything suddenly falls to Zeus, and this vent here isn't even broken at this point. He can't really move through that without risking him being spotted out in the smoke to cover off the retreat back over here from the catwalk. He might actually try to just take this duel outright since the smoke itself isn't perfect. But as he moves up here, he's going to have to look for Fur, and he's expecting to push from that position. So finally, SK do get the good play to get early control there, messing up a little bit to get the bomb, but good movement to recover it.
Yeah, and we saw the difference there, right? They won 2 one-on-one battles today to just completely open up the round. I know one was Taco that got the kill. I think the other one was, no, not Cold, but maybe FNX. Yeah, these kills right here. FNX gets that kill, Taco goes out a ramp, gets the next, and finally we see them winning those one-on-one battles. A lot of the time Counter-Strike's gonna come down to that, winning your individual battles that you're gonna take.
And so Henny here too, still waiting inside and tries to go for another great flick as suddenly a T-sided player jumps down, but he re-peeks, and FNX is going to be able to punish that one. Bolts is already down to just an upgraded pistol too. Could fall back right now to recover the out, but is sticking inside, and now Phelps is going to push out. That takes the attention. Bolts gets a free push from over here in this corner, and he's even going to look for the second one here, down to 14 HP, and he finishes off Fur, bringing this all of a sudden into a 4v2. Phelps walks right up into the head of coldzera, taking him down. It falls to Taco, who's been this lurk moving in through the T-ramp on almost every single round, similarly to his B-roll on the last map, but he doesn't find anything here. Lucas shuts it down. It'll be 9-2, and that is the second time now that SK have won a round and immediately have been reset.
Oh, and that round was very important because Immortals' money wasn't looking too good either. Bolt's getting 2 huge kills here. They were not expecting him in this connector at all. After Henny died, gets a free kill on 1, and then honestly a kill that he probably shouldn't have gotten onto Fur right here. Fur's losing that battle consistently to Bolt so far, and that's something you rarely see, is Fur consistently losing gun battles. That almost never happens.
SK are now actually going to go for something which we haven't seen too much of just yet. It's the direct A play. And they have decided to force up into this round since the money was a little bit on the fence. Most of these guys are still working with Tech 9s though, but a bit of a shaky battle for Phelps. SMG though, so he's able to move just as much as the pistol. And yep, they're all here. They're all waiting for it. Couple trades here and there, and Taco ends up taking out a teammate in the process there too. I think they get jumbled up outside of Palace, and someone stops where he shouldn't have. So that leads to a team death.
I would not be surprised if they, at the start of that round, said, watch out for the A hit, watch out for a quick A hit. We know they're on low buy. They're probably not going to put too much utility mid. If we just see one guy throwing nades and that's it, go to A, go to A, go to A. So again, just great rotation, great reads by Immortals, and they are just looking like a well-oiled machine, man.
It's fantastic, and SK will be completely broken, of course, onto their first full eco. I think, however, this is going to be the only full eco we have to work with, but coldzera tries to go for a bit of a blind push out towards top mid. They find that, and even the Molotov to deny Fur when he tries to work out for the trade there. Fallen tried to be sneaky out from Palace early too, but he's spotted, and they're just walking out top mid now. Easy shots for Henny. Even trying to be a little cheeky there too with the shot back down into the underpass. Won't find anything there, of course, but Fur and Taco now trying to push their way up to the site. Both of them get denied. Very little damage done at all. That's great for the rebuilding of the economy. Immortals are going to be looking very easily at another rebuy, even if SK do pick up for this gun round here. Possibly a second one after that. I mean, easily they've got enough cash for these final 2 rounds anyway.
Well, I can't even remember the last time I've ever seen Cold be 3-13. This is really impressive by Immortals, man. Phelps' ability to read the game right now is just incredible.
And at the moment here too, again, Henny's also taking the risk on actually not playing with inside of the window. This is very ballsy of him, because first of all, they could just rush out from underpass there and destroy him, even with the smoke in play. He finds that first shot, and he's got a teammate to support him. There was that underpass push. It kills Fur. They're still holding on here, and amongst that, it's also going to buy time with this flashbang for Phelps to push right up. They're not even able to get consistent mid control too, which is usually where SK excels at least getting that. Where they may struggle sometimes, depending on the team they're up against, is getting outside of it and onto his site, but at the moment, Immortals are even denying the first step here.
Yeah, absolutely. Henny is consistently missing that cat jump, actually, which I believe he's going for, getting stuck in underpass and still just making magic happen. Phelps constantly going aggressive on catwalk. I don't think he's been punished once there, has he? He's 22-5, Blue. 22-5 against SK.
An absolutely crazy scoreline for the 2-time running major champion at this point. SK is certainly still showing that they're in the bit of rebuilding stage.
That was a shot, man.
That was a nice shot from Phelps. There's a lot more than they're needed, though. He does get a second one, although this time there's damage return. He's down at 10 HP after that. And as he moves out here, there's going to be another player waiting for him at top mid. Bolt is going to shut him down. Immortals grab a 12th round here as we go into the last one of the half.
Yeah, I mean, Immortals, although they have a great lead right now, they're not out, you know, SK isn't out of it. SK has had some incredible CT sides on Mirage. So we'll see what happens here on this last round. For SK's hope, we really hope they get it, but their buy is looking rough.
It's mainly pistols and the utility sitting behind it. FNX is the only one that's even going to be able to scavenge for a rifle this time. Henny actually decides to fade away. There's a lot of early nades into the A-bomb site, and however, the top mid pressure moves in. Phelps is found in the open. They are taking a bit back because of that one, and also coldzera is going to find his first kills. He just rushes up to get onto the B-bomb site. That's the plan at the very least. They find that, they'll start the timer, and Immortals don't even realize what's going on just yet. Suddenly, they have to rotate. They're down a man. They've given a rifle over to one of these players from SK, and this is where it's going to get a little bit rough for them. They see the jump out coming up from up top. FNX is blind as a bat. He can't see anything. He's basically got max flash time there. Although good reactions from Fallen. He picks up one out in mid here with a Tech 9. One more to go, and he seems to be dominating it. Henny at 12 HP, although he moves back in there and finishes off Fallen. It goes into a 2v2, but a lot of time has been wasted. This now goes down to a 2 versus 1, and for Henny, obviously he won't go for the save, but more than likely he's not going to clutch this out either. This has to be an incredible play for him to achieve it, and he's going to get shut down by Cold. So there you have it. SK do piece together a third round, but they have a huge amount of work to do in the second half. Guys, you're definitely going to want to stick around to see the conclusion of this. So we'll be right back in just a few minutes with more of the ESL Pro League right here.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming down to the side. FNX has to stay up. No! He gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the ESL Pro League. We're about to jump into the second half of SK versus the Immortals here, where although the Immortals managed to scrape by pretty convincingly there towards the end of our first map, they have absolutely destroyed SK, as you can see now from the scoreline here in the first half of the second one, and it's on Mirage as well. 12-3 is the scoreline. SK need to start right here with this pistol round to try and recover this map, as otherwise we may be looking at a very quick shutout and a very quick 2-0 in the Immortals' favor.
Who would have expected this, man? Wow. Look at Phelps' score, right? So he has 23 kills. Cold, Taco, Fern, Fallen combined have 18 kills. That's pretty crazy, right?
So we almost have the top 2 players on the Immortals having more kills than the bottom 4 from SK combined there as well. As we have the second player on the Immortals sitting at just 17 frags. So a bit skewed at this point. And it's just showing to the dominating fashion that the Immortals are playing this out. A few slip-ups here and there and a few random good performances from SK, but beyond that, they've been shut out in almost every single round.
Yeah, just very impressive performance by Immortals right now as we get into this pistol round. But again, SK is not out of this, man. They are not out of this. I've seen them do crazier things than this. So let's not, you know, what is it, count your chickens before it hatches or whatever.
Yeah. We will see the Immortals grouping up. There's actually a lot of respect being given to SK and the fact that they're taking this very slowly. Like they took these early positions here, but these 2 that are pushed up towards the underpass entryway and Zeus in the apartments, but they literally haven't moved for like 30+ seconds now. They're just, at this point, finally starting to look for the hit. But actually, the members of SK have been fairly passive about this. They've got 2 of them posted up together, watching for this push through the window cross, and they don't really hit them at all. Bolts get hit like once or twice, and Zeus gets hit a couple times, and Phelps is taking a duel. Look at how much damage he's doing, sitting there with just a Glock. Cold's at 12 HP, FNX is down at 40, and they've got them held back on arch position here too. This market push has to yield something, as otherwise this is going to be a solid hold for the Immortals since they got it with no casualties. The rest have rotated in. Triple market retake with 2 working in. They're trying to play this as a full retake position as they move in. Lucas destroys 2 of them, both with headshots from market. Zeus finds the 3rd. Lucas and Zeus grab the 4th and 5th, and with that, the Immortals grab the pistol and get to go even stronger into their lead now as they start off the second half.
Yeah, SK's setup, you know, they were really relying on their USPs to get at least 1 or 2. They had a very quick cat push coming from FNX and not sure who else, and then they had those 2 guys market. They really thought they were going to get at least 1 or 2 and then make that retake manageable. But if you don't get any kills while they take the site there, it's so difficult to retake beyond Mirage.
And now the Immortals in the second round just go right into the mid-control strats for them. Zeus is going to work on his own here to take control of the ramp position, but even he's being a little bit cautious on that. And now they know that SK, they've got to be angry about the way they've been playing this up to this point now. They've got to know that things may start to get a little bit crazy as the calls may go into the realm of chaos. Since they're losing so badly, they may need to try some completely unorthodox stuff to try and bring this back under grasp now. Phelps hunting for that first player in the window room and being a little bit cautious of the push from Cat. FNX is found creeping just a little bit too far up the steps, and Phelps will have some similar results, knocking out Coldzera back over there on the catwalk. Fallen, at the very least, hits his flashbang, but there's no room for him to follow it up at all. He's still just stuck here, and he ends up just almost moon gliding out there into his own death as he's taken down, and a few of the other players, well, they just get wiped off the face of the earth by the Immortals. 14-3, and SK have to save here.
Yeah, this is a pretty shocking performance, man. Like, I'm very, very surprised. SK having to just save. They're going to put him on match point, assuming Immortals can win this round. And what do you do if you're SK here, man?
Not a lot for them to do, unfortunately. This match may already be too far gone. Keep in mind now, unless they somehow pull off the miracle of winning out this round, which, judging from its current status, is not going to happen, they now have to win 12 rounds straight with no mistakes at all to be able to tie this up and take it in overtime. It's not even, there's also that mental block too, where it's like, all right, even if we pull off this massive 12-round streak, we're not even going to win. We're just going to reset it and go to OT again. And then it's like, is it even worth pushing for that at this point? Do we just take this
of course
loss
you
now?
try. Of course you try.
Yeah.
But, I mean, my question is, I don't know if I'm, like, just so impressed by Immortals right now because they're just outclassing SK, which very rarely happens, or if SK is just showing a lot of weakness right now, right? And they're just really just not at full strength. We saw them struggle a bit with Echo Fox yesterday, even, right? And now Immortals just crushing them as Henny taking aggro fights at B. Taku gets pushed off that platform. And now, you know, they're taking it slow. They have complete control of middle, it looks like. Boosting up into the window here, Blue, and have you take it away, because this is not my strong point, you know? I lean on Blue when it comes to this.
And Phelps will pick up the first kill there as he does get the window control. Coldzera still waiting for the play to come out from the apartments, but at the same time, Immortals only have one player ready to go from here. They're so psyched out for this. Keep in mind, too, that it's very little presence actually watching for the cat push just now has Coldzera's attention been drawn to it. But even from there, that's not where the action's going to be coming from anymore. It's going to be pushing its way out over here from the apartments, and Taco's given up his position there, just up on the platform. They no longer have anybody watching this. Coldzera paying attention for a cat hit, too. Taco, thankfully, I believe, falls back to the bench position at the very least, so he'll be able to watch out from here, but still, it's about to explode on the site. He spotted it, but no rotations have been called, and first fully committed towards the palace. These rotations are so far away. They've got to both try to get some kills here. Thankfully, they do. 1, 2, and now 3. They may not actually need those rotations anymore, thankfully. They've held quite nicely here, so they may be able to survive for at least a little bit longer, but Zeus and Henny both moving in here, and Taco playing it so cautiously, creeping up with 20 seconds on the clock. He drops the offer, spins around, and gets Zeus as well. Very nicely held by the SK players in that B-bomb site, but if they had gone down right from the get-go because of how heavily committed those other CTs were on the A-bomb site, that could have been GG right there.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that Fallen stayed at default at A when Fur was all the way pushed up at Palace. I thought he would fall back towards CT spawn and at least watch their market flank. Taco, so hyper aware of that market flank, able to get that kill. A 4K with an hold at B. Taco's a beast.
And so the Immortals go right back into another buy, though, since their first couple of rounds here were extremely clean. They have no problem at all reinvesting into this one, but they do blind peek their way into the apartments. That's going to be the first shot for Coldzera, hunting for more as they do try to push their way back in. He hasn't checked the flank, though. He didn't realize there was a player that got all the way over towards Van, so he is going to be able to punish. Henny picks up the additional kill against Taco, who fell back over there. And again, we have this problem where they're completely outclassed. They're not even watching for flanks. Phelps, he's grabbed that kill against Fur. Zeus moves in for one more, and he even grabs the second one. So there you have it. They needed 12. They only got 1. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Immortals are going to 2-0 SK, continuing to push their position forward here in the ESL Pro League. And again, diminishing SK's. They just barely remain in the top 6 because of their victory yesterday.
Yeah, SK needs these wins, man. We all assumed they would make playoffs, but looking again at their schedule, it is tough. They still play Cloud9. They still play Optic, I believe, you know, and they're already at 6 losses.
And this is the team that's been, I think, in either first or second place for like all 3 of the previous Pro League seasons as well. So they've been almost dominant for all of it, but all of a sudden there's just a huge struggle showing for these guys. We have a lot to talk about, though, in that match, of course, and in order to do that, we're going to take things over to our analyst, Moses and Ryu. Take it away.
Thanks, Blue. 16-4 over the best team in the world. A 2-0 on the night. I think they're securing probably that number 2 seed. And if you're SK, like what is going through your mind right now?
What can you really say about that one? The immortal words of Red Eye come to mind. Yeah, that's brutal. Just domination from Immortals on that map, which is a map that SK that's like what they're known for from previously, how they even got their start in international competition. So highly impressive out of Immortals, but also at the same time you have to feel like this is not the same SK that we're used to.
Do you feel like there's maybe the coaching change? Do you feel like Zeus leaving has had that much of an impact? Maybe he was that one missing ingredient right now.
I think maybe that's helping Immortals more than it's hurting SK. I don't think this kind of a loss is indicative of anything that like Zeus maybe that absence of Zeus could have fixed. I think honestly, I mean, how many times are you going to log into an SK match to view the stream and see who was it? It was Fallen, Fur, and FNX had like 4 kills each at the end of first half or something like that.
Yeah,
like
it was like 3.
You're just not going to see that. And I mean, I think you have it in the highlight clip, but that even that CT pistol round that SK had. I mean, I'll bring it up then when that comes up. But it's just a factor of not enough kills going the way of SK for whatever reason. They just weren't killing anything. And Immortals, on the other hand, was getting so many early advantages, which is again what has always been a strength of SK Gaming. So I think it's a combination of poor play from SK and fantastic play from Immortals.
And Immortals got off to a hot start on Overpass. They did here as well on Mirage. We take a look at the 7th round. It's a full gun round, and this seems to just be just players going down early. It's now a 2-man advantage, and there's not really any ground gained there. The bomb is actually completely opposite side of the map. It just looked like SK was kind of just out of sync.
I mean, the bomb being that far away from anyone is a mistake that you normally don't see SK make. But also, I mean, look at falling, and there's no aggression from anyone else on the team. And again, just another pick off here, and there's no aggression to follow that up anywhere on the team. So this is not the SK that we know can be so suffocating in their hits, where they just seem so coordinated, where they're with each other. Same issue they had on Overpass, by the way, where they weren't close enough to really trade frags properly. So just some mistakes coming out of the SK play for sure, which you'd expect that to get fixed. That's also what Fallen touched on last night, is we will fix these issues, but they don't have a lot of time left. I mean, the big story about this night going 0-2 on the evening is actually now it ties them with Optic at 10-6, so they're tied for that last spot to get into the playoffs. Right. On top of that, Optic is coming up to play 2 matches against Selfless, who they're heavily favored to win both of those matches. And I think if you're looking at the standings and you're one of the Liquid players, who I know just a couple days ago were tweeting out, it looks like the dream of going to Pro League Finals is almost dead because they're 9-9. All of a sudden, there's a glimpse of hope now. All of a sudden, it's them saying, if we have renewed motivation, if we can go on a streak here, we can catch up to SK down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying it's must-win time at this point of the season. And you did mention the T's being just super fragmented there across the map. The aggression from Immortals, they were making great reads. They were able to get great control of certain areas of the map. And I mean, you see here Henny playing basically pushed up to the underpass there, and he gets one. Phelps saves him from Fur jumping past him. Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit chaotic, but this aggression, again, Phelps just holds W up a catwalk, and now it's a 5-on-2.
Phelps had a dominant game, and that's who were the 2 stars that we highlighted at the beginning of the show. It was Henny and it was Phelps. Those are the 2 guys we said have been playing fantastic, and the 2 guys you expect to dominate for Immortals if they want to have a good couple of games here, and they both did. Henny was dominant on Overpass, and Phelps took it over on Mirage. So it's crazy to think that the stars of Immortals are outplaying guys like Fur, guys like Coldzera, guys like Fallen, who have won major championships, who have been some of the best in the world. And that's why I think, in the grand scheme of things, this is an insane win for Immortals. It's fantastic, but in the grand scheme, like this is an SK that you're just not going to see very often. I think once this circuit starts back up, we're going to see that dominant, that very, very strong SK again.
Yeah, well, we definitely didn't see that tonight.
No, definitely not.
Immortals has a huge lead going in the second half. Sometimes you see teams kind of take their foot off the gas. It usually starts with a bad pistol round, but they came out in that second half and basically they basically just collapsed on the B-bomb site very, very late in the round, and all the frags seemed to go their way, and that was the end of it.
I mean, look at this. How's Phelps not dying here? He's in a 2-on-1 with a Glock at long range against Cold and FNX, and he's not falling. He's barely taking any damage. So, I mean, this is just a situation where you're used to seeing these SK players get these kills, and for whatever reason, they just weren't going their way tonight. This pistol round is a prime example. Even before we got into this replay, 2 players in market just lined up to guard halls and to do damage or get a pick as they cross over that window, and I think they only hit like one or two bullets between the 2 of them. So just SK just having a very, very off game here on Mirage.
I mean, 0 kills on that pistol round. I mean, that's probably a great round to just kind of capture the night where there was opportunities, but maybe the shots just weren't landing and just seemed a little bit out of sync. If you're on the Immortals camp, you've got to be feeling great. How do you carry this momentum into the next set of matches to just run the table for the rest of the season, saying, "Hey guys, we just beat the best team in the world 2-0 in dominating fashion. We can beat anybody now."
Yeah, I mean, they obviously are going to have that mentality into every game they go into. I don't think that this win in particular is something. I think you have to remain calm. You know, you have to remember the goals. You're getting into the playoffs. You've put yourself in great position to get into the playoffs. Don't falter. But I mean, the goal is not to beat these teams online. It's to go and win these events, right? So you still have to go into some kind of a LAN game. If you ever play SK at a tournament in that LAN environment, this win is going to be meaningless, and it will be. So they have to keep that in perspective as they move forward. But this is certainly a fantastic season from Immortals so far. Certainly a fantastic set of matches here tonight from them as well.
So recently, Immortals, they've had some really big wins on Mirage, obviously this definitely being one of them. They've also had some really bad losses on Mirage. Do you feel like it's maybe they just found their strength and this is going to be one of the best maps in their map pool? Or do you think maybe they were just in a fortunate, they had like EU timing tonight?
I think the majority is just like I said, with a team like this, it's not about online play. I think you're really going to start to see this map pool develop and get solidified from their games on LAN, where they had, they just beat Cloud9 on Overpass, so maybe that turns into a map they start to like play. I think Mirage is always going to be in the wheelhouse a little bit, but it's going to come down to, it's not these online wins that are going to be like, we're going to pick this in a tournament. It's going to be tournament wins that really dictate that.
Crazy night of Counter-Strike. Huge implications for the playoffs. Before we go to break, I want to thank the Score Esports app. And if you haven't already, in the previous break, we got the answer, by the way. It was Optic who most recently beat SK
Optic
on Overpass in the iBuyPower tournament.
Yep, they're going to get
the answer was discovered by a gentleman who tweeted to me, and he used the Score Esports app to find that answer. Don't go anywhere when we get back. It's going to be Selfless against Optic to see if maybe we have a little bit more of a playoff shuffle. Don't go anywhere.
They're going to breezy through some wins. Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
There is surely no way out as they toil it. Nitro will get the finishing kill.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 19 of the ESL Pro League. I am your host, Ryo, and I am now joined at the Xfinity desk by none other than Dazed. And I wanted to take a moment to thank one of the sponsors that helps to make the ESL Pro League possible. That is Kingwin. Kingwin, thank you so much for your continued support of the ESL Pro League. Just saw a crazy 2-0 from the Immortals over SK. The door's been opened. They're now tied. SK, that is now tied with Optic at 10-6. So this series has huge playoff implications as we see Optic take on Selfless.
Yeah, pretty big matches. Every single match for these potential top 8 teams, you know, is going to be very important. Any match that SK especially plays, Optic especially plays, very, very important, and then Liquid as well. I think this was probably the third team.
Yep. Yeah, there's about 8 teams looking out, and we take 8 teams fighting for those 6 spots realistically, just based on the math. So we take a look at the Selfless roster today. Familiar with a bunch of the names here. I'm especially familiar with them, and I know you've played some ranked guests with these guys. Who on that list, Caboose, Nifty, Mitch, No One, and Breeze, stands out to you?
Well, my favorite player is No One because he is absolutely hilarious. But Nifty to me is probably the player that I see and see the most potential in.
Yeah, I think Nifty's he's had those flashes of brilliance. You see the potentials there. I can tell you his work ethic, his attitude is exceptional. And actually did a throwback Thursday with a picture of him and Hastro, the owner of Envious, from when he was a Call of Duty player several years ago, eliminated their team on LAN. It's like throwing up the deuce. He's like 13 years old. It's a really funny throwback Thursday.
I remember that. He was on Conquest, I believe
he was. Conquest Nifty.
And he looked like he was about 10.
Yeah, it's funny because you can totally still see it's him. He's still a pretty young-looking guy. Take a look at the Optic roster. Stanislaw, Naf, Tarek, Rush, Mixwell. We talked a lot yesterday about Stanislaw as they decided to stick with him over Daps. Tarek's played well for these guys. Rush, super underrated in this region still. They've been playing really, really well. What do you think's changed for them to allow them to take what seemed like that next step? I talked at the earlier part of the season that they were a team that was always good, not great. Seems like they're starting to work their way up to that great conversation.
Yeah, I think their players are just continually getting more comfortable inside their system and with each other. And because of that, you're seeing a lot of their players make great plays all the time.
Yep, there you go. Players are getting ready, so we're going to throw this one over to the casters nice and quick. This time it's Moses and the Bears.
Okay. Stromboli, I believe his new name is. Have some respect.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing all right. I just was coaching the CLG Redcoat match just a minute ago.
Yeah, how are they doing?
They were up 13-2 at the half, and but now
that's a lot. You stepped away, and it was 13-4. How you feeling? You a little nervous?
I'm not that nervous because their T side's usually even better on train for some reason. Usually it's the other way around, but they've been doing really well on T side, so I'm not that nervous at all.
Not that nervous, says De Beers. Well, I mean, if you we're going to get into this Optic versus Selfless matches as soon as they get readied up. There are 9 in the server at the moment, I believe. But what you now we're in a situation where Optic can catch up in these standings. That SK Gaming, those 2 losses they just took, the beatdown they just took, opens the door for Optic. And I mean, what are your feelings on this matchup here?
Well, right now Optic has been on fire. The last couple matches that we've watched them, we have not seen any weakness in the team. It seems like they're always hitting their shots. Their teamwork is phenomenal, and I don't see a weak link on that team right now.
No weak links. Well, it is going to be on cash. Optic is 3-1 on the season. Selfless is 0-2, so that doesn't bode well for the Selfless guys. All things considered, they came into this with very few win conditions as it is. As you said, Optic has been playing phenomenally, at least in this pistol round as well. Look at the confidence. All armor, no kits, no utility on the CT side, outside of a decoy on Stan, if you could call that utility.
I like a little decoy here and there, you know.
What is the most effective way to use a decoy?
I would say toss a couple decoys in an area and then just go towards that area. You know, like wait like 15 seconds, like, oh, it's a fake, obviously, but then boom, you're in.
Yeah, it's like they were a decoy for a fake.
It sometimes
like
works. It sometimes works.
Well, very mid-centric hold for Optic on this defense at the moment. 2 players in middle, 1 spotting from connector, 1 behind these sandbags. You can see it's Mixwell, and there's 2 over towards the B bomb site. So that could be quick rotations, whether it's through the vent, whether it's rotating back around. And here's the pressure. Stan baiting. There is 1 behind the box, and if they kill Stan here, they're not going to expect Tarek, but Stan's got to go down or hit a shot, and this might be too much for Caboose. Actually, he doesn't expect it anyways. Tarek's still alive. He gets 2 kills before being traded off, but this pistol round is going the way of Selfless. It is Naf in a 1-on-2, as he has gotten a kill there at the end. The bomb is not down, so he's got a chance here, and he wants to play with the smoke, maybe able to get around her at the edge, but those bullets, those tracers just kind of scare him back. So he's going to readjust, and now he hears the plan. If he gets aggressive now, he's got a 1-on-1, but he doesn't know where the other player is. He's going to get into the site, actually. There's no cover, but he's not realizing that angle is still exposed every time he peeks his head up, and this is going to be Naf falling. So Selfless take the pistol round heavily aggressive.
Nice pistol by Team Selfless. They kept it simple, not spreading out, and just sending all people towards that one area. And Tarek almost had a big player here. He does get 2 people. You get taken out by Breezy right there, and
the trouble is Stan didn't hit anything.
Yeah, I mean that's
if he
usually a problem.
If he gets one kill there, that's a massively strong play for Tarek to make afterwards. So not being able to get one kill, he did use like a whole clip, so you would have expected him to grab one. And a stack in middle for Optic, and they have bot, but Mitch just puts short work to it. Just basically deletes that stack, although he's not going to check anything else, and he gets eliminated. Now there's Nifty with the MAC-10. He also falls, so a little bit damaging. And even a third kill, down into a 2-on-2 so quick, and they have the bomb.
I'm a little confused on that by Team Selfless. Like,
you got your hand in the air all confused. You're flabbergasted, I believe is the word.
Like, okay, I can understand maybe taking the mid at start, like, really fast, but, like, you saw the AK just rush towards not checking any spot, like, any common spots that people love to play in. And I'm just, my mind is just blown right now on that. Like, just slow it down a little bit. You have rifles, use your range.
I like this call by Mixwell. Very quickly just sprints over towards the B bomb site. I think he's going to get here a little bit quicker than Breezy expects. Bomb is planted in the site, and there's a gap, there's an edge around the smoke that's going to be available for Mixwell to use, but Breezy is going to be looking for that exact play, and he wins it. He saves Selfless from a really tough second round.
Yeah, even though Selfless did win that round, they do lose a lot of guns and armor, and they have to rebuy everything. So Optic, though, they do have... They are going full safe, but still, Selfless, you got to kind of go a little slower maybe after you have those initial kills after the spots, especially in the middle on this map.
Especially considering Mitch had got the opening 2 kills so quickly. That was basically a 3-on-5 on a save round, or on a force buy, I guess, a pistol buy in that second round from Optic that they turn into a 1-on-1. So the economy on the T side a little bit easier to manage, obviously. So it's not the worst thing in the world. They can still recover, especially if these MAC-10s rack up some kills and build up some of that bank. A lot of utility being used over towards this B bomb site. We've got 9 players here at the moment in the entire server. So Optic and Selfless both dedicating a lot. And here's the MAC-10's Caboose. He's going to spray down Stanislaw. Does find it in the end. Nifty's the next one up. He didn't spot one. He does turn around for it, but he's brought so low, and he hasn't fallen. And now everyone is coming at this B bomb site. No one's shying away from the fight. Mixwell is going to peek into this AK. Breezy does land the spray. He's got a pair of kills on the round before he falls. Into a 2-on-3. And the question becomes, does Rush try and save this AK-47, or does he try and do something very, very quickly to try and even things out and go for it?
I think he's going to try to get a kill off the bat. See, he's going to run into Caboose right here in the vents. He gets taken out. So I think right now Rush is definitely going to be trying to save this AK. He is falling back from B. A good little eco. Nice little fun round having all 9 people in one area. I like it. I like a little bar
and
burner.
no one backing away, even when the stack is realized. They're just like, all right, let's fight.
Fight to the death. That's how you usually do it.
Gladiators.
I like that. Good show.
Rush now. Here's the footsteps, and he is going to get that kill. Caboose in the air, cannot respond in time, and it does look like Rush. The other 2 Selfless members are so far away, so we'll get out with an AK-47, which pretty good find for him. He does have 3 kills in the round, so he's made a lot of money, 3,100.
Yeah, it's a nice little bankroll right going, and he has a gun. So Optic, even though they're down 0-3, they do have a decent amount of money, while Selfless is going to have to rebuy like 3 guns.
No AWP for the Optic side of things. Actually, Rush can still drop one over, and he is going to. So he uses that AK-47, so there's the benefit of saving that AK. He only has 1 smoke, unfortunately, and they only have 1 kit on Mixwell, but at least they have that AWP in play. We'll have to see where that's going to be headed to. It's looking at the moment like it'll be the B bomb site.
Looks like Optic does have 2 in B, 2 in the middle area. Tark, though, after initially spotting middle, he's holding by that white box. So far, he's spotting no one. Optic do have 2 people in back of A. Selfless, though, is sitting back, trying to hold for pushes, see if there's any shenanigans going around. So far, nothing.
This is looking like this is gonna be their default setup for a lot of the half. It's just a pretty standard spread out, watching everything, causing a little bit of putting a little bit of pressure on places. And I mean that's gonna be effective. You can see Naf, Rush, and Tarek are all out of nades, so they've used the nades very early in the round of Optic Gaming. They had very little to go into it just because they had that second round bye. So. Everyone from Selfless now, all 5 members rotating slowly over. It's looking like it's going to be just a standard A execute. There's 3 players here from Optic, though. But as we said, I don't even think any of these players have the utility. Mixwell at B has the utility, and so does Stan. So here it comes. There's no flashes to stop this, but the corner's not checked. Tarek and Naf, they get some kills, one unfortunately on their teammate, and quickly, Selfless, it works perfectly. They just dominate, and now Mixwell is the last one left, and he might not even want to go for this.
Yeah, nice smokes and flashes from Team Selfless. There's even a TK. I think Nafly. TK's, I forget, was it Tarek or? He TK'd someone on his team.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who it is. He just shot his teammate in the head. We'll leave it at that.
You know, that's never a good thing. And it was nice that Selfless kind of tossed a couple nades at the start to bait a whole bunch of nades from Optic, and when they re-execute towards A, Optic did not have enough flashes or Molotovs to kind of hold them back.
Yeah, they would have loved to have one of those Molotovs because Stan had one and Mixwell had one, but they were the mid and B defenders, so nothing at that A bomb site to slow down that hit. And Selfless, I mean, it looked dicey at the beginning. They traded some kills early on, but then everything went the way of Selfless after that. So it's going to be a 4-0 lead very quickly, and Optic, they may only have this AWP into the next round.
Yeah, but it's in the hands of a dangerous person like Mixwell, who is able to just almost win rounds by himself. His AWP is pretty good, and Selfless is going to have to be a little careful on not being too careless on this eco. You know, smoke it out, work some angles, and just kind of see where that opera is.
See where the opera is. Well, they might not want to find him, to be fair. It is Mixwell. He can turn it around pretty quickly, so hopefully when they do find him, they're able to avoid taking too much damage at the same time. Nifty is going to be employing the AWP for the terrorist side.
Yeah, I like this move by Optic. They push 2 people out B, so they know for sure that no one is playing even close to Summer, but no one takes out Mixwell. Takes out the opera off the start, and then he's able to recover it. Stanislav, he has armor too, so he can make a move right now.
Good off angle though from no one to avoid the AWP, and it was a very tough angle to be able to clear out if you're Optic. That's not a priority angle to check.
Yeah, I would definitely would like Optic to maybe use the pistols to kind of lead for Mixwell, you know, instead of him peeking first.
Well, Tarek's head is casually removed by Nifty. A nice peek towards the car, and Caboose coming over the top is going to grab 2 kills, so the site is open. And now it's Stan's turn to say, save the AWP. And
save the AWP.
He hasn't moved quite yet. I think that's no one in middle, or no, excuse me, it's Breezy, who's actually in a position to be able to cut off this retreat. And I don't know if he's going to get there in time, but Stan's not even going to look for him, so that one turns out to be easy.
Yeah, Stanislav, I mean, he does hit a nice shot, but I would have liked him to fall back a little sooner than that. He kind of put himself in a bad spot by just holding that angle for so long. While they're already planning A, he's not going to win the round, and he was planning on saving it. You might as well just save it earlier. Like, why stay?
This has been a very aggressive start from Selfless, though. It's almost as if no one told them that they were like massive underdogs in this matchup.
Well, they are massive underdogs, and it's the mentality like,
well,
they're not playing scared, which can backfire in that case.
Yeah, as we see, Mitch coming out mid aggressively through a smoke, but no one there to back him up, and either he had a flashbang that just didn't land, but there was really no help for him coming through that smoke. So an easy kill to start things out for Rush, and he's going to relocate from the vents more towards the B bomb site. 3 players of Selfless are here in the sunroom, just biding their time. The bomb is here as well, so this will eventually be an A hit, and it looks like even a Molotov execute. They could just carpet bomb the B bomb site.
This is true, but I think Nifty's going to maybe try to make a move on the other side of the map, maybe pull an extra person from Optic, who's right now they are playing almost like a 2-2 setup with Nafly and Stanislav in the middle.
So what he's doing, he just Molotov the vents to ensure that there's going to be no defender inside those vents when Selfless does eventually hit this site. It is going to be Tarek playing in checkers. He gets a kill. No one burns out Rush, but Tarek is still alive and still dealing damage. It's all down to no one as Stanislav even prevents Nifty from getting any kind of a flank going, and Tarek with the triple kill gets Optic on the board.
Tarek primary. Hitting those shots, some nice shots.
A man of many talents.
Yeah, he is. But I wouldn't take it away from his teammates that much, because his teammate in the site was, you know, having their intention right there. You see him. Rush was making all this noise, and Tarek was sitting back and shooting.
I mean, he gets 2 assists out of it. It doesn't really mean too much when it's an op that gets the kill, but you do see Rush had some impact there. So the Flames eventually do claim his life, but still, 5-1. Optic's got to avoid getting reset here. They did have to invest heavily into this round, but you know, likewise on Selfless side, there's very little money left in the bank. So they've taken damage, all that damage during the second and third rounds that they sustained are coming back to bite them here, as if they lose this, even after winning 5 straight, they will have to save.
Stanislav is in a hiding angle. He's trying to be almost a sneaky person for Tarek. Tarek's going to spot it, and then as soon as he takes a shot, Stanislav's going to probably swing and get some kills. But Selfless, they kind of smell something funny, and they start falling back, and Nifty takes out Nafly.
Yeah, that's a sick flick. He gets tagged up and brings the op down, brings the crosshair away from the balcony. So or the rafters, excuse me. That's really, really well done.
That told Mixwell to actually switch with Rush. Now Mixwell's swinging the middle with an op, which could be the right move because they're about to boost, I think, over the middle.
What they could do, they have Tarek over at the B bomb site with that AWP, and he's spotting down an angle. So, I mean, they could actually move Stanislaw even back towards middle, towards the B bomb site, get some more support over towards A, where it's, you know, at least Tarek has that long line of sight to where he can call out some presence before it happens. So either Stan's going to have to rush to have a very quick flank, or he needs to fall back, and it's too late for him to fall back now. Here comes the execute, and it's going to be a split towards this A site. Mixwell's going to be in a lot of trouble, and he can't recover. Doesn't even have the op out, doesn't even have it scoped up. So Rush now has got to play hero behind the smoke. That flashbang works perfectly. There's Tarek, maybe alleviating some of the pressure, and he gets a second one as well. Rush gets a third. There it is. Tarek bails him out of a tough spot. It's in a 2-on-2, so Rush has done his job with the help of Tarek. Bomb is going to get planted, but it's a retake scenario. That Molotov, it's spreading now. That does a lot of damage to Mitch. It's not going to clean him out, but forces him away. The up from Nifty rings true, though. Stanislaw falls, and Tarek has made no progress onto this bomb site. 1-on-2 as the smoke's going to come out, try and block at least some of the portions where they could guard against his retake. Look at how he's just being jumpy. He's just trying to be a hard target to hit as he tries to find one kill quickly. Nifty in the smoke. Tarek seems to have an idea that's a possibility, but the clock is dwindling. He has a kit, but without one kill quickly, this is pretty much impossible. There's the no-scope. And the bomb's not planted for door, but he essentially has to stick this defuse if he's going to do it, and that'll be the opportunity for Mitch to win. So really well played 2-on-1 from Selfless, and they are going to win it in the end, although Tarek gets it a little bit fancy with 4 kills.
Nice, almost a retake by Optic. Nice shots by Nifty. He got that first kill and then a key kill at the truck angle. Optic, though, I'm surprised they kept 2 people at B for so long. They had Tarek spotting down with only 30 seconds left, and still no one was moving in B, even one person down on the team.
Yeah, that's tough for Stanislaw as well. You can see he just wanted the shoulder peek that to bait out the shot. But his Optic team is in a lot of trouble now. Back onto pistols.
Mixwell pushes through in the smoke. He's hiding in the smoke. Hopefully, Selfless will be able to clear this out. He might be able to get a kill right here.
His teammate's going to fall first. There's Mixwell with 1. There's Mixwell with 2. He's traded off by Breezy. And, I mean, there's some good damage done on the Zeke round again for Optic, but I don't think there's a chance that they can really turn it into their favor. Tarek's the last one alive, and he has been the standout player for Optic so far. There's the Deagle. It does ring true eventually. It's an AK-47, so Mitch all on his own on the other side of the map. The bomb's going to be an easy plant. It is going to be 7-1. Tarek isn't even making any kind of hustle to get over towards that A site until just now the bomb is planted. But a lot of time is going to run off this clock, and Tarek's not even going to go for it. He knows he's too far away.
Yeah, Selfless did their eco, boosting over middle, and Mixwell hiding in the smoke. He does get 2 people with a 5-7, but Selfless was able to recover and eventually plant the bomb in A.
Tarek's feeling lonely at the moment in terms of the fragging.
Yeah, he's just hitting his shots. Nafly pretty much don't know what he's thinking about right now. Maybe his mind's somewhere else. Maybe Selfless just out shooting them. In Selfless's mind, when you're an underdog like this, like as Ryu said, they always play as well as their opponent, and that could be bad or good depending on how awesome the team is. And Optic, though, being the better team, they're playing way and above their normal self.
Well, it's not often that you're going to look at this. For as much as we talked about how good Optic has been playing these past few weeks, Stan at 2 kills, Mixwell at 3, Naf at 1. There's just not a lot of output coming from the Optic players. So a little bit of a scary start to this game, down 7-1. Tarek's getting close up towards mid. He's spammed up a little bit.
But it looks like they're just lurking. They have 3 people in the middle, and Selfless has almost 4 people towards this B bomb site. Looks like this is their default go-to, is just handing 2 people in that sunroom with an anchor kind of helping them out. Looks like they want to take control of the sunroom, but no, they're going to just rush in the bomb site. Stanislav's hiding this site. He's probably calling for his team, but there's no one from Optics to defend this.
Yeah, the timing on his peak as well. He gave up his position, but he does get the kill, and that's the bomb down in checkers. He gets traded immediately, but here comes the rest of Optic, all of them streaming through the vents, and Selfless is not prepared for this many bodies to be coming from that position. What a nice aggressive retake from Optic, and they're going to survive with 4 players alive. So they choose not to defend the B bomb site too heavily, but that they'll just storm through vents together to surprise Selfless, and it works.
Yeah, it looks like Selfless was caught a little off guard right there. They're just running the bomb site, checking spots, and Stanislav with this nice timing peek, killing one person, and then all those people just start pouring out the vents. Selfless is like, wait a minute, what? Huh?
Yeah, and here's the damage to the economy coming into factor. All the pistols on the Selfless side, they have no armor.
Yeah, no armor, light buy. It could be a double save if they want to get Alps and a lot of utility. We'll see how many people they kill this round. If they're able to take out, like, I'd say 3 people, they probably will buy next round.
Yeah, I think this is gonna. They'd have to get a plant to I think make it a wise investment to go for some kind of a force buy. I think this otherwise has to be a double save scenario. The player on the site is very low. That's Naf. He does fall. Rush's turn. He only gets 1. Mixer recovers. There's the plant we were talking about, and yeah, they're doing great damage as well. If Mitch gets 1 or 2, it all depends on this peak with the Deagle.
The Miracle D.
Well, Mixwell isn't even watching that angle, so here's finally the peak, but he can't convert the kill, and now everyone is ready for this. Everyone's storming over towards Forklift, and Tarek is going to let him do no more damage. So a little bit scary. Optic, they lose 2, and they allow the plant, so it'll be interesting to see the decision of Selfless, what they decided. Actually, they're going to buy here, for sure.
Yeah, they have plenty of money to buy. They're going to get rifles with utility. They're playing nades. Let's see if they are able to keep running this T side. I mean, as I play this map, I feel like it is more T-sided, as more coordinated you are. It feels very heavy T-sided a lot of times, because it's so hard to hold that middle. That's why I see Optic always putting 2 people in mid, at least every round. Holding that mid can be a very hard task to do by yourself.
Well, you need to be able to do. You need to be able to play it. You need to be able to hold mid from time to time. I think it's not. You're not living in reality if you think you're going to hold it every single time it's hit. So you have to be able to hold it sometimes, and you have to know how to play it once you lose it, or once you have the option to give it up. And this is the crazy thing. Optic now trying to respond. They go aggressive, and Mitch is ready for it. There's a flashbang. He's not ready for that. Tarek's got the angle with the op, but he gives up the fact that it's the AWP, and I don't think anyone from Selfless is going to challenge that.
Nice flashes, though, from his team to help him get back towards that A main area. But they have right now they're playing Mixwell. He's playing up close middle. He's been doing this a lot almost, and hopefully Selfless will be able to catch on to this.
This time with a man advantage. We saw earlier Optic had 2 players at B, 1 in mid, 1 at A. This time with a man down, they have 2 at A. So Tarek's close up to A main. He's having the angle with the AWP, but Selfless isn't going there quite yet. They're boosting over for a mid split, and they run right into Mixwell, but they win it. And now it's all onto the B bomb site. Stanislav's trying to fall away. I don't know if he realizes they're coming to his bomb site. He's the only man here. There's no smokes though on the Selfless side. They have 4 Molotovs. They don't use any. They line up. Stan gets 2. It's brought down into a 3-on-3, and that might be a mistake. No nades to force him away from that. They just ran in, and now the full rotation is on. Everyone is at this B bomb site. Optic with a chance here, and actually catches the edge of the box. Nifty makes a mistake, and Tarek punishes it. So Rush now is preparing. He's trying to keep them back, and now the Molotovs are used, but it's too late. They had the utility needed to cross, and they didn't use it in a timely fashion. And Mitch here, he's got Tarek low as well. That nade, that's got to do the trick, or at least forces Tarek away. Actually, it almost did it, but Rush is just going to drop down. That's going to stop the plant. That's going to win the round. That got really dodgy there towards the end.
That is a heartbreaking round to lose right there. That's, I mean, as you notice, as he gets 2 kills right here, Stanislav, both of them are looking towards the bomb site. Like, how can you look both at the bomb site at that angle?
There's 4 Molotovs on the Selfless side. There was even a couple of flashbangs and nades. Any of those to be used to make that player uncomfortable, to obscure the vision, whatever it might be. And that's a win for Selfless, guaranteed.
Yeah, but in those kind of situations, if you don't have, or if you don't use those kind of Molotovs, you have to bait the person who's ahead of you. You can't line up, especially at a common choke point where there's always a person at that CT spawn area. It's like it's always there. There's always a person there.
Well, Nap's going to get a chance to farm here, as this is looking like it's going to be a hit through the smoke. He's got the UMP. Get that bonus money, just waiting to see if he can spot anyone. And he's going to swing out. He finds 1. They're stacked. He grabs 2 kills off of that. Kills the bottom player first. Wise decision. Can't get any more, though, but he's got a little bit of his money, and there's no real damage that Selfless can do from here. Rush is just going to spray him down.
Yeah, that was a nice little move. They bought head armor, too, so Selfless playing the money game. They were losing 3 rounds prior to that, so it's smart of them to get pistol head armor. They do have an op on Nifty, so Nifty, I would think, just keep having him lead with an ult. Because he's been getting some nice picks at the start of the round. Even though he only was 5 kills, it was an impact round that he did.
The tough part is it seems like Optic's starting to wake up. Selfless, they've done a great job this half of getting some of the early advantage, some of the opening kills. And in the start of this half, they were capitalizing on that. And actually, the flashbang blinds 2 players. Mix while he pushes through, he's very fortunate he doesn't get punished. But ever since, you know, these last few rounds, Optic has really been able to even sustain when they're in a man-down situation. So they've kind of come alive here to prevent Selfless from running away with this. And Tarek is playing out of his mind at the moment. He's 18-5.
Yeah, Tarek really putting this team on his back, always getting a kill every round almost, and he's just playing really, really nice. And his AWP is just, it seems like, you know, his AWP's on point right now.
Maybe that's been his issue throughout his whole career. He always fashioned himself to be a rifler. Maybe he's an AWPer.
Hey, this game is dominated by AWPers. Of course, there's some good rifles in this game, but majority
a couple good riflers here and there.
There's a lot of it, but it seems like a lot of the top players are always AWPers. It's so easy to hit one shot, one kill. You can hold tight angles. You can be long range. You can hit them anywhere above the waist. It's so nice being a good AWPer. I used to be AWPer. It was nice. It's easy almost.
Senior AWPing, it's not that impressive.
Jason, come on.
Come
on, Jason.
Speaking of good AWPers, Tarek is alone in the site, and he's been on fire with this weapon, at least in this match. He's going to have Mitch, and he's going to have Breezy, and he's waiting to see any indication of where they're going to come from first. He's starting to hear the footsteps, but he's got Rush there, although he doesn't connect any shots on the way past. So Tarek still gets one, and there's Rush for the cleanup.
Shotgun AWP right there.
Why not? Well, at least he's going to take one down with him, and then Rush forgets to pick up the AWP, so they've got to reinvest into that. But this late in the half, 2 rounds left, it's not that big of a deal.
Not big of a deal at all. And Optic just coming back, as you said, they're coming alive. They're like, wait a minute, we can't be this easy. This is still Pro League, okay? Even though Selfless is not at the top, they're still a decent team. And wouldn't you say so, Jason?
Only because I know Ryu is listening in. Well, I mean, part of it, too, might be some added pressure onto the Optic side once they saw SK fall 0-2. This is a great chance for them to just jump up the standings and grab a pretty commanding lead. So maybe adding some pressure on themselves in that sense. Either way, they've started to handle business here, and now they have an okay buy to go against. UMP, 2 Tech 9s, Molotovs everywhere at the same site. Breezy's going to have to run right through it, down to 21, but he still gets the kill. Rush not prepared for that whatsoever. And actually, Breezy and No One, they combined for 3 kills so quickly. Some incredibly low players on the Selfless side, but they have a commanding lead into this round. They've got a great hold on this bomb site. 2 players in quad boosted up. I think that's 2 players over towards Forklift. These are the low HP players, and Stan's going to spot that. And there's one through the smoke. That's beautiful because Mitch and Caboose are so low. This is still a doable round all of a sudden because of the work of Stanislaw. And he's waiting for another peek, hoping they're going to give it to him. But Mitch with a nice headshot on Tarek. It's all down to Stan walking into the site, and No One is at an angle he's not prepared for. So 8 rounds for Selfless. They ensure that they'll at least win the half.
Nice moves by Team Selfless right there with
show me your moves.
Breezy just rushing through mollies and just catching Rush off guard right there, and he gets 2 kills even with like 5 HP.
Yeah, that was surprising. I'm a little bit curious as to what was going on that Rush, because I don't think he was blind on his screen. I didn't see him get flashed or anything like that. He just didn't seem like he was prepared for anyone to come through that Molotov.
Yeah, and it's, you know, sometimes that could be a good move if you pull it off, but if you don't pull it off, you look kind of like an idiot.
This is true. How much of that is true about plenty of moves that are made in Counter-Strike?
1G. Had to throw that out there. And Selfless, though, they do have 4 people towards this mid area. Mitch is always working out in this crabby area, so they know they're not playing close middle. They're going to take control of middle. Optic, though, is kind of spread out. They have 2 people. Actually, they do have Rush pushed in the A main, so they do have some information that Selfless might be taking mid or B at this point in the game.
Tarek's alone here with this, oh, actually, he's very far back in the connector. So with this pistol, he's just trying to play any kind of information gathering mission. He's not there for a fight. He might be there for a lurk if they try and hit up towards the A bomb site. But for the most part, he just wants to know what he can find out to give his team the calls, being in that centralized position with the 5-7 only. So he knows there's a nade. Now he sees this smoke. So all that all that Optic really knows is that mid control is all the way of Selfless, and even Stan pushing up, trying to grab a little bit more information, a little bit overzealous as well. He falls, And this is going to be a slow split towards that A site. And Tarek, there's no information to be gathered here. Rushes out in the open. He wins the initial battle, but he's going to get a second one as well. He hasn't been traded off just yet until Breezy finally comes in for 2 kills. A third onto Tarek. He's put his team in a great position. A 3-on-1, and it looks like Selfless is going to get up towards 9. Naf has to go for this. There's no reason not to. He has no kit, though. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Jinx.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I'm not going to do that to you, Jinx.
Well, it's too late now, isn't it?
I unjinx it.
Well, Naf is going to work his way into the site. And this is smart by Selfless. No one even making an appearance.
Playing the bomb, planting the open, playing the bomb. Textbook play by Selfless.
Well, Eric's loving it. Ryu's probably loving it. Selfless is up 9-6 at the half. Someone needs to tell them they're the underdog. Someone needs to tell Optic that this is their match to win. We'll see if they can come back in the second half. Stay tuned, and we'll return shortly.
He's gonna get the 1 kill in that bomb incoming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, look at that!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Well, I had a lovely halftime because I just found out that when De Beers left coaching CLG Red, they were up 13-2, and it is now, what, in overtime?
It's in overtime now.
Look at the impact you're having. Top coach in the region. But otherwise, on the game, we're actually showing to circle around and be professional about things. A good opening half from Selfless. Surprising, I think, considering how well Optic has been playing. I mean, this isn't like this is a team that you're just going to walk in and blow out all the time. They've had some fantastic matches against very good teams. Heroic, notably. They have beaten SK online in a best of 3. So this team does have some challenges, and they're giving one to Optic right now. They're going to be up 9-6 going into the second half. Well, they'll be on the CT side. So see if this defense can complete the match.
Let's hope so. Optic, though, maybe kind of let loose a little bit, saying, hey, this team's Selfless. Maybe we don't have to try as hard, but Selfless. Selfless.
Have you ever gotten into a match thinking that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's times where you play against like a lower end team, you're like, whatever, and then they kind of hand you a run for your money. You're like, wait a minute, we can't take any team that lightly. You know, it's like anyone can win this league, even E United. Even E United.
Okay, so a retake strategy for Selfless towards that A bomb site. Nifty with smoke kit. He's going to be over towards Card, just spotting for any kind of a hit. Tarek's got the utility on the Optic side of things. And the rest of Selfless, 1 player in mid spotting, and then 3 towards the B bomb site. But they're not pushing whatsoever. They're staying very, very static at the moment. And Optic's willing to just set up in a very passive default.
Yeah, Selfless, though, playing that heavy B setup. Nifty, though, spotting alone and by the truck. So if Optic's able to scout this, they might go, I think they can go right into an A take. Stanislav just trying to make noise. He's spotting around. Mixwell does pick the bomb, and he's taking towards A main right. Not Fly, though. He's already in the bomb site. He checks. He doesn't see anything, so it's going to encourage Optic just to rush. And now they know.
And now they know. The bomb is getting planted, and here's the push. Unfortunately, no one just gets dropped by Stanislav. This flank has got to have a huge impact. There's going to be 3 players there. The danger to it is they're coming from the angle away from the kit. So, if Nifty falls before they get to the site, it's going to be so tough to recover that. Stanislav boosted up. He's there to cut off rotations, but he can't do it. Caboose is going to come around as well. He's occupying 2. Naf and Tarek are both here, but Caboose really has no avenue to get towards the site to help his teammates out, and now he can't even cause a distraction. Smoke on the bomb. Mitch gets that kill. There's an opportunity here. He gets another one. Nifty's on it. Can Optic stop this? I don't think they can. They're too far away. Selfless is going to steal this pistol round away from them.
Oh,
and Optic
wow.
drops the ball, and Naf with a couple nice kills, they won't matter in the end.
Mitch with nice headshots right there in the smoke of the bomb. Just perfect smoke, perfect execution. Team Selfless was literally right there to pick off anyone that was going to peek through that smoke. Mitch, look at that hero play.
It feels like too many Optic players got into A main and were just so casual allowing Selfless to get into that site. I mean, they had 3 players who had to run back towards the bomb at a disadvantaged fight, especially when that smoke goes down.
Yeah, there's a lot of people still alive. You want to peek some angles and try to, bait them into some crossfires or something. I mean, you can't have everyone playing passive in a 4-4, 5-5 situation.
Well, now both pistol rounds go to Selfless, so this is a match that you feel with this kind of a lead, they definitely should win. A nice boost over the smoke. An opportunity to get a pick, but it doesn't work out. Nifty's got a lot of presence in mid from Optic, and he's going to eliminate at least part of it. Rush falls. Stands here to drop a smoke into his vision, and Optic's trying to make progress onto this A site. They do initially. Naf is here, but the bomb is not at the site. No one's got to be careful. He's wide in the open. Naf and Tarek brought very low, but the Deagles, they go to work. Mixwell chimes in with 1, so Optic responding right back. They're in a 3-on-2, but low HP. Unfortunately, Mitch can't land that shot. That's the bomb as well. That could have sealed the round there. So it's going to be a little bit tougher as Mitch and Breezy coming to make this retake. That smoke is going to be so effective blocking the choke point. And look at Naf. He's coming around in a long flank, and because Selfless is taking so long, because they're being so patient, this is going to be effective. There he is, biding his time, lining up the shot, but can't get the kill. He falls, and Breezy is going to come right in with the SMG, jumping around the corner. He's going to find Mixwell in the air, and Mitch cleans him out. And they have a kit. They'll be fine for the defuse. Selfless still managing to win that round.
Fly messing with the Deagle. That is unfortunate to do. That's you just kicking yourself right in the tuckish right there.
Yeah, that's obviously a situation where you feel like you line that up so well and you have all the time in the world that you feel like it should land. But I mean, with the Deagle, with the random nature that it can have, maybe getting a little bit closer. There was no one paying attention to Highway. He could have crawled up. Now, obviously, this is all hindsight.
And also, maybe picking a spot where he could take a shot and just fall back. The point is to stay alive. And he died in the process, and that just really killed it for Optic to even win the round.
Another good opening into this round for Selfless as well. Double nades over the boost brings Rush down to 38, Mixwell at 64, so very good usage of utility for Selfless to start this out. 2 players towards the B bomb site. Mitch is going to be right around this box. Here's smoke. Thought that might be a pop flash for a second.
Stanislav, there's an opening to the smoke, so this is not good for Mitch. He's gonna peek around the corner, and he does get the flick on Stanislav. Stanislav had the angle and everything on him, and he just didn't hit the shot.
That was dicey for Mitch. He does recover in time. Mid control goes the way of Optic, but it doesn't seem like Selfless care. They've grabbed control themselves of A main. 1 player in lockers, 1 player right at the entrance.
Nifty smartly backing off. And nice flash peeks by Selfless. Nafly getting exchanged with Rush. He does know that there's a guy in the lockers area, and Mixwell coming up towards A. He picks off Nifty, and now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Optic, though, is in the A bomb site.
Well, Caboose needs to get aggressive right now. He's being pushed on behind, and his opportunity's gone. Nice patience from Naf. Way to keep his attention, not overexpose himself. And now he's gotten his team into a great position to win this. The cross is going to be smoked off. Breezy trying to get lucky, but it's not going to happen. There's no more utility on the Selfless side. And they're going to have another good retake. They did it on the first round. I believe it was the second round that they had another good retake on. But here on this 2-on-3 against all AK-47s, it's going to be a taller task.
Yeah, and with no utility, it's going to be hard to try to get in this bomb site. They already let the bomb down, and Tarek gets 2 kills. In that situation, if you don't have any more utility, you have to make a move. I think just maybe work an angle as a team and just try to pick off someone. You can't let them plant the bomb and then reset up again. It's just, you're not going to win those.
That's a beautiful double peek from Selfless, but I mean, the thing that negates it is Naf playing that situation so smart. Just staying alive, knowing he's got his teammates coming around. So 11-7, and Selfless is going to be back onto the pistols, themselves taking a lot of damage in the eco rounds, just like in the first half. So they're forced into a reset scenario pretty early on.
And this is actually, I think, Selfless is in a little trouble right now. Even though they've been winning rounds, it seems like they're playing out of their minds to win these rounds. It's like Optic, it's almost like Optic is losing them, not Selfless is winning them, if that makes any sense.
Plenty of sense.
Yeah. Optic, like, it seems like they're making mistakes in losing rounds, while Selfless is, you know, just, I mean, they're making awesome plays, but it just seems like it's too good to be true kind of thing.
Poor guys. Poor guys. Well, Breezy's the only one over towards this B bomb site. He's directly beneath the vents. It's going to be a timing, and the timing is not in his favor because the flashbang, he eats it with his eyeballs, and he's gone.
You don't want to eat flash with your eyeballs.
Oh, that's no good.
Go see your eye doctor, please.
Now the AKs can really do some damage at range. They don't need to be taking these fights, but there's very little risk considering the arsenal that Selfless has here. So Optic's gonna you know, take a commanding win into this round. They're gonna inch up to 8 rounds playing against 11 on the Selfless side of things. Trying to make a bit of a comeback here.
Indeedy, but all 5 Optics survived, so Optic's just rolling in the money right now. Selfless gonna have to save one more round. Hopefully they'll be able to maybe do a little gamble stack. Hopefully Optic will run into it.
Yeah, this is no nades bought up, no flashbang, so I'd be surprised if there's any kind of crazy aggression at a Selfless side of things, any kind of like you know, nade stack again over towards boost, but they are going to stack towards this A site. 4 players here. That Molotov prevents them from getting aggressive, even if they had a flashbang. This is where that pop flash would really come in, but look at this stack over towards Forklift. This could be an issue as soon as this player makes contact, although no one turns away. Now they come streaming out, but Tarek's there like an exterminator. Just eliminating the, I don't know, what kind of animal would come, rats maybe come storming out of the nest?
Rats. I mean, they do come storming out of the nets. I was thinking
cockroaches?
Like I mean, these are some degrading animals you're talking about. Insects. Calling Selfless insects now?
Well, I mean, let's not take the metaphor that deep.
How about, what are those dogs in Australia's? You know, the little gopher dogs in Australia?
I have no clue.
Like a meek rat or meek dog?
That's the animal you're picking. The most obscure. Okay. Well.
Anyways.
That's a nice shot from Nifty. That is a sick flick over towards Naf, and he even falls back, saves his own life. Getting away, that smoke is there to block his retreat. So a 5-on-4 advantage again. We've been saying that a lot in this match for Selfless. They've done a great job at getting these opening kills.
But I like how Nifty repositions himself towards that a mid now. Now the Opera's in middle, and they have 2 riflers in A. So Optic may be thinking, hey, there's an Opera in A. It might kind of trick him right there.
Yeah, that could be interesting to see how Optic plans on handling this, because yeah, you're right. They might assume the Opera is still at the same bomb site. The tough part is Nifty's gone all the way over towards B, so it's just these 2 players. It's just Caboose. He's got a Molotov, and it's no one who's got a Molotov as well. So they've got some utility to stop things. Unfortunately, 1 Molotov gets extinguished. There's 2 Molotovs out towards Quad. Beautiful angle from the Observer, and here comes the execute. Caboose with the first kill. Tarek responds, but actually Caboose is going to push right through, and the Opera Nifty gets back just in time. Tarek's brought down to 9 HP. It's going to be a tough situation. He's a little bit too low to really get in too many crazy fights, so Stan's going to have a lot of work to do. There's no nades, though, on the Selfless side to clean him out of that position. Both players for Optic inside the site. Actually, Tarek's found himself into the door, so that's not bad. But Stan is all alone here. He hits a nice shot, and he's spraying down. He connects another one, and that's Tarek to bail him out, coming in at the right moment. And now on top of the boxes, Stan just deletes Nifty. A beautiful round from Optic.
That flash won him that round right there. It blinded at least 2 people in that situation. They're able to swing out and kill those 2 people by the toxic in the highway. So unfortunate for Team Self. It seems like they will have that first pick, and then they completely give up map control. Maybe just keep holding angles. Make Optic force you back in some situations. You're too passive after that first pick.
Well, at least, I mean, to be fair, I think Tarek there played a really wise game, falling into the door where he's, you know, the safest can be with 9 HP, and then choosing the proper moment to peek out and bail Stan out of a tough spot. Because if Stan is stuck in that 1-on-3, high likelihood Selfless wins that round. So good support from Tarek in a tough situation. And again, good job from Derek with a triple kill in the anti-eco.
Tarek just 32 kills, just making Selfless.
Ooh, so is Breezy. Well, he's making Optic hurt. So I mean, that's a sick pair of Deagles there. Now they're back into this round. He can still do more. Mitch has a UMP into this round as well, but it's gonna get dicey. They haven't gone in quite yet. Rush still has a Molotov and a smoke, but he hasn't used that flashbang. Is so nice. Look at how it delays this retake. Selfless wanted to go with that, and Tarek's just gonna push forward into the smoke. Rush is gonna get one kill, and there's actually Tarek gets both of them. Tarek with the ace, yeah.
Nice little ace. Tarek just, he wants to win. He's like, team, we're gonna win. We're gonna make playoffs. If I have to carry you, I will. That's probably exactly what he's saying.
He's got 20 kills more than his the two closest teammates to him at Rush and Naf, each with 14. So, what an individual performance out of Tarek. He's looked so stellar after he's had some time with this Optic lineup.
Yeah, where's...
It must be the pool. Like, the Optic house with that pool, there must be something in the water there. Tarek's just feeling ultra good about his gameplay at the moment.
Or maybe he's a hockey player.
Or maybe it's not the pool. Maybe he's spending no time enjoying the pool and ice rink.
Yeah, maybe
it's all deathmatch.
Maybe they're playing at the ice rink right now. You know, that cold setting, land kind of sports theme. Why not?
Yeah.
Zamboni. Maybe he's playing on a Zamboni right now. We don't know that.
We don't know.
We don't know. Looks like Optic, though. They're going to sit back in middle. Kind of just trying to spot around. I don't think Mix will spot anything just yet. Selfless, though, playing super passive. Breezy is helping towards that B bomb site. No one's kind of playing super back in CT spawn. So Optic is going to just walk up places. Selfless just lets them kind of just creep up.
Smoke still obscuring the vision. Mixwell is trying to peer into this A bomb site. 2 players in door, 1 lurker in mid, and that flashbang. Nifty eats it. Now Caboose coming through. He's got an opportunity to make a huge play. They line up, but he can't control the recoil. Breezy is going to eliminate Rush. Down into a 3-on-3, but Mixwell, I mean, maybe he spotted him through that smoke, but I doubt it. I think he just took a shot at the angle on the side of that box, and it works out for him. So now at a 2-on-3, Breezy's so low, only 1 flashbang. And they'd have to hope and pray for a mistake out of Optic to make this even worth going for. So I think they're gonna, they're just gonna go for it. Flashbang out, and there's an easy elimination for Stanislaw down into a 2-on-1. Mitch gonna try and retake into the site. He does have a kit, but Naf is gonna play this well. It's planted for A main, but it's not gonna matter. Optic has been winning all the clutches. I don't think Selfless has really had that successful of a retake since the first 2 rounds of his half.
Yeah, I think this would be a good time for a timeout, just so Selfless can get their minds back in the game, or maybe next round when they have guns, get their minds in the game, saying, hey, what's going wrong? We're playing retake on a lot of these bomb sites, but we don't have nades or utility to retake the bomb sites. Maybe they gotta try to be a little more aggressive and stay aggressive.
Doesn't help when Tarek's dropping 34 kills on you. Well, I mean, like when a player is doing that to you as an individual, like the mentality of it is just like, no matter what play you make, you're just like, I hope I don't run into Tarek because he's winning everything at the moment.
Or you could do the opposite, be like, let's just all go towards him and take him out right away. I mean, just like he's staying alive, he's getting kills. The problem is he's staying alive. Just take him out. Maybe it takes 2-3 people to kill him.
Well, Breezy's Deagle has at least been on point in these recent rounds, and now he runs into Tarek. So Tarek's probably down to 34 HP, and he just falls away. He's given his team an advantage. That's the Opper and Mixwell. They're going to try and at least make this AWP hard to recover, throwing it in towards vents. And continuing to bring it with them. So smart play from Naf, but now they have to enter the site. Breezy here. He spots the glimpse just as the smoke blooms, and Mitch is all alone in this site, and he can't hit that shot. Tarek's ready for it. Pre-fires the angle. He's going for more. That's 35 kills on Tarek watch. In a 4-on-4. Selfless is all surrounding this B bomb site. They're just going to storm right in. They line up for Tarek. He gets 2 and assists onto another. And Rush cleans up the other 2 kills. And Optic has taken a commanding lead, 13-11. Still no pause out of the Selfless side.
Yeah, I think they should call a pause now. They have guns, they have rifles, they have an ult. Let's see what the strat we have to do to win this map. But they don't take a pause.
I mean, they're going to need like 3 good strategies because there's so much money on this Optic side. Essentially, 2 players at 10,000, 1 at 11,000 that they'd have to burn through. So they're going to have to win a lot of consecutive rounds to force any kind of a reset here. So Optic complete control at the moment behind Tarek.
It looks like they're sending 3 people towards Squeaky Door right now.
This boost better happen quickly and silently. And here comes the hit outdoor. They're in the Molotov. No one's going to get one. Nifty the other. There's still 2 in the smoke. He dinks one, falls down onto the offer of Mixwell, and there's Caboose coming through the smoke. You wanted aggression. You've got it this round from Selfless, 12-13.
Nice stack by Team Selfless. Optic, though, a little interesting why they would want to push smoke. I mean, I guess is trying to catch him off guard, but you don't need to catch Team Selfless off guard. You're already winning. You have the momentum. Just keep doing your thing, and it's kind of always going through smoke is a very risky
it's that age-old question. Do you switch something up before they figure out how to beat it, or do you wait for them to figure it out? Do you try and catch them off guard, trying to set up some other kind of defense? And look at this, more aggression. Selfless just essentially rushing Bia's counter-terrorist. There's a good trade. Down into a 4-on-4. I mean, it's going to favor the terrorists, but at least they have some intel. Nifty wanted the angle, and actually I think his leg was just spotted out by Tarek. He's not going to realize that. Perfect pop flash. He can do nothing. He's out in the open. Naf finds it, but that's all Tarek's work. Now he's going to push forward around Forklift, and he's going to spray down towards Truck. It doesn't work out for him. No one does re-peek and get the kill, but huge advantage for Optic as this bomb is planted in a 3-on-2. And Mixwell's in middle, so he's got to be a little bit careful. He's got to at some point meet up with his team. He's waiting to cut off those rotations, but it's not planted for middle. He's got to come all the way back towards A main. If this retake was any quicker, it might be a tough spot. Now he's going to come up and stop him from getting into the site with that AWP. Molotov forces Rush into the open, and he wins the battle anyways. And Mixwell chimes in at the end. And this is a reset situation for the economy, and I'm not sure Selfless can even afford to save here. I think they might have to just buy in this one. Yeah. They do have 12 rounds. They could. I mean, it's not an inconceivable comeback at 12-15, but
I would
tough reset.
Buy at the situation, but they decided to buy pistol armor. I mean, we had over 6K on no one. You could just buy an off and then hand it to Nifty or someone and just maybe try to get some nice picks. But they're going with the tie here. Again, it is 5-7 in CS:GO, so you just never know.
I mean, it's also 12-15. So I mean, you gotta have. If you don't have confidence that you can win 3 rounds in a row, you might. That's an issue in and of itself.
Yes.
So Breezy, he's been really good with his deagle, but I don't think he's going to clear this deep angle to his right in Sunroom. Stan gets there very quickly, and that's the B defense gone. So if there's any more aggressive probing and actually Tarek spots more information, he's going to go for the kills. Of course, this time he can't do it. But now he's at least got the intel that there's at least 2 on highway.
But the entire Optics are already in the B bomb site, and they're about to plant the bomb. Not Fly gets 1, gets 2, and Nifty gets down to Nifty Caboose, and Nifty does have an AK, so the question is, do you want to save it? Yes, you do. So you have no kits, no positioning. It's just not wise.
Well, and because of the nature of this pistol buy that they have, and just the fact that they basically ran out of money, Caboose only has 900, so if they save this AK-47, they can drop it to him. That's huge. That would be so nice for Selfless Gaming if they could actually be able to do that. So Nifty going to try and save a life here at the end, but Stanislav reacts too quickly for him. And there goes the dream of Caboose having a rifle into the next round.
Yes, and now Caboose, well, he gets
yep, the dream's alive again. Dream's back, boys.
Dream is back for the tie.
So he is going to have an AK-47, and he'll even be able to upgrade head armor if he chooses to. For cheap.
For cheap. Get some money, save it. Why not? But I don't think he's going to buy the head armor. It looks like he's wants
going against AK-47, so I mean, not a huge issue outside of Naf, who has an M4.
This is true. And they'd rather buy utility. Drop a gun, It looks like Optic, though, they're sending 2 people towards that A. We got Not Fly towards Squeaky Door, and Tarek holding that A main. Maybe a little default from Optic, and slow it down, not trying to force anything. Make Selfless make the mistakes.
Well, this is all it for Selfless. No more mistakes they can give. Optic on map point here. They've got 3 more before overtime. So Selfless have got to come up huge here. The only gun round Selfless has 1. It was basically a boost onto that box in it and a fast play from Optic that ran right into it. So otherwise they've been beaten pretty convincingly throughout this half. Stan's already got an amazingly advanced position up highway. He's just waiting for someone from Selfless to fall back and kind of just walk right into his crosshair. Caboose would be the likely culprit of that, as he's playing over at Forklift, but no one jump spotting. And there it is, he finds Stan. That's a good job from him, but Rush eliminates Mitch That's back in checkers, and it's just Breezy here. There's Caboose with the kill, but Breezy's fallen back behind the choke point, so he's going to get smoked off. It looked like he wanted to make that play. He was itching for it through that smoke. They're looking, I mean, Optic delays that. They're looking for some kind of a response. That's a nice dink. So Breezy's got rushed down very low. It's a 4-on-3. This is a must-win retake.
Yeah, and the whole team Selfless is rotating right now. They do miss that Molotov in the site. It does delay him from playing the bomb for B main. Tark's about to end.
They're gonna go right in. Rush gets one, but they've already tried to enter into the retake, and it's working. No one and Breezy each with a kill, and Mixwell, as we saw in the previous round, very far away from this, just coming through vents now, and this diffuses, he's just gonna stick it for 10 seconds. Nice win from Selfless.
Yeah, nice move to attack the bomb site when someone's playing the bomb. That's one less person.
Yeah, essentially turns that 4-on-3 into a 4-on-2 while the plant's going down. So good job and very decisive. I mean, we weren't even ready for it. I highly doubt Optic was ready for it. Rush certainly wasn't. He does get one kill as they weren't even looking his way, but couldn't stop the rest of the retake.
Yeah, Selfless though, they still have to win 2 rounds. You can take it to overtime, and just one little mistake, you're going to lose the match against a team like Optic, who will capitalize on all these kind of mistakes. Optic though, they're going to Mixwell sit way back this time. He's not going towards that B. And Optic, 72 people towards that.
Yeah, I mean, no one's hiding against the wall and door, and then Nifty's going to be there as well with an AWP, just holding the angle, hoping someone's going to come into door late. I mean, that makes it a far rotation if they need to go towards mid or the B bomb site, but that's where they want to try and find this kill, and actually no one will have a quick flank if he ever decides to push up. No one's watching it from Optic at the moment. Mid control, though, for the terrorist side, and that's a dangerous thing to give up.
It is, but Optic so far not capitalized on it. They're just spotting spots, and looks like they're going to go towards this vents to B. It's going to be a B split, and they spot no one checkers at the moment. Breezy's in the site. Mitch, though, they have Team Selfless have 2 people in the bomb site.
Yeah, but they've got to have a massive hold here because the rotation is still so far away, and they're being flanked from CT spawn. Stands up top, he swings out now, Breezy doesn't see him, and I think they're going to be surprised at where that damage is coming from. They still have no idea. There's Stan cutting off Caboose. That's the next rotation, and Stan does a huge job. He basically just wins this map for Optic. It's a 4-on-2. There's still a chance, but it's dwindled down so far because of that flank, and even further because of Rush. Wise play from Stan, and that's what happens when you give up mid-control so passively and you don't even have the intel of what's coming. He makes a massive flank.
Yeah, that was, there was still 5 people alive too, and he somehow hits heaven without even being spotted. I mean, that's a mistake on Selfless. You have to have at least one person just in the mid area.
At least one.
At least one, kind of like maybe even spot and spawn, you know? Give up mid.
They did have players spotting from the A-bomb site for a long time when they did those tactics, but that round in particular, they chose to get a couple players aggressive indoors, so they just didn't have the manpower, and they didn't go away from that stack for the majority of the round. So Stanislaw capitalized on it. That's a good play, but Selfless, I mean, more of a challenge than I think many of us thought they would give.
I mean, we see that they had the potential to win, but again, when they started winning, maybe they got nervous and you're like, wait a minute, we're winning. Let's change it up or something. Because
it did seem like that advantage, they started to go on tilt a little bit as it slowly dwindled. And you know who else went on tilt? One of the guys on the analyst desk. His name is Ryu. He's a big Selfless fan, and I'm sure that couldn't have been easy to watch.
It's been a little bit of the story of the season, man. We play up to the level or down to the level of our competition. Had a couple opportunities there. Tarek had a crazy map. I mean, I don't know.
That was Tarek versus Breezy for a lot of the
felt like
map.
it, yeah. And there's been people that have accused Tarek 38 kills. There's been some people, I don't know who they are, but they've accused Tarek of having a brain that resembles like a type of nut.
The type of nut.
Yeah.
Who would do that? You mean like calling him like a peanut brain or something?
Yeah, so like peanut brain, but
that is messed up.
Definitely didn't seem like peanut brain Tarek.
No, that was more like an acorn brain.
Like slightly enhanced, slightly
yeah,
larger.
That was
yeah, I mean
that he was playing lights out.
Yeah, I mean it seemed like he just killed anything on his screen. Like he was having that kind of a performance. And Selfless side had a couple 3v5 advantages. It seemed like they had the opportunities to win that, but just weren't able to close out some of those rounds.
Yeah, they definitely kept it close and definitely could have won that map, but the inexperience, I think, they lost a lot of rounds that they shouldn't have.
Yeah, early it seemed like they had a big lead. There was this, I think it was a 2v3 retake here as we take a look at round 7. Nice split onto the bomb site. They get a couple kills, couple go the other direction, but they're able to hold this site and put up a pretty big lead going into that.
Yeah, right here we were both saying complete control right now for Selfless. Right after they win this round, you know, Optic was on a really bad economical state. I think it went to 8-1 before Optic could get on the board again. And after this round, then Optic started their comeback a bit more. Got back into the half pretty well. And as you see there, they forgot they were underdogs early.
Had a big lead. That was a good and a couple kills. We're talking about how powerful an op that plays that forklift position can be. And then going a little bit later, have another 3v5 advantage, but don't have utility, don't have smokes for the cross into the B bomb site. Stanislaw is there, and unfortunately 2 players literally line up, and just like that, they're right back into a 3v3.
Yeah, pretty inexcusable round to lose here. You gotta get that flash down. Nifty had that flash. There's no shame in slowing it down, you know, and being careful, especially when you know that B bomb site is basically open. That they got in there, they made a perfect play, right? Perfect play, perfect read. They go into B, they're playing retake with 1 in CT spawn. Just super bad, just mental error there, you know, just small, bad mental mistake.
Yeah, and this is again one of those 3v5s where it seemed like that, okay, this is a selfless round. Maybe they break the economy, maybe they extend their lead, and just didn't pan out. As we see, you know, Rush pushes up on the rail. No time left on the plant. Mitch not really left with many options.
I saw you slowly go from just happy, excited Ryu into just depressed, miserable man.
I know that you've never like raged or tilted or anything, because
never.
Just not in your nature. But I don't usually rage and get like angry, but there are some times that I feel a little drained. And getting late into that match, right around round 23, it seemed like if there was a time for the comeback to happen, if there was time to start to distance ourselves or maybe win some really big rounds, this was that round. It's 11-11. We get a couple kills. It's a decent chance at a retake, but the post plant just doesn't go the way of the Selfless team.
Yeah, mix well with that post-plant op, really strong. They get the smokes up. CTs don't have much information, and this is a very, very difficult round for you to win if you're the CTs here, especially with, you know, playing against world-class players like Optic.
And I was saying when during like literally this exact moment, save the guns, save the guns. Would you have saved 2v3, very little utility, low in money, post-plant? You know that there's an op hanging onto a corner there.
I wouldn't have saved initially and just had to save. I would have said, look for opportunistic kills.
Like a pick or save?
Yes, look for opportunistic kills. If they present themselves, take them and try to win the round. You know, basically, if Optic makes a mistake, you know, try to win it, take that risk. But if they don't give you anything, then book it out of there.
So I can tell you, because I've seen it, Selfless plays really close matches. I think there's been one exception so far this season, so always entertaining. And if you don't believe that I'm telling you the truth, I know a place that you can find out that is the truth, and that is thescoreesports.com. You can take out your Google phone or Apple phone and go to the App Store for your appropriate phone operating system. Hit the search box, type in the Score Esports, download it, install it. It is the best place for esports news and stats. And don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll see if Selfless can split 1-1 on the night up against Optic.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. Here with Eric, the Bears. How's it going?
Welcome. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing okay.
Doing okay?
Not that great.
How do we get it up to great? Oh yeah. We did find out, if you guys tuned into the first map, just before we get into this, Selfless versus Optic is the series we're watching. Selfless had a good lead on the first map to start things out. Optic came back off the back of Tarek, who ended with 38 kills. That was on Cash. Now we're going to be on Mirage. But before we dive into that, when we started that first map, Eric's team, he's coaching CLG Red. They were up 13-2 in the first half. And going into the second half, when he took his eye off it, it was 13-4.
So you know, it was
what happened
13-2. I was like, oh, time to cast. They got it. You know,
yeah.
T side's usually better. They lose.
You actually said those words as well.
Yes, and they lost in the fourth overtime.
Well, double overtime, 4 halves of overtime.
Oh yeah, whatever. I don't care, Jason.
It's just so flustered.
I don't care.
So Mirage will be tough for Selfless. I mean, how do you? That's the thing. They had such a good start on Cash. You really felt like they were going to run away with it, but then Tarek happens.
Yeah, Tarek carried the team on his back, and Selfless is the type of team to where they, you know, they seem to do worse when they're losing. So I don't know. It's going to take a lot for them just to get back in this game. And right now they do have looks like a default kind of pistol setup. And Optic's playing heavy towards A, so if they go A, Selfless is going to have to hit some shots or they're going to lose the round.
Yeah, Rush has a smoke, and he's playing underneath the balcony, or he's on top of the balcony actually right now. So waiting for any indication of what this hit might be, and more than likely just going to be smoking off Palace. And the rest of Selfless is coming to line up. It's only Nifty with a smoke of his own. That's looking like it's going to be for CT Spawn.
Stanislav is spotting the halls, so Stanislav's in a weird spot if they come up A ramp and check that sandwich spot.
Yeah, well, a good crossfire here. Mixwell on top of the ticket booth is not going to get anything, and no one actually flushes out Stanislav, and Rush falls immediately after as well. Reminder that Selfless won both pistol rounds on Cash and still lost the map, so Optic is yet to win a pistol here. And there's Mixwell and Nap evening things up in a 3-on-3. The aggression continues down into a 2-on-2. Somehow Optic has made this work. They've come back in this. Nifty alone. He's underneath balcony. He's got nowhere to go. He's just got to hit his shots, and he doesn't even get a bullet off.
Yeah, they planted for the A ramp and everything, and they had 4 people pushing towards that jungle area?
It seems like they wanted that plant to be for jungle and connector, and they wanted to take that over. They wanted to just, you know, forget about CT spawn altogether, make sure they took over jungle. But with such a huge event, this is a 5-on-3, and they've barely taken any damage. And then from here, they're just eliminated one by one.
Yeah, you can't let them pick you off so many, like one by one like that, especially if you have Optic in that little choke point area. You should be able to hit those shots.
Huge advantage for that fight for sure, especially because they had such a big advantage in numbers in a 5-on-3. So a big mistake from Selfless allows Optic to get the first round and the pistol round on the CT side of Mirage.
Yeah, I think after you have those initial 2 kills off the bat, maybe you should kind of slow it down and play more of a standard kind of setup where, you know, keep guys T-ramp, because once you overextend, you run into more counters, and then that's more chances to get caught.
Well, speaking of overextension, Tarek is up here, but he's not going to get caught. He sprays down 3. He can't get the pistol out in time. It's Nap's turn to recover. And Famas has no bullets in it, as Mitch just found out, unfortunately. And by the time he reloads, Rush is already here to bail Optic out. So Mitch is the last one left with only 5 HP. He's got the bomb, but he's also getting flanked from behind, and Stan is just going to clean things up.
Tarek, the Eco Cobra. I think a lot of those kills last game were a lot of them were Eco kills.
I think so.
I think so.
Well, he did get that ace on the anti-eco. Outside of that, I think, I mean, overall, he just had...
I mean, he got a lot of kills, don't get me wrong. He got a lot of kills on gun round, but I think a lot of them were on Eco, too. It's always there in the Eco.
Well, you know, when you get 38 kills, you've got to have a lot of all different kinds. Early buy because of the plant on pistol round from Selfless, and it's going to be an A-rush. Stan, he gets blinded a little bit, but he's called it out, and here's Rush. There's nothing to block this cross. They line up. He's done good damage, but unfortunately doesn't get the kill. Mixwell's brought extremely low. And actually, Selfless has done a good job of forcing Optic away so they can get the bomb plant. Even without a smoke CT spawn, those flashbangs were timed nicely. It's a 5-on-4 situation. There's plenty of utility on the Optic side, and there's only one smoke left that just gets used by Breezy. So how does Optic want to approach this? Neither the Molotovs are used quite yet. There's one of them. That's going to force Caboose away, and here it comes. The nade takes him out. One in connector, two towards mountain, one on A ramp. The retake is underway. Stanislav with another one, and Mixwell also. Breezy responds, but it's slowly dwindling for him. Selfless, can they let another one go? Mitch is going to have to come through the smoke, but I think the bomb's gone too far. There's a kit on Mixwell, but he's not even there yet, and Mitch plays the smoke perfectly. Mixwell gets off the bomb. It seemed like he might stick that for a second, but a good win from Selfless, but you could see that deteriorating.
Yeah, very nice retake by Optic, but came up a little too short. I would like, again, if it's like 4-4, 5-4 situation, you can't have everyone hiding. You have to have a couple people on contact, kind of spotting them and then baiting them. See, like, they got 2 kills off the bat, and teams aren't exchanging kills there. But, I mean, it works, so.
Yeah, I mean, it did work in the end, but another buy here out of Optic, and this is pretty aggressive in terms of their money. 2 scouts, no armor on Stanislav, 2 FAMAs as well, no kits. And the response for this is to be a little bit aggressive towards A ramp. There's Rush and Naf who've set up a decent bait and switch setup on that A ramp, and Mixwell pushing up on Catwalk. He gets a nice dink in onto Mitch down to 25, and no one's even been damaged up a little bit. He's just going to bail out after that damage he's dealt.
Yeah, Optic, though, they have Rush pushed in the A ramp, so Nafly and Stanislav's going to be kind of focused on this A halls. And Nifty's going to try to get a pick, but Nafly looks like he's looking towards in this area. He's about to peek on him and gets Nifty. Caught off guard right now. It looks like Selfless is going to take the bomb towards B halls.
I don't like that play from Nifty. I like the idea of it, but since there's no pressure being put anywhere else on the map, since it's pretty much silent, there's no reason for anyone from Optic to rotate. So he's basically walking into a situation where there could be anywhere from 2 to 3 people there, and so many angles that he has to check. Now Tarek's going to chime in, and Mixwell, I mean, he just finishes off some of the damage he's doing earlier. Breezy is trying his best to get some entries, but Mixwell is going to have things covered. It's down into a 1-on-3. He's in the site, but it's not under his control. Stan is here as well, just waiting for the sound of that bomb plant, but Naf doesn't even let him initiate the bomb plant.
Yeah, it's a smart thing that you said about Nifty. You have to wait and have a little more patience and then lurk out halls once they start making a move on the other side of the map.
Yeah, only Olaf Meister can really walk out of Palace and win all 3 of those fights that he would have had.
I mean, it's Olaf Meister, though, and the angle that, I mean, I guess it was just unfortunate for Nifty that he peeked at that angle, but again, it's so risky to do something like that. Caboose, just giving Nafly just 1D right there, why not?
Just giving him the D. Well, Stanislav's going to peek next with the SMG. He returns the favor, and now the rest of Selfless, look how low they are. Look how much damage they've eaten. They're going to transfer back towards the A bomb site, but I don't think it'll matter. One HE could essentially clean this entire team up if it's timed properly, so I don't think Selfless really has a chance here.
No, Optic is playing with supreme confidence right now. They're just peeking, they're running around, they're just clearing angles without hesitation. This is definitely in favor for Optic to just be able to peek anything they want and get kills. Like, the confidence is so high for Optic, especially coming back.
Stan's loving it as well with that SMG. Just a couple easy bonus money kills.
Gotta get the money.
That's a nice shot from Caboose as the nade rings past. That's the nade that did all the damage as well. So nice dig from him, but in the end it means close to 0. Half investment now, a little bit of a force buy from the Selfless side of things. The losing bonus is starting to build up. It's going to be at 2 rounds, so they'll be able to buy in the next one. They'll be able to have their rifles. They might be lacking an AWP.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see. If they get a plant here, I think that might be a viable option. Tarek's going to be playing close up, though. He drops a smoke. They're going to have to come through that. They're going to have to come through another one if they want to get out. Oh, what? Nifty just backwards jumping, and he punishes Tarek. But there's not much more that's being gained after that. Mixwell with 2. The win here is the bomb plant if they can get that. That crazy entrance from Nifty should do it. The nade's out, doesn't get the kill, brings Caboose down to about 13, so there's the bomb plant. Selfless is going to be happy with this round no matter what. Anything after this is just a bonus. A dink onto Rush, but he gets that kill anyways. Nifty's the next one up. The retake heavily advantaged until Nifty chimes in with another one. He's the one who started this all out, and he's finally taken down. 3 kills for him. This is fantastic damage to the economy and even the bomb plant, so Selfless is going to be happy with that for sure.
Yeah, now they'll be able to have an AWP if they want one with that plant. And they got some guns.
That's style points for Nifty. Through that smoke, jumping backwards.
It was like a moonwalk.
I actually heard the collective tilt of Dazed and Ryu at the desk from across the room when that happened.
Like, what? Lots of money, though, still on Optic. Stanislav has 9,000 with a gun. Optic and Tarek's and buying AWP. It looks like Nifty will be AWPing, so that plant definitely helped him out. Otherwise, they would not have gotten that AWP. At least glass cannon.
Well, yeah, it would have been glass cannon for sure. Or maybe light armor with no utility. Either way, it would have been a much weaker buy. Is essentially what we're getting at. Nice shot through the smoke, just knowing the angle. Brings Naf down to 13 HP. Mixwell off Catwalk, going to try and do some chip damage as well, but it's not going to work.
Nifty, though, is trying to peek through that smoke. He's not going to see anyone because Mixwell's in the ladder room. He's holding it right now. And you kind of see the confidence. He heard the AWP in middle, and Mixwell still kind of peeked in the smoke angle just a little bit. So it shows that Optic is just running around and
willing to take fights.
They're willing to take fights. Their confidence is nice.
Well, they're up 5-1. And it's complete mid control for Selfless. I mean, that damage on the Naf prevents. You know, he's had to rotate to a new position. He's going to be up on Catwalk, and he's just at an angle to spot someone coming up connector. Falls back now.
And this isn't connector.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be an A play no matter what, because the bomb and one other player for Selfless are over towards A ramp. 2 towards the connector as well. Breezy is just basically a distraction, and it's working at the moment. 2 players dedicated to the B bomb site. Mixwell is in ladder room, so he hasn't even been brought over, and there's
nice
1 kill
shot.
onto the A side. Yeah, that's sick from Nifty. It's Mixwell's turn. Can he get that second one? No. Rush now guarding the cross, and once again, it's not smoked off. And thankfully, they wait for at least that Molotov. Now a flashbang comes in, but they have a smoke they could use to do this, and they're very fortunate that it's not converted into a kill.
Yeah, if they didn't AWP in that angle, they'd be really upset at the end of the round. But Rush killing Caboose in the middle. They have 2 people in the connector area with Tarek coming through CT ramp, and Mitch is stuck at Firebox. So if they use any of the Molotovs, not playing the Molotov, which he does,
yeah,
Tarek
he just melts. You can see the damage is dealt, and he falls apart. So flashbang now towards Nifty, or excuse me, that's a Molotov. But Naf, he misses the initial shot, comes back for it, and it's just the offer. It's just Nifty left in a 1-on-2, and he's got to really guess where Rush is going to peek from. And he's got to get aggressive. It's not planted for him. And this is not good. There's no kit, but he's probably going to win it anyways. Rush knows all he have to do is stop him from coming up. And actually, Nifty just completely bails out. He gives up the round, so Selfless. They had the advantages, but they cannot hold against that retake.
Interesting just to fall back like that. I mean, I guess he wanted to save the AWP, but I mean, what does that tell your team that you're just willing to run away on a 1-on-2 with the bomb down in your favor? I don't know. That's a very questionable move, in my opinion.
I think if he knows that there's no kit, I think maybe he goes for that. I think he just assumed there was going to be a kit, to be honest with you, because I mean there was only 2 seconds left. If he'd had a kit, I think it was only about 2 seconds he would have had to get there. It would have been impossible. But yeah, either way, I mean, much like Pistron, it's a round they give up. A leg from Tarek onto Nifty at the top mid. He's going to fall away safely, content with that damage.
Looks like Breezy's holding that B halls, and Mitch is going to A ramp. Optic, though, they've been playing pretty much a middle B heavy counter setup. It's been working really well, being able to flank through that connector every time they hit through A. So Selfless needs to be aware of that every time they hit A, expect a couple people coming from Catwalk or window just to hop down the middle.
Mixwell looks very antsy on Catwalk. He's very much wants to peek this, it feels like, and Tarek has that aggressive angle at the AWP, so he's looking to catch someone off guard. He's got the opportunity, but he eats a bullet through the corner of the wall. He's down to 15. That can't make you happy. So, I mean, at least the damage is essentially evened up between Nifty and Tarek. The 2 offers very low, and Mitch just trying to lurk up this A ramp. He's blinded, but Optic has no idea he's here, so he's in a great playmaking position. The question is he going to start off the action, or is he going to be a lurker?
I think he's going to start off the action because he's in the open, in the bomb site now with Caboose and connector, so they know that no one's in the connector or stairs area. Mitch, though, he's just literally in the bomb site, and I don't think any point from Optic knows. Now they know.
The tough part is they've all rotated away from the B bomb site. They've all left it. So, I mean, once this B hit comes in, this is entirely a fake, and there's a kill for Mitch jumping up. He does get dropped eventually, and now there's going to be a pinch towards this B bomb site. It's going to be all on Mixwell. What can he do from Catwalk? Here's the plant going down, and he's going to sneak in all on his own, and Napline not even checking his corners. Easy kill for Caboose. It's traded off, and there goes Mixwell. Stan's just got to save this round. So finally, not only a second round for Selfless, but a round they can't possibly lose.
Yeah, Stanislav was playing that, I think, a little too passive. I don't know. I don't know why he was playing so passive. Optic had 5 people alive, and he was pretty much the solo A guy, and he's just literally not even picking anything. And Mitch just walked. He literally just walked in the bomb site.
Yeah.
No one saw anything.
That's
kind of weird.
He had a good 10 to 15 seconds where he was up that ramp and no one had spotted him whatsoever. So a little bit curious. And the big thing about it is because they had no information there, it felt like Optic, someone communicated that it was going to be a hit towards the A bomb site because they had 4 players over towards that A site. So misreading of the situation by Optic, and now they might finally be forced onto pistols. I mean, they're going to have the op, and behind the op that's passed over to Mixwell, they're going to get armor with it.
Stanislav bought pistol armor. He doesn't have a lot of money, though.
He's the one who saved the op, so he's just he's keeping that from last round. Mixwell is the one who bought the armor because of the op that he had.
He just jumps down connector. He jumps out window to connector.
Good find from Mitch, and now it's Stanislav trying to play the pillar, trying to bait out the recoil, and it's working. He's baited out the recoil and the bullets, but he can't complete it on his own, and that reload time of the CZ is just no fun sometimes.
No, it's not. They nerfed the crap out of their gun, and it's really hard to just reload, and it's usually a one-clip kill. And
All you have to do is press R, Eric.
Hmm?
All you have to do is press R.
Oh, yeah?
It's pretty simple.
It takes so long, though, in the middle of a fight. You just pulled it out. It's like 3-4 seconds of just... You're fumbling with that thing.
Well, Mixwell and Nifty look like they're going to be the next players in a duel. And look at this gamble by Optic. I like it. 3 players over towards the B bomb site. Mixwell in middle.
Oh,
and this timing is not in his favor, but this one might be. Nifty is getting a little bit more antsy. I don't know if he's definitely not going to expect this push. So a free kill for Mixwell. He's even going to get away before anyone can go up the ramp. He knows there's an AK now, an underpass, because he hears the bullets. But that one kill might force them into the stack. So this is doable for Optic. They have a chance here. They have no utility. They have only armor on Stanislav. And they only have pistols.
Oh, this looks so bad for Selfless. Even though Optic does have pistols, they're just stacking this bomb site, and they're walking into a trap.
Yeah, Stan is boosted up as well. Yeah, now even Mixwell is going to come flanking through underpass. So all that Optic really has to do, they need to get a couple kills, but they need to delay even more for Mixwell to get into the action from behind. There it is. That's the bomb as well. They've got to turn around. Stan gets one, nap the other one. It's a disaster for Selfless, and Optic come out on top.
That's just heartbreaking. How many times have I said that with Selfless? This is heartbreaking.
There's something really sadistic about the fact that I can just look over and look at the pain in Ryu's face every time they lose a round like this. I'm loving it.
Oh my goodness. It's like they're winning. Like as they first start winning, they win a round, and the next round they get so scared all of a sudden, and then they just blow it.
Well, this is a goodbye. Well, not a goodbye. This is a force up for the Selfless side of things. Tech 9, a lot of utility all over the place. Plenty of flashes, plenty of smokes and Molotovs. And here comes the execute, but standing in the fire, they've got to run through it. So much damage is being taken by Mitch and Caboose. They're going to continue this aggression. Everyone is blind, the defense and the offense. Stan eventually comes out on top. No one's cleared out Mixwell, but he's still blind. And finally, Rush, I mean, Optic just grabs a hold of this round. It seems so hectic for such a long time, but it's all in their favor now. Breezy does have the bomb. He could bail out to the B side if he wanted to, but he's going to go for the win. He's trying to pick someone off, rotating back into a weird position. And he might get it here with Stanislav.
I like that smokes that they tossed and flashes in the A. I wish they would probably do that in a gun round and then keep one person to reflank the connector after they execute. I think it would work against Optic because they're playing a really passive A, heavy B setup. So if they could smoke them off, it's gonna be. They could probably guarantee a bomb plant at least on a gun round. Holding it though is a whole nother story.
Yeah, they have shown problems with holding this in actually Breezy. This could be brilliant if he jumps up to check this because Rush isn't looking this way at all, but he doesn't actually do it. He tries to bait out the peak and actually he succeeds. Just not ready to punish it. So 8-2 now for Optic Gaming as they take control. Because of such a heavy investment in the last match or last round, Selfless cannot buy again here.
Yeah, if he didn't make that noise hopping up, he probably would have gotten the plant down because it kind of alerted Rush that he's in the bomb site. And they needed the bomb down on that round because they planted smokes and flashes just to get the bomb down. I mean, of course, you want to win the round, but the secondary objective is just to get the bomb down, and just failed to do so. He had the opportunity.
This is one of the more selfless games I've ever seen. Being so kind and giving up all these rounds.
It's like, hey, why don't you have some rounds, Optic? Please, take it.
Well, Rush gets a kill. Caboose jumping up, and Stanislaw wants to get into the action as well. So does Mixwell. Everyone wants to be involved in the slaughter. Nifty's the last one left, and not for long.
And now you see Optic just kind of almost like they're pugging it now. They're just running out, taking fights, whatever they can. Just no cares in the world. They feel like they've already won this game.
It certainly feels like they have, right? Even the rounds where Selfless gets themselves an advantage, but even the rounds they've had some great executes, it's something happens, something fatally flawed in the rest of the round that gives it right back. So this time it's no map control, no mid control for Selfless, which they've done for most of this half. It's just going to be a direct execute onto the A bomb site. All 5 players here. It's going to happen very early on. Stands at an off angle inside the site, but he's in the open as well, and he gets caught. Rush does trade Caboose off. But the site for the moment is lost until Naf gets here, and Breezy is not ready for that peek. Jumps right into the bullet, yeah. Having a good time. So Naf is going to grab a new angle and almost catches the planner, but meanwhile, everyone from Selfless is just falling in turn, and Rush and Tarek end things. So it's going to be 10-2 now.
We get the bomb down. They had the first kill, and then just falls apart. Again, it just falls apart after the post-plant. It's like they're trying to rush to get into positioning, and the positions that they're trying to go to is so aggressive. It's not working. It's not working at all.
Yeah. Well, at this point, you have to feel like they just are losing the rounds that they did early on, like the pistol round especially, and a couple of the other rounds where they've had an advantage and they've given up. I think there was a post plant somewhere around like round 5 or 6. That's got to be so stressful, and it's got to be like, what do we have to do to actually win this? And then you look at Tarek and what he's doing, just pushing upper B with a Molotov. I mean, it's a 5-on-3 so quick, and it's just got to feel hopeless, I guess, is what I'm getting at. It's hopeless.
It feels hopeless, but I think Selfless is trying too hard and too
too hard?
So it's not like I mean like they're overreaching. Okay. It's like, you know, you're talking to a lady. If you look like you're trying too hard, they're gonna get turned off by that, Jason. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
You can't call them 10 times in a night. They get turned off by it. Even if they like you, they make, wow,
Do you
this
know
guy's a psycho. Yes, I've done that once. I've done that once, okay? I've learned it from, you know, I think we all have this experience at least once in our lives where we like a person, like, oh, yeah, and then we just blow it by just calling them too much. And Selfless, they're calling that lady way too much. They just sit back and, you know, not overreach.
I don't know where to go from that one. I like the metaphor. Well, we'll see if Selfless can holler at any ladies in this round. It's a 2-on-4.
Boosted window, which is a chance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a chance. You might as well go for the bombshell, right? Stanislaw's going to pick off Nifty. Tarek has got the angle on Breezy as well. So 11-2. No fun for Selfless.
Not at all. And they are probably, you know, I would call it timeout like, oh, they call it now. What do you know?
I need a timeout. I wonder if we're allowed to call timeouts after I'm at a loss for words still.
Jason, it's okay. You know, you don't have to say any words. I just want your aura next to me, okay? That's all I need. That's all I need. I don't need your words.
Okay.
I like your words.
All right, well, take it away. What have you got for us?
Jason, what? I mean, I have to have your words, though.
Okay. All right,
Yeah.
so we're back in that.
We're back in that.
Yeah, dominant from Optic Gaming in this half, obviously. I mean, what can you really say? There's just been too many rounds given up. That's the crazy thing. If there's the two rounds in specific stick out in my mind that if they had won, this is a completely different half. I mean, at least 5 rounds for Selfless, surely.
I think Pistol's probably
Pistol
one
was
of the
definitely
main
the big one. Yeah.
It was a big one. They had advantage. They had the man advantage. They had the bomb down, and they all decided, well, we got 2 kills. Let's just continue rushing through the jungle area, and they couldn't kill a guy creeping out of the cubbyhole.
Now take that Counter-Strike concept and convert it into the dating scene.
So I mean, you know, you're taking out a lady out to eat, and you know, you hand her some wine, or yourself have some wine. It's having a good time. Oh, after one thing of wine, oh, it's going great. But then you have a little too much wine. All right, you're on your 4th glass, and then it gets a little sloppy, and that's what happened right there. They got pretty sloppy. All right, they got sloppy drunk.
That actually turned out a little bit better than I expected it to. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, so 4 glasses of wine for Selfless so far tonight is what we're getting at.
It's too much.
It's way too much.
Way too much. Sometimes you get the kills, you have to stop and be like, wait a minute, let's stop pushing. Let's sit back. Let's sit back and play the bomb.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been great. 2 glasses of wine is what.
2 glasses of
what
wine
you're saying is necessary.
That's the the level that you want to be at.
Yeah, you just want to ride that nice.
It goes up,
glasses.
and then after 2 glasses, it goes straight down.
Just plummet.
You just plummet, and then you start slurring, and you get cross-eyed, and they look at you funny. You're like, it's not me, I promise. It's the wine talking. You know. What can you do about it?
What can you do about it?
Have some water in between wines. You know. If it's a long night. If it's a long night, have some waters in between wine.
Oh, yeah. I usually do shots of tequila, I think.
Well, Jason, you're a special exception. You're a tank.
Well, okay, so back onto the Tech 9s. There's 2 rounds left in the half. This is looking like it's going to be a B-split. Fast up catwalk, although not fast enough for Tarek. He gets in a position, but that Molotov isn't going to do too much. Although he drops in a decent proportion, but Caboose recovers nicely after getting dinked, and actually so does Nifty, so it's down into a 2-on-3 rushes here, though. He can't land that shot. Nifty's so low, and he still isn't able to find it. Finally gets that headshot. And now this position that he's garnered himself, Rush is in a great spot to delay this. Although Breezy, he's jumping right through the window of the market. He's going to flank behind Naf, and that's going to work right at the end. Low HP, but he somehow finds it. Rush is going to go forward, gets that kill. He's got 2. He's got to complete the hat trick as Caboose trying to use the sound to work his way around this pillar, and he's going to miss the shot. That's an easy cleanup for Rush.
That was shooting people in the back seems to be a problem this game, or this series. Got already a couple kills lost because they failed to kill a person in the back. And Selfless, it's not good when you have 100 HP and you shoot a person and you end up with 1 HP. That's not a good feeling. Not a good feeling, Jason.
Well, it seems like Selfless is out of ideas because now it's just an A-rush. And, I mean, maybe this is what they needed all along. Good opening kill. And there's the rebuttal. Rush and Nafly each with 1. And you just knew they were going to give that advantage up at some point. Here comes Tarek with the AWP, going to drop down. And he gets that, the no-scope. It's just Nifty in a 1-on-3. Tarek can't complete that. He can't convert that one. They're not all meant to be, but now blind. Nifty still gets the spray down into the toes of Tarek. So much more to do. Mixwell, he's got to be a little bit careful because Naf is only at 8 HP, so you don't just want to give your life up needlessly.
No, and the problem with this round is that they smoked off after 2 people died crossing the connector area. It's like, why not do that beforehand? Why not save your teammates by smoking it? Nifty right here, he's kind of in a stuck situation. They know he has to be in this either Tetris or sandwich area. It looks like he's going to try to wait out, maybe outthink them. And then, ooh, Mixwell.
I mean, it works.
And Nafly's right on the other side of the mountain, so I don't know what Mixwell was doing right there. Like, I thought at least his teammate was near him for him to do that. But Nafly now's going to be flanking. And Nifty, though, can he get in a good position? He probably picks...
Yeah, I mean, it's all about... I mean, it's going to be so tough, obviously, because at a certain point, Naf, with this HP, he has to basically just win by the fact of surprising Nifty. But with the bomb timer coming down so low, he's got to walk so far, so he doesn't have a whole lot of options of where he can clear. And if he misses a single shot, he's done. And he's going to miss that first or second one. And Nifty just takes him down. So a 3rd round on the board for Selfless off the back of a rush towards that A bomb site. So they get 1 finally at the end, but so many rounds, so many opportunities given up by Selfless. That's kind of the theme of this first half. moving into the second one, you can't feel like there's a lot of opportunities or chances for them, but we'll have to see if they can get back into it when we return from the break.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming down to the side. FNX has to stay up. No! He gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL Pro. I don't know what that was, the flourish.
Maybe the golf swing? Are you a golfer?
No, I'm not, actually. I don't think that's anywhere near a golf swing, by the way.
Maybe, what's that one with the birdie?
Badminton?
The cock and bowl, or what's it called?
Shuttlecock. Where do you come up with this?
I don't know.
You just wanted to say cock on air, didn't you? No. Unbelievable. He's not an athlete, ladies and gentlemen.
I played hockey for 12 years, okay? I was.
Actually, you did do you did an Ironman, didn't you?
2010?
Yeah.
That was hard.
I can imagine. Yes, that would be.
Even training for a year.
Well, you certainly do not know your way around a shuttlecock.
No, I do not. No, I do not, Jason.
12-3 lead for Optic on the T side of Mirage. And there's only utility on Rush. He's got a smoke, flash, and equally on Caboose, he's got the kit. He's got a smoke as well. And it's just basically a very, very passive pistol round from Optic. Everyone's spread out. So no one really clumped up as a team to indicate anywhere this is going to be a hit quite yet. There is a lean towards the B bomb site for Selfless. And actually, now that there's a readjustment, a realignment of this Terra setup, looked like it was going to be towards the bomb site, but that dream's basically dead. No one with a nice kill. Breezy peeking off Catwalk. That's a nice tap. Going for more, and he gets it. He's got Selfless started off on the right foot in this CT pistol round. It's a 5-on-2, and Rush is going to fall as well. Naf does get one kill coming out of Palace, but the bomb is all the way in B halls, and he's got 4 defenders between him.
And they're all going the same way, so if he's... Oh, he spots 2 of them at least, and now they're going to swarm in. It looks like he's going to play a little more passive. They're all looking towards him, and hopefully Selfless cannot lose this round.
Yeah, surely this cannot happen. He's only got 18 bullets left, so you figure with the amount he might miss that he's just going to run out of bullets, and it'll be an easy win for Selfless from there. Maybe that's the strategy. He's going to go for more. Lands the headshot. He's got a one-on-one here. Now he can get a new gun. There's 20 seconds left, though, and the bomb is so far away. He's got to hunt both these kills down. He can't even afford to try and do anything else. He actually sees Mitch here, and he's going to lose that fight. But for a moment there, you kind of started to believe.
I was sweating there for a second. It's like, oh, geez. Hopefully they don't lose that pistol. But Selfless, they seem to be doing well on pistol. Pistols is something that they're on top of the ball of. But let's see if they're able to not lose this eco. And be able to continue this run. You know, it's not impossible, Jason. They're on CT side.
I like this from Optic, though. I mean, they have no reason to even try and force buy and try and win this round. They have so many to play with, even though they are on the T side of Mirage, which can be a little bit tough. No reason to go into force buy and put yourself in some weird economy where the CT side builds up so much bank in the first 5 rounds that it just becomes nearly impossible to reset their economy. So I don't mind this kind of conservative decision from Optic.
Yeah, I think it's the best play. Why force it up when you can use rifles and just run around and headshot them? I mean, they're just dominating Selfless last 2 maps, at least the run that they've been going on. So why risk it? Why risk it, Jason?
Why risk it?
I don't know. Looks like Mitch does spot them in the halls, and now he does get blinded, though, and coming out. He does headshot no one. No one's low, and finally taken out, though. Mitch exchanging. Looks like it's a 2-on-3. They're going to get the bomb down, which is huge.
Yeah, this is massive, actually. With very little to utilize to get to this situation. They're going to double peek wide, and I mean, it's a good thought. Why not just go for it? Breezy's prepared, though. So 5th round for Selfless. They sustain, but with that plant, they didn't get one in the pistol round, but with that plant, they could actually do an early buy here if they want to.
I think they will. I mean, with all the confidence, it's not like they're playing a team that's giving them that much trouble. They did last map, but it seems like Optic is just running away with it, and they are going to buy not fly though. Are you going to buy an alt there? No. They're going to play it safe. They're going to get all rifles, get some utility. Let's see what the rush though. He gets a Galil. That's kind of a gun that Hare used to buy all the time, Galil. He was always a team player.
For those who did not watch Counter-Strike 12 years ago, Hare is my older brother. Tarek is going to be the first one. Good response onto Mitch as he pushes up lower, and he's actually nifty. That's even sicker. Finds Mixwell, and they know Tarek's here, who's already low. I mean, this early damage, it looked okay after Tarek gets that kill, but there's really no one on Optic who can get in any more fights. They only have Naf, who's got to start something off. And he's trying to work his way up towards A. There's basically 3 players here, so he's got to do some work. Rush and Tarek, they can barely take any damage. Here come the smokes. They're going to have to get fortunate with some lucky shots. Nifty that flash through, and they're playing it passively on the Selfless side. They know they have such a massive advantage. There's 1 kill, there's 2 and 3.
Wow, nice round by Selfless. Optic, though, they should have noticed that the people that survived last round had rifles. And so, with that being said, the next round, they were playing almost like they had submachine guns. They kept peeking. Look at me funny, Jay.
6 to 12 now as Selfless try and mount up the comeback. Only P250s, although last time there was a similar buy like this from Optic, they did get the bomb planted over towards that B site. This time all 5 huddled in mid. Deagle's shot rings out, and it looked like they wanted to try and bait Nifty into a wide committed peek, and they didn't get what they wanted, so now the range battles against the rifle, this is going to be dangerous. Mixwell and Naf damaged up, getting cleaned out. Stanislav does respond, but where do they go from here? They've got to win a couple more. Caboose, actually, Stan just continues forward. He's got another kill. He's got 2. It's down into a 3-on-3, and even Caboose is caught off guard. His teammate Breezy was there for the support, but had a nade in his hand, and there it is. Finally, the recovery, and Stan can do no more. He almost made it scary for Selfless, but Breezy with 3 kills brings him back down to reality.
Brings him back. Was I completely wrong in that last round, Jason?
No.
You're like looking at me weird.
Throwing you off your game.
It did throw me off. I kind of self-doubted myself there for a second. Some mind games over here by you. It's okay. That's cool. You know, it's part of the game. It's part of the caster life. Mind games, baby.
Oh, this nade, not too much damage on the Mixwell. Up on the flower pot. So, ooh. Stan was ready to peek with that flashbang. That might have been very, very deadly, or maybe that was a team flash. But either way, Nifty went for the peek, the aggressive peek with the AWP. Couldn't find anything, but he did. I think he saw Stan. Because he's being very attentive to this fact, and it looked like he was going to have an angle that would catch Stan off guard, but he decides not to press the issue. So some attempts at early aggressiveness from Optic are at least forced back for the moment by Selfless, and they're going to readjust. Although Breezy again with a nice shot. Naf knows exactly where he is on the follow-up though, so good trade. And now he's just going to sink back down the A ramp, and he's going to prevent himself from being responded upon.
Mitch, though, taking an aggressive angle there. That was not a good move, but it does bait his teammates, so maybe it was a good move in hindsight after.
I mean, delayed mid-control from Selfless. That is so incredibly effective. They know Naf had a kill over towards the A site. Nifty has the angle with the op. The comeback is starting to look very, very nice, very strong from Selfless.
Yeah, I think Optic at this point, they're realizing.
Yeah. I mean, they obviously call a pause, so they want to stop this in its track before it really gets done, talk things over before it gets completely out of hand. But it's looking like we got a game on our hands, Eric.
We do, and I like the move actually Optic did last round. It was unfortunate for them that they got picked off by, was it Nifty in the bomb site? With the Colt, where he just kind of sliver peeked it?
The Breezy, I think, did
Breezy,
that.
Breezy, oh yeah, Breezy. And it's pretty nice. Like, they had the right move because there was only 1 person in that bomb site. But unfortunately, they got picked off. And so how are they going to take control of this match? Maybe Smoke A Execute could work.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty just standard hit to do, especially because since they crawled up A ramp like that with 2 players, they saw there was only 1 player, so they can say, all right, let's do an A execute. If they do that tactic again, we're definitely catching him off guard. He's either got to fight all alone or he's got to fall back behind those smokes, and it's a post plant situation for us. So could be an interesting idea. I think Selfless has done a good job both sides of this map of getting mid control. They did it a lot on the T side, obviously not to too big of effect, but they've also now, I mean that delayed mid take they just had last round. They've just done a good job of making Optic pay for attempting to get mid control.
Yeah, and with the money situation, Economy is smart to buy pistol armor after losing the first 5 rounds. So Optic's going to smoke out middle and try to take this fast connector quickly. It looks like they're going to pinch on this A. They know that only 1 person's A, and so they're just going to take it really fast. Nifty, they'll pick them off. And Breezy getting caught off guard. No, he gets 2 people.
Yeah, holds down the trigger. There's a good 2 kills. Rush, it might be too little too late for that kill, and Nifty with the op not missing. He's got 2 kills on the round, and no one's going to come through this whole rush. They know you're there, so you're going to go find Mitch. Caboose now. Oh, he gets caught turning around. That's a mistake. No, surely not. We cannot. Selfless, you've had this comeback. You have him in a tough spot, and it seems like now you're giving Rush a chance to be a hero.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, you need to save all the money you can, so you guys always have a high economy, and like easing up a kill like that, just an easy kill, just almost played scared, like just trying to hop away, but he gets caught off guard. Now Rush is going to be flashing over spawn. He does not know that this guy's on a balcony. He's going to check it. Oh, he does spot it. He misses. Nifty misses.
Yeah, no one. He has the AK-47. It's an easy cleanup from there, but I mean, you touched on it with the money. The Selfless side, especially with sustaining 4 kills there, they're virtually out of any bank that they had built up from this run of 6 rounds in a row. They're in a no, they still have an okay amount left, so they'll be able to buy next round if they're to lose this one. But still, it's a dicey situation for them. So I mean, even without winning that, Rush does a good job of starting to take away the economy.
Yeah, and Mixwell trying to take that quick off-shot ramp, but he gets Molotov'd out. And now looks like no one taking off Stanislav. Optic is pretty spread out at the moment, and they're already rotating 4 people towards A. So Selfless is playing a fast retake on wherever Optic hits. So maybe if they notice that, maybe try to do a couple fakes or.
Optic is having no success of taking mid control. They're having none of it whatsoever. I mean, trying to get aggressive there quickly to cross over towards those boxes gets punished. Yeah, Selfless has had complete control of the middle portion of this map the entire match. So one of the bright spots that they've had, and also the fact that, you know, at a 12-3 half, they've maintained their composure well enough to make this into a comeback. Still very much alive in this, and Optic seems equally stumped as to how to put rounds on the board on this T side.
Yeah, Rush here is going to try to smoke off the connector, and maybe Optic is going to try to work with Catwalk, like maybe Catwalk B-take. Because they are sending 3 people towards Cat right now really fast, so it looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing.
Yeah, Mitch is the only one at the site backed by benches. There is one in market as well. That's going to be Nifty with the AWP, but Mixwell, that's quick. Mitch can't even respond, and he gets Nifty as well. The entries from Mixwell are huge. That's exactly what they needed from a star player, a star performance, and they have this bomb planted. It's going to have to be a 3-on-4 retake. Caboose in the market, he's got his 2 teammates with him, and they just bail out. They're bugging out and going home, so no retake for Selfless. And Naf, he doesn't want them to save those guns, and he's going to at least stop no one. Next opportunity is Caboose, who peeks into that. No reason for that, and Breezy's just got to get away.
If you're going to save your guns, save your guns. Like, don't do this half peeking stuff where, oh, I'm going to peek and try to save my teammate. Just let him die, and, you know, like, you just, not only you lose the round because you wanted to save, you also lose your guns. It's just terrible. Oh, my goodness, bro.
Ooh, that's not bad. Not bad at all, but I don't think there's any chance he gets away with it. So, finally, Optic are on the board, 13-9. I mean, a man disadvantage in that round anyways, but these peaks from Mixwell, that's dirty.
Yeah, Nifty there, he moved and peeked an angle at the wrong time, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, he had his angle set, so I mean, he was watching what he wanted to, and then he just kind of shifts right into the crosshair of Mixwell. So, unfortunate timing, but a sick play from Mixwell, and unfortunately, this is kind of that disaster territory where you look back at that round that Rush had where he gets 4 kills off just P250 armor buy from Optic. That decimates the economy so much. 2 FAMAs, 2 5.7s in this round for Selfless, only 1 M4. and it's going to be an abuse. It's going to be a fast tactic towards the A site. Rush is blind, but he still gets the kill. Caboose cannot convert that kill with a 5-7, and unfortunately, he doesn't have a nade with which to even clean it up. So they're going to have to get aggressive on mid, try and eliminate the middle portion of this pinch, but they don't spot it out. They don't see the op. Mixwell's now got the attention attracted of 2 players. I don't think he wants that, though. Nifty jumping up, gets that headshot. Naf's got new positioning to stop them from coming back. There's a small advantage here for Selfless. They've started to convert and pick up and salvage some of these guns, but they have a lot of work to do, and that Molotov is going to slow things down. I mean, unfortunately, they have to wait this out. They've only got 1 kit on no one. Stanislaw trying to buy time. Rush is stuck. There's Naf, though, but the flick from Nifty saves him. And just Stanislaw in a 1-on-4. There's a nice headshot, but the bomb's not planted for him. He can do absolutely nothing, even if he got that kill. And that defuse is going to go in for Mitch. The full 10-second defuse. Selfless is right back in it.
Huge round by Selfless. It looked almost kind of scary at first, and with Optic being able to get the bomb down, but they ended up taking him back, and now Optic's going to decide if they're going to just pistol up in armor. Looks like they're just going to have 1 guy pistol armor. I think that was miscommunication, or 2 people. That was weird.
Just, I mean, that's just so nice from Selfless to recover there, because if they had lost that round, it had been reset when Optic, right when Optic gets to 14, that might have been the map right off the bat. Mitch now converting over to Catwalk. Flashbang has Naf blind. He's got 3 players in the ladder room. They're going to have to fight their way out. Tarek's trying to bait out these shots, the recoil, and he does it. Finally, he's out of ammo, but so is Tarek, and he can't win the fight. So no one holds strong on Catwalk with 2 kills. Mitch with 2 of his own as well. And it looks like this is going to be the next buy for Optic.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Stanislav, and I think who else, bought pistol armor last round. So yes, they were able to buy, but now they have to go with a Galil and low utility, at least on Nafly and Mixwell. So that was a little confusing, maybe miscommunication. It's like Optic, though. They're going to send 2 people outside B and 2 through lower tunnels really fast. And pretty quickly. They're going to want to take control. And Caboose taking out 2 people. Mixwell with exchange. Nafly getting another one. So now it's back to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, I mean, this is all happening so incredibly fast. Very, very early aggression. And it seems almost no ground gained from Optic. The benefit they have is 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. And they've whittled the defense down to 3 players. So, I mean, it's spread out. They're just going to charge right up into the A bomb site. Nifty is in connector with an AWP. Watching exactly for this play. Naf's got to be careful. Oh, thankfully the shot is missed. Nifty with a good opportunity to put his team into the advantage. Now he's just going to plant behind the smoke. Planted for a ramp, planted for Tetris, and aggression still from Naf. He wants to go for more. And he knows Nifty is locked in here, so he's going to hunt this kill down. And he's going to find it eventually. Knows there's 1 more in connector. Is he going to go for more? Mitch now, he's spraying into the site. Tarek's going to be stuck in an awkward spot. And there's no one. Finally, the backup arrives for Mitch, but it gets eliminated. He gets the kill through the box anyways, down into a 1-on-1. Mitch trying to work his way into this site, but he has no idea where Naf has moved to. 3 kills and a 4th for Naf. The hero of this round for Optic. Beautiful play. And he gets him another advantage, 14-11.
That missed off shot. It's, you know, he's aiming at the angle and he misses that shot. That hurts. That hurts as an op when you know he's there, you know he's about to peak, and you just whiff. It's like, ow, ouch.
Yeah, obviously that kill would have been on Naf, who ended up getting, I think, 2 more kills in the round, maybe even 3 more at that point. So, yeah, that would have been a huge hit. Would have been very nice. Either way, though, I mean, thankfully they had enough money to be able to buy into this next round. It's not the nightmare scenario quite yet again. And one more time, Optic is going to go for this mid control. This time they haven't been punished for it quite yet. Caboose is in connector. He had that stellar double kill last round in underpass. Nifty's being very, very annoying and very confident with that AWP pushed up towards B.
Yeah, but Optic, though, they haven't even taken B that often. I mean, they would send 2 people off the bat, but they usually go through lower tunnels, and Optic's been hitting A almost every round. So maybe Selfless thinking, well, they hit A so many times, they have to hit B this round, right?
Yeah, and Rush gets caught. Caboose with a timing play to peek down towards underpass, and he finds that kill. I believe he spotted Rush earlier, so he knew he was kind of in that corner, knew the general idea.
It looks like Optic, they're swinging back towards T-spawn. Mixwell's holding the middle. It looks like Mixwell's just going to sit there and do a late connector flank once they start making moves towards A. Selfless, though, is pretty spread out. Breezy and Caboose kind of doing a little far and crossfire-ish in the A-bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of a setup, it's not bad because with a man advantage, there's no reason to dedicate yourselves to the site. And I mean, you can just play retake and you have the numbers game, so it's an advantage you can use. But actually, one player, that's Breezy, he's caught inside the site. He gets one more kill. And Tarek is trying to spray him down, but he's completely blind. There's Mixwell and Naf. They bring it into a 3-on-3, but they're still low HP. Just Breezy's got to pick which side of the box to swing on. He actually tries to fight into the fire. The Flames bring him down to 34, but I don't think they realize this new positioning. They certainly don't. And the reinforcements have arrived. Tarek, he's only got 5 seconds left. This round is over. Selfless continuing to claw themselves into this game, continuing to just barely hang on.
Yeah, and Optic now has to save. They're going to at least save for another round. They might buy next round if they get the bomb down with no utility. Stanislav, oh no, they're buying pistol armor. So they're thinking that it might be a possible double save. So they're going to
also keep the economy low of your opponents as well.
This is true.
The money on Selfless is not great. So if this execute, if they get a bomb plant, if they can get 3-4 kills, you know, this obviously any reset at this point, if Selfless gets reset, they basically lose.
Yeah, but it's going to come down to Caboose because most likely he's going to have first contact at this firebox and he's going to get swarmed by him, killing off Nafly and then Tarek. Caboose with nice 2 kills. Finally being taken down by Rush.
Well, and Breezy's there as well for some support. He's brought down to 5, but it is a 4-on-2. So Breezy, he essentially shouldn't have to do too much more work. The question is, what does Rush do to get his team back into this? He pushes towards CT spawn. He wants to hold on to this, but Breezy is playing it so smart. Look at Stan. He's got one, but he can't connect on more. Rush is going to spray Mitch down very low, but it's just a matter of time before Breezy pounces. Smart play from the young player, and Selfless have their 13th.
Breezy just hiding in the CT spawn when Rush was peeking it. That was pretty good. Nice little ninja play by him.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know what you think of this buy. I mean, I'm trying to, when I'm saying keep the economy of Selfless low, I'm trying to, you know,
I don't know. I
figure out what they're thinking, but
I think Optic is kind of losing right now. Like, they could have saved and had 8Ks one of these rounds if they would have not keep buying pistol armors.
They're going to have them next round no matter what, which I think is their thought process behind it, especially with that plant.
Yeah. They got lucky though. They got the plant down. They got 2 kills off. I mean, it's lucky. Whatever. It happens. And though, I mean, it is a play, so there's some thought behind it. I can't knock it too much.
Great read from Selfless in this round as well. 3 players towards the B bomb site. Although Nifty, he's going to be completely blind. He's out in the open. He's going to fall back. Thankfully, Mitch is there. Save everybody. Save his life. Save the round. Potentially the match. So it's going to be 14-14 once these kills are cleaned up. Although Nifty peeks right into the Tech 9 of Rush. But all 4 players of Selfless are here. You can't imagine a world in which this round is lost, and it's not going to be. So all tied up, finally, after all this hard work, after all the scary moments, all the danger, all the rounds given up from Selfless, they have things tied going into the 29th round.
Yes, they do. And Tark, though, with the Tech 9, so he's going to probably be the entry killer at this point, bait for his teammate. We'll see what kind of setup Optic's going to do. It looks like they're going to send 4 people towards this middle. They're going to try to take control of mid. Nifty, though, is all being connector. He does not spot anyone. He does pick off Tarek, but Mixwell with the next exchange. Now the offer's down, and now Optic gets 2 kills off the bat. Caboose is trying to get a kill, but he misses.
Oh, some of these are so sloppy. Players with nades out getting caught. Stan's fortunate to get out of that alive. Breezy in the sight. Well, that's a nice clothesline. This is an interesting crossfire that's set up. And look at the HP of Optic. They've got no health for these fights. There's a nade. It's just down to Rush, 2 HP. Finally, Selfless stemmed the tide of this Optic attack. And Rush has got to have some kind of a miracle in him. Gonna come along to this murder hole, and he spots the gun. There's a nice headshot. No one gets caught off. His jump now up towards Catwalk. He's gonna go towards the B bomb site. He's gonna get a plant out of this. There's an opportunity now for Rush. It's gonna come down towards timing when Breezy comes in for this retake. Rush is planting the bomb that is gonna make Breezy, if he sees it, think it's gonna be towards Catwalk, but where does he go from here?
I mean, Breezy has to win this round. I mean, even if Optic loses, they got the plant down. Oh, man.
Breezy going to jump out of the window. Rush still hiding at bench. I think he didn't see his elbow, but it was there for a moment. Breezy gets him. I don't know if you could hear as well Ryu cheering in the background.
I don't know what no one was looking at in that situation. Like, why was he looking like CT spawn or something?
Yeah, I'm not entirely. I don't know.
He had a teammate.
I got nothing for you.
Spawn, so that was really, really weird by no one almost throwing that round away after. I mean, Team Selfless just clawed. Look, what is he looking at? He knew he was kind of in the area, like by middle.
Maybe he thought that he'd already snuck past and he was trying to clear out CT spawn for. I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. So a little bit of miscommunication in that kind of scenario. But either way, I mean, let's focus on the fact that Selfless was down 3-12 to start the second half, and they've brought it all the way back, 15-14, a chance to win this map. Mixwell and Connector, he's spraying down Mitch into the smoke. 1 HP he lives with. And there he is, finally finishes it off. Naf is going to want to come through the smoke. It seems like he's waiting. And how is this timing going to work? How is the dissipation of this smoke going to play out? Who is it going to favor? Pop flash through it. Nafly, he gets completely blind, and there's the push through, and he spots the legs, but he doesn't shoot. Naf gets another one in their stand. Huge advantage in this round for Optic. They have the B bomb site as well. It's looking like overtime. Selfless, they complete the comeback, but they cannot convert it into a win.
It is a 2-on-4, and it looks like Optic will be planted in this B bomb site. Breezy and Nifty are coming through this A rotation. Breezy, though, decides he's going to come back through the window. Nifty and Breezy going through that market area, but Optic, they're in a great position to hold this bomb spot. They're going to need a miracle if they want to win this round.
Molotov is going to force Stan to peek, and he gets 1 kill, and he gets a second one. So, while dying in the flames, heroic. We're going to be brought into overtime.
I'm sure Ryu's sweating a little bit now. I mean, that round felt like they were being a little too aggressive in the last situation. They could have played it maybe a little safer.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I mean, either way, props to Selfless for bringing it back from that first half score. That is not something we expected.
No, we don't expect it. You guys always maybe hope for it. But you don't expect it, Jason.
Yeah, I think the surprise is that Optic's T side didn't necessarily look strong. I mean, you could understand Selfless. It just seemed like Optic was on fire in that CT half of theirs, and Selfless, I mean, making a couple massive mistakes to give up rounds. But on the other hand, I think the surprise really is that Optic's T side was so lackluster.
Yeah, it seemed like they're just like almost for like the first 8 rounds, they were kind of almost pugging it a little bit instead of trying doing a set coordinated strat. And I mean, Selfless, you can't sleep on them too much because they will hit their shots. They will.
Yeah, Breezy's having a phenomenal game right now. I think he's like something around like 27 or 28 kills. I'm not sure if the scoreboard will show it.
No, he was up there. He was top fragging for
Yeah, yeah, he's having a fantastic game and also just some smart plays. So impressive. No, excuse me. I said, what, 28? I think producer just told me 31 kills I heard for Breezy. So doing his best Tarek impression.
Just getting kills and trying to win rounds. Now, Optic, what can they do if they want to almost come back? I mean, they did win that last round, so they're probably a little pumped that they did not lose in the last round.
I wouldn't say pumped. I'm sure there was a very large sigh of relief from the Optic side that they did not lose that last round. Yeah, this overtime is going to be really interesting to see because towards the end of that match, we see so many situations where players are missing smokes and flashbangs. So now this overtime is going to get reset. If you've never seen Counter-Strike before, it's going to be MR3 overtime, $10,000 start money. So it's a much shorter than regulation, but money shouldn't be a factor, at least for the first 2 rounds. It can be on the CT side if they're heavily investing in AWPs. Either way, though, this is going to come down, I think, to maybe whichever team wins 2 T-side rounds in overtime. It might just be over from there.
Yeah, and Optic, though, they are starting on T-side. They haven't been doing that well on T-side, so if they come out with a round win, that'd be pretty huge. And Tarek, though, he's mixing it up. He's going to bring out the off instead of Mixwell, so maybe that's what they needed. Maybe they needed that Tarek off.
We saw Upper Tarek on Cash, and it was an intimidating thing. Oh, look at the mid-push. Right to start out overtime. Nifty's going to lead the way, but he eats a nade right in his face. Brought down to 55, and there's Naf. He punishes Breezy, and Optic's going to be content with that. Optic's so happy to take an advantage into the later stage of these rounds. They don't want to swing out wider and go for more, because that potentially gives up the equalizer. So happy with a 5-on-4 scenario, and they back off.
Yes, Optic preparing for that mid-rush. They pretty much countered Team Selfless right there. At first, Selfless looks like they got stuffed off the bat, but they kept pushing for it instead of maybe just falling back and reposition themselves and trying to force that kill. Got Breezy killed in the end. But it looks like now they're going to start retaking middle, Optic that is. Rushes in the underpass. Nifty, though, he pushes the A ramp, so they know it's not A ramp.
Yeah, this is going to start getting frightening. I mean, this doesn't really afford too many advantages in the sense that Optic can still go up connector to A, so it doesn't allow Caboose to cheat any kind of a rotate. Now that they start healing footsteps and pressure towards the B side, he's going to start leaning to that. And Nifty is going to have that fast flank as well. No one is going to be the first one up, and he actually drops the wrong moment. That's got to be disheartening. Mish now trying to come out of market. He's going to find Naf, who's not clearing that angle. And no one can punish Mitch quite yet. Stanislav crossed into the site. There's some utility still on this Optic side, but they're not using it. Mitch is allowed to be a hero. The Molotovs, the flashbangs, none of it is used from Optic. And they get punished. And now Nifty, here's that flank finally coming to fruition. What a play to get back into this for Selfless. Tarek is the only one left with the AWP. I'm not even, it's planted for him, but how do you win this? 2 smokes in your face, or a flashbang in a smoke, and another flashbang. That's a nice kill, but what more can he do?
Wow, Optic just threw away that round. They had so much utility, and they decide, look at that, smokes, like 8, or not
two
8, like
Molotovs,
6 flashes.
2 flashes, and none of them used until Mitch has already got 3 kills.
Yeah.
I mean, so, to be fair, Selfless did them a similar favor on Cash, so maybe they're just returning it?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, use some of your flashes. Like, you have to toss flashes in that market area. Like, you know that a lot of teams will be rotating through that area. You have like 6 flashes. Oh, at least use 1 or 2 of them. You know, like you could cross bomb sites, and Mitch was just mowing them down.
Yeah, very nice performance from Mitch. I mean, even with the mistake made by Optic and their utility usage, still extremely difficult to win all 3 of those in sequence like that. So, nice job from Mitch, and smart play from Nifty as well to push that A ramp and have a flank that comes in so quickly. This time, Optic have complete mid control. They didn't really have to fight for it whatsoever. They have Stan in position and connector behind the smoke, and with that position, they're going to fall back. More than likely to A, I would assume, so that he can pinch towards up this A bomb site when they execute.
Yeah, and so with their 2 smokes, looks like they're going to probably be smoking off, I would assume, jungle and CT spawn, since they already have a person by the connector. They don't have to worry too much about stairs. But Stanislav decides he's going to, I'm just going to check that angle. He's not moving out just yet. Breezy, though, he's on top of the balcony. But it looks like all 4 Optic players, or 4 of the Optic players are going to be at the T ramp, and they're about to execute here any second.
Yeah, big job to do. Mitch is playing very passive as well. The AWP is all the way over towards the B bomb site. That's a perfect Molotov on A ramp. Look how long it holds him off. Stan gets a kill from connector though. That's not a defender at the A site, but there's Nap chiming in. He gets 2. Selfless, it seemed like this defense was set up perfectly. They had 4 players here. Breezy still trying to make it an issue for Optic, and he gets 2. And now Nifty's finally here on the rotation, but they don't have to challenge him whatsoever. And Stanislav even spots him out and just drops him.
Nice.
So, yeah,
nice
Stan with that.
Right there.
Yeah, I mean, Stan with the initial kill, and then Naf the follow-up with 2 over towards Ticket Booth. That's well done.
Yeah, it was pretty nice that they able to get Stanislav, and he pushed through this area.
Again, look how passive that defense was that whole time. We saw Stan do the same thing on Cash during a passive defense where he actually pushed towards connector and then wrapped around towards the B site. This time, he's allowed to get up to jungle and window room and cut off rotations, making it even longer for help to arrive.
Yeah, that Team Selfless playing so passive kind of hurt them in the end, where they're getting pushed and flanked from unexpected positionings, but you should kind of expect someone to maybe be in the connector area when you give up a mid that easily.
What? That is overly aggressive from Caboose. There's no need to do that. Right through the smoke, I guess trying to beat it, but he gets punished in a bad way.
Yeah. Now it's a 5-on-4 in favor of Optic, and looks like they're going to hit towards that B. Nifty, though, gets an AWP shot in the middle, but Stanislav with a nice exchange. 4-3 in favor of Optic.
Yeah, Mitch might need to fall back here, but he's got to fight his way out. Mixwell damages him heavily, down to 27, but wisely Mixwell doesn't want to even swing any wider for that peak. Now he does it when he's got his teammate there to distract. A nice crossfire set up by Mixwell and Rush in the heat of the moment, and that's 2 rounds on the T side for Optic. Then they got 3 all through regulation. They have 2 now.
Jason, you're a psychic here, calling out 2 rounds. Whoever gets 2 rounds might win.
Only if they win.
Only if they win.
Only if they win.
I mean, if you get 2 rounds in OT and only 3 or whatever in regulation, I think that's a good start.
Yeah, certainly a good start. I mean, we'll have to see if they can convert it. So, I mean, this is their CT side was so dominant. So is Selfless's, to be fair. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting, but a nice recovery in these T side rounds. Maybe they figure something out at the end of it.
I think putting that person in connector and taking in that connect area, I think that was the key of winning those rounds.
Yes.
Holding that area, because they smoked everything out. They got people in that area, and they just kept blocking him out. And Caboose, you saw, tried to retake it, and he got punished for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, that that was a little bit crazy, that run in through the smoke from Caboose. I did not like that play.
No, it's, I mean, you don't really need to make a play in a 5-on-5 situation. I mean, maybe just kind of sit back a little bit, kind of wait out of the smoke, or ask for teammates to maybe flash for you, and then you can try to do something, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly at that situation as well, I mean, that last round of overtime when the CT economy has been beat up a little bit, there's not a lot of utility for his teammates to really get in any kind of position to recover. So bummer there for Selfless off that play. But now they have to kind of reset. They need to figure out a way, because they got it a lot on the T side. They got a lot of mid control. They have to figure out a way to convert those into wins here in this overtime. But here's one thing to remember as well. The T side of Selfless looked a lot better than just 3 rounds throughout the whole half. They had the pistol round in the bag and they gave it up. They had another round later on, just a few rounds later in an early gun round. They had that round in the bag and they gave it up. I think both of those were actually 5-on-3 scenarios. So there's a couple of rounds that if Selfless had won in regulation in the first half, they might have just already won this map. So still dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, Selfless seems like the problem is not getting the bomb site, it's just holding the retakes. It seems like that happened even on the last map too. Like the retake game is not there. I think maybe it's lack communication. Maybe like they have to know that, hey, if it's a 4-on-4 situation or even 5-on-5, which is rare, but still, if it's like if there's a lot of numbers, you can't all play passive. You can't let the commentators just walk up and then toss all their utility and then come up. You have to take angles. You have to exchange some kills and talk to each other and work kills off that.
Well, speaking about talking to each other, we are just waiting on Selfless to ready up. They're taking a little bit of extra time just to talk some things over, some tactics to figure this out.
Or bathroom break.
Or a bathroom break.
You just never know.
Could do both if you have a wireless headset.
I do at home. Sometimes.
How many times have you spoken with your friends while you're peeing?
I've done it a couple times.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of it, but you know, sometimes you have to talk tactics, you have to talk your game plan, and you have to go. And so, you know, kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yep, and moving quickly along. Yeah, I think maybe they're using their lifelines. Maybe they're using like phone a friend, calling into Ryu. They're like, "Yo, coach,
is he on the phone over there?
Coach, what do we do?"
No, he's not on the phone.
Not on the phone.
Or maybe you already texted him. Maybe do a little text. Because who calls each other these days?
Yeah, who does?
No, I don't know many people that call. It's usually text or, "Hey man, let's get a mumble, let's talk." I mean, that's how it usually is these days. Who uses a phone?
Yeah, well, actually, everyone from Selfless did ready up, so we are going to go live into the pistol run as the freeze time dwindles.
Dwindles, I like that word. And look at this, double off setup. Tark wasting no time. He's like, I need kills. I'm bottom fragging. This can't happen. Let's get some op kills.
Go big or go home.
That's usually it. And since overtime, you start with a lot of money, you know, it's okay to go a little big. But Selfless, though, they are setting up for an A take. And they have 2 people in halls, 2 people A-ramp. Mitch, though, he's making some ruckus in middle, making sure that no one's pushing on him. He spots the clearness. Looks like Selfless already taking it. Stanislav, though, gets picked off by Caboose.
Yeah, and surprising to see Stan with the op after, I mean, he's like the last person I expect to have an op with Mixwell and Naf on the team as well. But either way, man advantage for Selfless as they just execute on the A-side, but there's Rush pushing right through the smoke. Almost just a half-second late to stop that plant. Naf's got to try and make something happen, but this defense has been eliminated. Tarek's got to save this gun because that double op setup is expensive at overtime.
You know, he wants it. I guess he's trying to get a kill. 1 on 3. What a gutsy play right now. He's going to have to hit the shot in the ramp, but no, Nifty shoots his elbows off. Armless, Tark falls down.
This is now very, very dangerous for the Optic side of things, because if they are to lose this next round with an opening double op setup in overtime, their money is virtually gone. So, yeah, they've got nothing in the bank. 4 players at 150 or less. So if they lose this round, it's going to be Selfless at 18 with a chance to win the map against basically just pistols.
Yeah, and Nifty, though, taking a shot in connector. He's just finding one of these, just shooting just to shoot. It looks like Selfless might be doing the same thing. They're falling back, but this time they don't have Mitch in the middle. So maybe Breezy's going to do that role. No, he's going to fall back. It's going to be a 5A hit. But Optic, though, they have more people in this A bomb site than they did last round. They have Rush and Nafly just helping out Stanislav.
Yeah, but Selfless, once again, repeating what just worked in the last round, just an A execute. So, I mean, they have no map control. They're pretty much just resigned to this hit. It's exactly what they wanted. No one from Optic is having any kind of aggression on the map, so there's not going to be any fast flanks. There's not going to be any intel this is coming. They've just got to defend. One player on top of balcony hasn't been spotted yet. That's Stanislav. Still hasn't been spotted. He's biding his time. Wow, all that time just to do that, just to miss the first 5 or 6 bullets, and that's no good. 4 on 4. Optic is going to have to get back into this. Pop Flash Rush is going to try and come through. Nifty watching towards jungle. He has the op, but as that smoke fades on top of stair, he's got to fall away. Got to respect that peek. Biding his time, there it is. Lands the shot onto Rush. Peeks again, but gets sprayed down to 13. He's got to be safe, but that nade cleans him out. 3 on 3 now. Caboose still waiting. All the while, this clock is dwindling on the bomb, and there it is. Selfless. They're gonna win this round. There's no chance here for Tarek. 18-17, and the money is gone for Optic. A chance again for Selfless to win their second map point.
Nice bomb site hold. I was looking for Ryu for a fist pump over there, but I don't think I caught that in time. He's probably feeling really excited. They have 1 round from unbeaten Optic, which in fair, they could have beaten them 2-0. They didn't mess around too much in cash.
Yeah, the big thing about this as well is, I mean, Selfless doing a fantastic job of playing, certainly playing spoiler, not allowing Optic to have a, an easy route to getting a good advantage over SK, who just lost 2 maps earlier tonight. Stan's pushed up, and he sees the shadow. He misses the first initial shots, and now he's going to win against Mitch. Can he do more?
Oh,
he can.
my goodness.
3 bullets in the chamber, and he gets it. Breezy's got to do big work, and he does. 2 entry kills. They still know Stan is alive. But it's a 2 on 3. They're inside the site, but they don't have control of the bomb. It's on a ramp. And again, Selfless might let one slip away. Look how wise Tarek is playing this so far back, and actually Stan's going to get a 3rd kill.
Oh, this is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. Like, you'd
want to see him go for the knife, but
I mean,
it is overtime, so I'll allow it.
I think at this point, you definitely want to get as many kills as possible, and Optic, though, they had pistols, and Stanislav getting 3 kills with a CZ. I take back whatever I said about a CZ.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible play from him. Didn't even have any backup. It's not like that was a bait and switch play. That was him all alone in a really awkward spot with a couple shoulder peeks that baited out bullets, so he did that very efficiently. 40 seconds left. And Breezy's trying to slowly spot some things, bait out a shot or something, but not prepared for that peek. So 18-18, double overtime.
Rutro. So that was looking good for Selfless at one point for Optic, and then Selfless came back, and now Selfless had a chance to close out the game.
Looking at that replay, I still want the knife to come out.
Sometimes he's got a knife, Jason. Get that money. But I've known, not me personally, but I've seen it too many times where people try to knife someone and then die and lose the round, and you just want to take their, like, oh, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's never fun to witness that.
It's never fun to witness or be a part of.
That is like one of the just smash your head into a wall type moments, just out of frustration.
Yeah, I feel you, Jason. I feel you.
But yeah, double overtime now, and Selfless again dropped the ball a little bit on a round they could win. I hate to keep going back to that, but we've just seen so many rounds that have been thrown away. That should be a win. This should be a map for Selfless already. So another opportunity. Optic stays alive. We'll see. I mean, we'll see if they go for that double op setup again on the first round of CT overtime, because that almost punished them as they ran out of money. Just very fortunate. Stan makes a huge play in that last round, and I think as well, if you're going to do a double op setup, I would prefer not to have Stanislav have the second op. Because we've seen Mixwell op, we've seen in the past that Naf likes to op on certain halves on certain maps, and Tarek obviously opping. So why is Stan the one doing it?
Yeah, I definitely want Mixwell to be opping in this situation. I mean, he's been doing really well for them opping in general, and Stanislav, maybe he's a good op in pugs. I don't know, but in match situations, give it to your main opper.
Star players.
Well, I guess you can call it star players.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a team game, so.
Yeah.
What do you call it by stars? How many frags they get? Is that a star player?
Or
just the playmaker?
I mean,
they make plays.
It's a combination of both, I think. The guys who are putting the frags on the board, but also do it by making the play.
Okay. That sounds good, Jason. And now look like that. They are doing the double op, and Mixwell has the op instead of Stanislav. So they must be tuning in. They hear our cries. They hear the cries of the whole world.
There is hope for them yet.
And now looks like Selfless, though. They're going to take control of the middle. Maybe they're going to do the strat where they put a person in connector, then fall back.
That would be that would obviously, we saw how effective that was for Optic at one point at the end of regulation. So we'll have to see. But again, it's mid control. I mean, compared to the defensive Selfless, where Selfless spent a couple rounds challenging this kind of mid control out of Optic when they were on the offense, Optic is just giving up mid. And Selfless, I mean, even going back to regulation, have had control of mid for the majority of this game. So 3 players dedicated to the A bomb site for Optic. Let's see if Stan is going to be spotted here in the closet. Mitch is going to try and just lurk out, and he does it successfully. Stan doesn't take the opportunity to peek, so there's not going to be a return. Rush perhaps not ready for that. Still 3, even with that kill, though, they rotate Naf over, so there were 3 players in the A-bomb site for that moment, but now, I mean, they know the gap in the defense has got to be the rotator who usually is playing window room or coming from the B-bomb site, so they take this opportunity to boost Breezy up. He might be able, this is very similar to putting a player in connector with the way this is done.
Yeah, and Selfless are just holding the middle, so they're probably going to think that they might hit back towards B, which they are doing. I thought maybe they're going to play mind games and come back up through connector, but they took so long in the middle that Optic is going to rotate Nafly back to B, but looks like he's going to go towards this window. Breezy, though, is going to try to make a move right now, and now they spot the Molotov off the B tunnels. They probably know it's going to be big. And Tarek with a nice shot, tips a nifty and Caboose. Exchange. Nafly, though, he's ready.
Yeah, Naf is the next one up, and I think he sensed the flank coming in, and Breezy is not going to get caught until Mixwell comes in. 2-on-2, the bomb is planted, but no one he's pinned into that corner. That's pretty unfortunate. He could have gotten out, but obviously doesn't know the angle that Mixwell is holding. At the moment, he just feels scared out of his mind that if he moves, he's going to get picked off. One player coming up from Catwalk, that's going to be Stan, and he gets eliminated, forced out of the flames. Mixwell punishes no one, converts into the AK-47, trying to find Mitch around this pillar, and he's just going to keep rushing, doesn't try and stay quiet at all, and Mitch can't handle it. 19 rounds for Optic.
No kit. That's pretty interesting. You have $10,000. You want to buy a kit? That's cool, dude. None of your teammates have a kit? A little close. Rush.
Well, you know, when you go to that double op setup, you got to scrimp and save where you can.
I guess, Jason. I don't know.
A phenomenal round for Mixwell. 3 kills, waiting, and no one. Molotov finally spreads to him, so he's got to bail out. And this was just nicely done. Mitch just couldn't tell where he was coming from, so holding the W key, not slowing down at all, not being afraid, and Mixwell converts that. Still a double op setup. Mixwell and Tarek with the 2 AWPs.
Yeah, and Selfless looks like they have a bomb towards A ramp, so it looks like they're going to be doing the A split right now, but Rush isn't connected. They have 4 people towards that mid area. No one, though, still picks off Stanislav. Breezy picking off too. What is going on?
Oh, that was a boost up and underpass to try and peer over the smoke towards Catwalk, but the initial kills all go the way of Selfless. Mixwell, this smoke, if this affords him a kill, it does. And Mitch can't respond. He had a nade out or else he could have punished that. Somehow this round is brought into a 2-on-2. It's Tarek and Mixwell, the 2 AWPs versus Caboose and Mitch, and there goes Mixwell.
Nice move by Mitch, get on top of that box and just headshot him at the tip of his head.
Yeah, a very confident peek. As Mixwell was just kind of spamming through the boxes, trying to get a little bit fortunate. The 2 ops, and it's difficult to do this retake anyways. So Tarek now going to be the one, no kit as well on him, and just as he pulls his knife for a grenade out, Caboose peeks, gets that kill. So all tied up once again.
Nice spot by Caboose. People always check that connector area, and he was in an angle where if they're making a bunch of noise catwalk or window, he'd hear it. If he hears him, hops out through window, he'll be able to have the angle advantage on him, and you know, that's a nice spot by Caboose. I like it. Looks like Selfless though. They're gonna send the 2 towards B tunnels, and Caboose is walking around middle, but decides to fall back. Optic though, they're playing 5 people towards middle, trying to counter this mid take, but they don't spot anyone just yet. They're gonna fall back into B hold, and Nafly just killing someone, killing Breezy in lower tunnels.
Good kill there, good advantage for Optic. Again, a little bit of a hurt buy with the Famous and a 5-7, but they're making it work very well. Mid control this time is denied, and here's Tarek as well, dinking nifty, going for the jump, and he's gonna get it. And quickly, it's just down to Mitch.
That was very interesting take by Selfless right there. They got the kill, and then all of a sudden they just started falling apart.
So 2 rounds on the CT side for Optic in double overtime.
We'll see. see. I mean, if they could pull off another T round, they could win, but Selfless, they seem to be doing pretty well on their CT side as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that can continue. Obviously, that will be interesting. I don't know how this. Oh, this is that last round. I thought that was going to be the boost round there. I don't know how that round did not just go cleanly to Selfless. But either way, getting one round on the T side for Selfless and no double overtime, not bad. Not bad.
Not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad.
Well, and Optic switching into that double op setup in these overtimes when they have the money, obviously. You know, Tarek and Stanis on the first one, now Tarek and Mixwell, which obviously worked a little bit better. But what do you think? Does Selfless have this opportunity? Can they switch into a double op? I mean, I just don't know if it's going to be worth it for them. I did think that's what I'm trying to get at. I don't know if they'll be able to do it the same way and be as effective as Optic will be.
You know, if they're able to have an AWP in middle and maybe AWP in A, I think that could help them. I don't know if they're comfortable having an AWP in A in middle, or I don't know if they even do the 2 AWP setup.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. They've gotten aggressive a couple times in mid with just the M4. So I mean, that versatility that those 5 rifles provide, or 4 rifles perhaps provides. If you have a double op setup, you're a little bit more limited in those kind of aggressive plays, especially if you need to recover from an aggressive play that didn't work as well as planned.
Yeah.
So I mean, if they're going to continue swapping between that aggressive mid and more passive mid, they might want to stick with the 1 AWP. But we certainly saw that it can be effective on the Optic side of things in this match.
Yeah, I think the key is just holding Optic from sneaking a guy in connector. That's what really tore apart Selfless that last overtime. And I mean, Optic, I don't think they're going to do it again because they're sending 4 people towards A, and looks like Tarek is going to be towards middle. But Selfless has 3 people in this area. They're going to try to stop it. Yes, and they do. Caboose spine off Tarek off the bat.
Tarek just sprinted up with no mind as if the connector wasn't even there on the map. Nifty with a kill, and Mixwell responds, but the rest of Selfless is here now, and this attack has been dwindled. All the bite of this attack has just been negated. There's nothing left for them to do. Mixwell finds one more. Can he convert another one? Almost, but no one on the staircase, or in the connector, excuse me, takes him down.
Nice round by Selfless. Yeah,
I don't understand this play from Tarek or Optic or what the plan of that was, because I mean, he had his knife out jumping. I don't know if he thought maybe there was supposed to be a connector smoke.
Maybe it was a miscommunication. I would think at least something towards that area. I'm confused on that as well. Maybe that's something they'll like to enlighten us on, and whoever wins this match. Maybe they'll be like, what were you doing? I don't know.
Well, it seems like Selfless, this is the boost that Optic did, and Selfless like, all right, you want to bust that out?
Oh, they're ready for that one. That's
yeah, it works neither time from either team, and Caboose at least trades off Stanislaw. And now the A execute is on. 4 players coming in, and Selfless has to play this as a retake. They have no one in the site. A lot of utility being barraged out towards jungle. There's no smoke blocking CT spawn. No one wants to come through this. He looks like he was trying to, but the flashbang came out at the right moment. Tarek's going to get that bomb planted, and now it's a post plant, but they don't have a lot of options in terms of where they can play. There is a Molotov on Nifty. There is a Molotov on Caboose, so they can flame Tarek out, and there it comes. Can they punish this? Not quite yet. Oh, this will lurk from Nafly. This could be the game changer. Tarek gets a kill somehow. No one responds. And down into a 3-on-2, Naf still unheard of, and he finally gets that kill, and that might finally swing it in the way of Optic. It does. 21 rounds for Optic. This is their first map point.
Yeah, for how much utilities Team Selfless had that round, none of them were blind, really, I don't think. That was a very interesting retake by Team Selfless. Like, no one was even blind. It was like we had a guy half blind at Tetris, but that was it.
Good. I mean, good round overall from Optic. That Nafly coming in for that lurk was huge. Even if they felt a little bit on the initial hold, he could have been there. But Nifty putting his team in great position to force a triple overtime. Man advantage as Tarek falls. Rush is going to get into its connector. What kind of play is he going to make? How aggressive does he want to be? Breezy's out in the open, but he's not peeking at the moment to capitalize on it. The rest of Optic seems like they're lining up in these B halls.
But there's 3 people of Selfless in B. They're reading this like a book because Caboose is pushed up A, so he's all the way pushed up that A palace area, and looks like Optic's going to be running into a trap. So if Selfless does not win this round, that'd be tragic.
Yeah, I mean, again, this aggressive push from a Selfless player down a ramp, this time in Palace, is getting so much information. Breezy still has to stay honest because Rush can come up connector, and indeed he is right now, but he's going to try and get his way all the way towards window room, but Nifty knows to watch that. It will come down towards timing when he checks this. And it's the wrong moment. It's the bad timing for Selfless. There goes one defender. And here comes this B hit. There's still 2 players here from Selfless. This is still doable. It's still in their opportunity, but no one misses his opportunity as well. Small timing mistakes for Selfless might just cost them this map, and Rush is still here to stop the rotations. He hears the footsteps. He knows he's going towards Catwalk, but everyone is gone from Selfless. They had a huge comeback. They've been trying to last with Optic, and they've done it into double overtime, but finally now they falter, and Optic will take the second map in double overtime, 22-20.
They had 3 people in that B bomb site when Optic was about to hit the bomb site, and they still lose the round. That's ouch.
It's a game of seconds, right? Rush, I mean, you saw Nifty watching that murder hole, and then he looks away and he goes to throw a nade, and that's when Rush peaks. So a little bit unfortunate.
You got to trust your teammates. You know, you have the man advantage. You guys are in good spots. You have a guy pushed up or in Palace. In T-spawn already, so you know they have to go middle or B. I don't know. I don't know. I think the analysis should define this a little better.
Yes, they should. And also, we've been able to see this from time to time in between these rounds, but I would like to give you guys the viewing pleasure of the crestfallen Ryu.
Feels bad, man. Super close game. I said Selfless, entertaining Counter-Strike. A lot of opportunities on both sides to win that one out. 12-3 half at the start. 12-3 half the second half in the other direction. Goes to overtime. Couple rounds lost there. Well, give me your quick early thoughts.
Early thoughts that this should have been over a lot sooner than
Is there a round? So that was obviously a lot. There's like 60-something rounds. Was there a round earlier?
You know, there was.
Like maybe like like last round of the first half of regulation. Is there anything that stood out there that maybe it could have made this a...
Well, Nifty won that 3v1, but it was off.
How did the 3v1 start?
It started with Tarek trying to knife Nifty.
So a little bit of BM that could have come back to haunt.
Yeah.
Would you feel like
could have won that?
It's the type of thing that you could demote someone from like an acorn to something like
maybe a smaller nut, like a peanut,
like a
brain,
peanut brain.
By Tarek
maybe.
There.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of opportunities in that first half. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because when that round happened, so if you guys didn't catch that, which you should because it was brilliant, the 3v1 Nifty had at the or the 1v3, I should say, at the end of the first half of regulation started with Tarek trying to knife him. And I said to Dazed, I hope we beat them by 1 round, and then that's the round we can analyze. And it seemed like so many times that was going to happen. As we take a look at some of the earlier action.
You guys decided to choke.
The very first pistol round, huge advantage. This is another round where it feels like, okay, Selfless hits their shots, Nifty opens up the round, bomb gets planted, there's a man advantage, it's a 3 versus 4, and the retake goes in favor of Optic. Terrible post plant. Talk me through like general good guidance for post plant T side on A side.
Constantly in post plant situations, Selfless was actually able to get a guy in connector, and that should just spell doom for the CTs. But that guy in connector always overpeaked and was never able to get his kill. CTs were able to just come up, use their utility, force them into a ramp, and ended up winning the round that way. But this round was huge. This gave Optic complete control of that first half. Economically, they went up huge. I think they ended up winning the next 2 rounds, maybe put it to 8-1 or something like that. Before Self was able to get, I think they ended up with 3 rounds. So that round was pretty big.
Yeah, and the rounds were so close that even with that huge lead, we saw Selfless wins a round, and then in the 9th round, Optic is on a save or a light, like a force by some pistols. See some flashbangs up here, and they saved the op from the round prior. Mixwell's going to walk around, make that work, and there's basically no map control. You can see here the stack is
I guess I actually
perfect
won
read.
The next round. I was remembering incorrectly, but anyways, they give it right back, as Selfless seems to always do, right? Yeah.
Dude, there was like 7 3v5s tonight, man. It's a rough light. I tell you what, if I had hair this season and so many of these matches like this would have just completely erased the hair from my head.
Yeah, that round was just that was the round that kind of did what I said was what happened last round, where it's just economical, gives Optic like complete control of the half after that. That really was the round.
Yeah, and then so very, very close at the end, it's 14-14. It's the 29th round.
Yep.
And just again, a very, very close round. We see an early pick here. Nifty gets cut off or traded out in connector. Mitch with a really bad spray. And it seems like, okay, this round's going to go for Optic and they're going to have a chance to close it out. But a crazy hold and then a 1v1 makes this doable, makes the dream somewhat real, albeit briefly.
Yeah, I mean, Selfless had a great comeback. I think you should be proud of your boys, no matter what. No one and Breezy over at that A site basically just had a complete like crossfire. Rush sneaks around here. No one's kind of clueless here. He's just looking towards CT spawn when he has a teammate there. The Bears was saying that, he has no idea why he's looking there, but then Rush accidentally shows himself, peeks out a little bit too early, gives a spot away and dies.
Super close match. A lot of opportunities, both teams to win that. Not only in regulation with some of those close rounds going in either direction, but then again in overtime. The last round, it was 15-14 in favor of Selfless. Stanislaw has a CZ, walks down the ramp and gets 2 kills. What advice would you give to someone on how to play when you know that you have superior weapons? Maybe it's a forced buy or it's an anti-eco where they might not have anything, and your T side. How would you advise a team like this is the best way to play this type of round, where they were kind of walking, they got caught with nades out, and Stan had basically 2 free kills there?
Well, I think there's 2 different ways to approach it. Either you group up and you hit it, hit something together relatively quickly because you don't want to give the other team a chance to push something and take control over a certain area of the map and then stack where you're hitting. Or, on a map like Mirage, you could spread out. You could hold for pushes for a while, then group up at the right time, and then hit something. Like you could have 1A halls, 1A ramp, 2 B halls, watch underpass and B, and 1 top mid or something like that, or 2 top mid, 1 2A, and then 1 B, and kind of just hold everywhere. So there's 2 different ways of playing it, but something like that.
We take a look at round 36, a very, very similar story. Optic's able to force this into the second overtime. You can see they're just completely outmatched, outclassed in terms of firepower and utility. This, I think, is the round I was referencing. Stanislaw gets 2 to start. Breeze tries to bring it back, gets a couple kills, but just too little, too late. We see no one on catwalk here. I don't know what was. He was trying to maybe flank or make a play.
Yeah, had he just held middle back boxes, he probably gets a kill pretty easily. And instead, Stan just makes a great play and then pushes, gets two kills, flanks all the way into A-halls towards Caboose here. Unlike Tariq, just CZs him real quick. And Breezy decides to inspect his weapon at the end of the round, so he can't even see anything.
Yeah, at the end of the round is weird. He had the gun, like the gun comes up sideways like that, and it blocked his view. We do have a guest that we have for a Skype interview. That is Nifty from Team Selfless. How's it going, Noah? I know.
Hey,
I can see by the look on your face. I know.
Yeah, it's going great, Steve. How are you guys? You enjoy the match?
It was a good match.
It was close, man. You guys were bringing it back. That 1v3 you had at the end of the first half, right? Tariq tries to knife you. You kill him. You win the 1v3, and I say to Dazed, I hope we win by 1 round, because that's the round I'm going to go back to for Tariq trying to BM and getting punished for it. You guys had a couple opportunities. Talk me through your thoughts on that match.
Well, overall, I'd like to say I think everyone on the team did a great job. We did do our best. I feel like we definitely could have done better. We did come prepared for these guys. So we did have some plays. We were ready. We followed through. Sometimes things just didn't go in our favor. Like, for example, the last T round we had on I think it was one of those overtimes, maybe the second overtime. It's very unfortunate. Stan made a really good play. I think we did whiff a couple shots there, myself and Mitch combined. But props to him. He played well. He had some nice shots there. We could have closed it out right there, actually. But I think if we just play a little bit more clean, a little bit more together, keep the comms up, things like that. I think we actually could have come out with a 2-0, honestly.
Yeah, you definitely could have. And the one thing I want to point out is that there's so many opportunities that you guys have going 3v5, things like that, and you guys seem to, give the round away. You don't throw a smoke. You don't wait for each other. Do you think that's just like a communication issue? What's going on there? Are certain people not taking the initiative? Because at the end of the day, the strat caller can only say so much. Sometimes you're not going to be, especially as an opper, you're not going to be in position. You're not going to be in position to say that. So what do you think the issues are there?
I think one of our biggest weaknesses right now is communication, for sure. And it happens in all situations. It could be retakes, could be post plants, it could be just coordinating a double peek, right? It could be coordinating a pop flash, peek somewhere, etc. So I do think that is one of the main causes to our problem with things like that. But yeah, sometimes we do have a problem with not having someone take the initiative. I feel like, I try to as much as I can, but, like you said, like I can't, it's really difficult to be scoped in on somewhere, with the op and holding and also make all those comms. So yeah, we do have quite a few problems there, but I think we'll make it along pretty well.
So last question before we let you go for the night, Noah. What did you tell the guys down 12-3? Right, you guys had a really close. You had an opportunity to win cash. You mentioned we could have gone 2-0 on the night. You're down 12-3 at halftime. You guys came out really composed, poised. Obviously, a huge comeback. Does that Matt? You have my permission to give him just a smack upside the head. What did you say to the guys at half? Like, we're down 12-3. What did you tell them to allow them to maintain that composure to make that a tough match?
As any other leader would, like it's just we need to come out fighting. Like, we take those fights together, keep the comms up. We know that we have problems, and it's really weird, man. It seems like on some maps, comms can be a little rough, almost as like our reaction to certain things, it might not be like second nature yet. Like, we might not know exactly what our reaction should be if something happens, which therefore comms are kind of low. Nobody's not too sure of what to do. But I just said, like, let's keep the comms up. Let's take fights together. Let's work as a team, and let's do our thing, because we know we can play close games, and we know that we can even beat these teams. We can beat them 2-0. So just went in with that confidence and try to bring it back what best we could.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great effort. Obviously would have loved to have the win, but we see it's there. We know it's there, right? So
yeah.
Thanks for the interview. Do me a favor, whatever that bag of garbage is behind you on that desk, throw that out, man. You know what that stuff does to me.
That's Caboose, always eating.
Caboose. Yep. Cool. Thanks, Dove. Have a good night. I'll give you a text in a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Sure. Thank you.
Telling you, man. So much talent on him. Great attitude, great work ethic. He's probably downloading the demos right now and giving him a review, looking for those opportunities that we just talked about. And
yeah, whenever I play with him, I always see a lot of potential, great attitude. Yeah, I think he's a good upcoming talent.
Yep, good kid. So let's we're gonna take a look at today's results. Might be a little bit interesting. We were expecting maybe the first matches, the Brazilian battle, to be the close matches, and then it ended up being the second one. What were your thoughts there? And I think I said 60 rounds looking at that overtime score. My math is atrocious. What were your thoughts? SK, Immortals. We were expecting like this is gonna be what this last map was. Right? It's gonna be a battle, it's back and forth, super close, and then we see a 16-4 stomping of the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, Immortals, just super impressive performance by them. Phelps and Henny especially were lights out, incredible. I think SK played maybe, Immortals probably had 27 or so CT rounds versus SK, and I think Immortals won 23 or 24 of those rounds.
That's as someone that loves CT side, I'm a defense first, right? Defense with champions. I'd love to see that. Let's take a look at Saturday's matches. We will have the day off tomorrow, but we will be back Saturday. There's actually 6 maps. We take a look at the first 4 here. It's going to be C9 against Energy, 2 of the top 6 teams right now that are in the offline playoffs. If it were to end, if the season ended today, we see them on Cash and Mirage. Then we see SK against Splice, Cash and Mirage as well. It's interesting. Not sure that that's going to be super close, but if Splice wants to avoid, there's a lot to play for both teams there. And then we will see Echo Fox up against Winter Fox. That looks like Dust 2 in the graphic. And is that Overpass?
Yeah, the Foxes
there. The Battle of the Foxes. I like that. Yeah. Dust and Overpass. You have Dust 2 and Overpass for those matches. So, again, 6 maps on Saturday. Any last thoughts for the day?
Last thoughts? I am beat, man. Those are my last
A lot of
thoughts.
Counter-Strike today, Dave.
Can I get the ESL to host my stream? I can come home and play some CS on it.
I can sit here and just talk to you. You just shoot me a text when you get there.
Yeah,
we can see.
just, hey, host
I don't know if we have approval for that, but I could try it. And I wanted to just be like, there's a lot of Counter-Strike today, Dave. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Thoughts
on Counter-Strike?
Thoughts? ? So that's going to do it for all of us here at ESL Pro League today. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget, we will be off tomorrow, but we will be back Saturday with the 6 maps that we just showed to you then. Hope to see you Saturday.